we live yet? Got a new freaking hoodie. Yeah, gonna rip it up. What's going on, everybody? Oh, nice. Starting the stream with 69 people here. It's a sign. What's going on? Let's make sure everything is rocking and rolling. A lot of times, whatever I say for the next 5 minutes, I'm going to have to probably repeat 2-3 times throughout this stream. But if things ever seem like we lock in for a second, it is because for those of us that can't join us live here on Thursday, it's Friday. Just said I feel like that's why we get the intro out of the way. We got the salads on deck. It's cold as shit outside, so we can do it in the basement. Not too stinky. But in case people can't make it on a Friday, we are going to, I'm going to record the highlights before we do every little thing, and I'm going to be able to chop it up for a upload, probably go out on Sunday before all the games start. And even if you're watching right now and you're not going to be able to stay to the end, because I don't think this stream will be as long as the last one. Last stream was 5 hours long. But there's if you're right now and you're not going to stay to the end, don't worry. You don't have to come back and scroll through a fucking 5-hour stream. I will be recording all the highlights, and we're going to be putting it up on the old YouTube. So how's it going on, everybody? We're chilling. I'm going to be honest, the last off-season stream, I don't want to chase that. The last off-season stream, it was insane. It was at the peak of, Madden, peak of this series. We had 800 people. It was fucking nuts. So, in my head, even though I'm can we do that again? Can we do even better? In my mind, there's just, let's not compare. Let's not try to chase that again. Everything needs to be different. This is off-season stream number 2. Because, even on top of that, we have an all-time draft class. A draft class that certainly assisted by you guys. But, there's just no way. I'm not even, saying this, and I'm hoping. There's zero chance we have another class where we get a superstar X-Factor tight end, where we get a superstar quarterback, where we get a star-dev UDFA grade player that's a first-rounder. There's no chance. There's no chance that we get, the nose tackle. Well, maybe you can probably find a nose tackle cheese, to be honest with you. But there's no chance we get an X-Factor corner like Levy again. So, we're just going to put everything in perspective. Actually, this is my first time streaming or doing anything Raiders franchise since the last title update. So we've got, some new player profile pictures and stuff like that. The big change, I think, for this series is they have gone out and really, really hooked up Max Crosby. Shout out Will Spoon with the $2 dono, brother. Appreciate it. Never will ask for donos, but they are very much appreciated, as you guys see fit. But look at Mad Max, dude. We had hey, this is, I don't know how they decide who gets tattoos, and I know there's a legality to things where there's been previous games, I think it was NBA, where someone a tattoo artist sued the game, and since then it's kind of been a gray period that no one really wants to do it, and maybe Mike Evans has had tattoos and stuff like that. But this used to be something that you'd only get in the Madden PC mods, and the fact that I always think if a player has a face scan, because there's not a lot of face scans. I think that's a major valid criticism of Madden. But I think if you're a player with a face scan that has notable tattoos, that should be something that's discussed immediately. If you are a signature player in the game, you're not just a generated player, I kind of feel let's hook you up with your tats. Because for someone like Max Crosby, there are players that have clearly, their tattoos are part of their personality. It hasn't really been immersive breaking, probably not. But for someone like Max Crosby, who has some of the most distinguished tattoos in the NFL, him having no tattoos just looks weird. So I think that's kind of sick, and I'm hoping that this aura rating upgrade on Mad Max. Let's see, I don't know if we can really get a zoom in here. Outside of that. I don't really think outside of that it's going to make a big difference. I actually saw here, I'm going to show you. Yes, it was Randy Orton. There's another player that I saw. I think there's a Twitter account that shares all that of like the tattoos and stuff. And I think in terms of just like showcasing some of the cool tattoos, I think, oh no, did he retire? Taylor Decker. He's a left tackle, right? Did he just move on? Did he retire? He must have retired. Taylor Decker is pretty cool. He's like I don't even know what it is, like an eagle or some shit. That looks pretty cool. So that's cool. Like that's an immediate, regardless of what happens in this draft, going into year 3 or free agency, Max Crosby is going to have so much more aura. Maybe he's a free. There's a chance. Let's see. I don't even think I can look at free agents right now. No, I can't. All right. Thank you, Rusty. Very much appreciate that, brother. Was he there? Is Taylor Decker there? I'm going to be honest. I'm not even like he was in free agency. Well, how do I look at... I don't see Taylor Decker. He's in free... Where do you see him at? Right tackle? Did you switch sides? I'll look at it once we actually get free agency opened up here. All right. Let me get my little YouTube intro done, and then we'll start the offseason stream. What's going on, everybody? Shout out to everybody here in chat live for Vegas Raiders offseason stream number 2. We're chilling. The vibes are... I'll just say the vibes are a little bit higher than the first stream. I don't think it's going to... we're going to have that Joe Rogan third eye to dominate and find the best free agents, the best bang for the buck free agents. We're going to make the best trades, and we're going to draft the best players. We have a monumental task at hand to try to live up to Vegas Raiders offseason number 1. With the help of chat, we got a new franchise quarterback. We got the steal of all steals, classic Patriot white wide receiver. We got a 6'7" X-Factor tight end. We got the Shermanator, a superstar fullback. We went out and got a generational kicker in Hawkinson. On the defensive side of the ball, we got some nose tackle cheese. But most importantly, we got a 6'4" out-the-box X-Factor corner. That is the pace that has been set in offseason number 1. And with the help of our chat, we are going to try our best to improve it and do enough to get this Raiders team to a Super Bowl. All right. So, I guess first thing that we can kind of do at this point, I'm trying to think, what did I do in the last video? What have we covered? We covered the recap. We covered the retirements. I don't want to go through it again. We're not going to be firing any of our coaches. I guess we got to decide, right now, what kind of the plan's going to be for our roster. I think it's first, we got a piece of paper here. We'll write down kind of what we're thinking, vibe check. Is what positions do we need? Because I'm already seeing right there a gigantic savings. Think about what we could do with $40 million extra. So that's something. But let's focus right now because obviously we're going to talk about trades. We could make some trades. Positions of need. I think if I'm looking at this team as a whole, I mean, we're pretty good. We have a great one-two punch at running back. We do technically have like a power back complement, but I do think our power back should be viewed as the Shermanator. So we're good there. We look at wide receiver. We're pretty good. Like, that's our guy. That's our X. That's our dominating playmaker. Howard's our slot. Jack Betts can get the rest of the job done. And I mean, maybe we can look kind of like BPA and add some lower tier depth to the wide receiver room, which is always something you need to consider when you're into, the 5th, 6th, 7th round. Maybe look at some UDFAs and we can find maybe like a 4-2, 4-3 speed wide receiver. But really, like, we're good at wideout. Our tight end room is pretty ridiculous. Now, maybe we could also use like a blocking tight end, like get a 4th blocking tight end. And I'm not going to hate going in the weeds, trying to find, and if you know, them elite strength block first tight ends. Don't know if any of those exist yet. I'm going to be honest, haven't. Another reason why I'm not overly confident, and maybe the draft portion of this might be a little bit longer, I really haven't gone through the draft class like I did with the last. Like the last one, I knew Kyle Clary won the Heisman, had that, like that's okay. Bank that away. Don't really know. Like we're gonna have to find a lot of the steals here today. But I think a blocking tight end could be interesting. But again, that's very low on the totem pole of things we need. I think an offensive tackle, Colt Miller, literally won offensive tackle of the year, went from star up to a superstar dev. Now he is 31, but we're not going to be investing considerable resources at left tackle. And usually out of the 1st and 2nd round, unless there's like an outlier, we're probably not going to be drafting and using a lot of draft capital at the tackle position. So, okay. You know what? It's probably going to be better so I don't have to repeat this just to record this for the video. So bear with me. So the first things first is we have to just understand where the state of the roster is. And before we even kind of consider trades and stuff like that, let's just kind of prioritize right now a short list of positions we need to go through. And I've already kind of hinted with the chat before we recorded this. Very interesting that, like, is it, what kind of value can we get for Geno Smith? Well, regardless of what we may get in return, freeing up almost $40 million of salary cap, that certainly needs to be made note of. But running back room, we feel real good about it. We have our bell cow, we have our change of pace, and the Shermanator here at fullback is our short yardage power back. At wide receiver, we have our X, we have our slot. Jack Betch is a great wide receiver 3. We have good depth, but we'll never not consider like the super fast wide receivers late in the draft class to add to that room. I think the first kind of position I'm actually going to write down here is a blocking tight end, because Brock Bowers is, he's really a wide receiver on our team. And then we have Winters is coming, who, as many and often we can get him on the field, we want to utilize him, but we don't really have a blocking tight end. So I'm going to hope maybe, just maybe, we can find one of those elite strength blocking tight ends in the draft. If not, maybe we can consider like a, fun blocking tight end in free agency. Or fast lineman? Hear me out. Fast tackle? Like, say there's a tackle that has, like, Lane Johnson. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of them. But say there's, like, a super athletic tackle. Or maybe, like, third day 3 picks. 5th, 6th, 7th round. There's the elite speed tackle. Do we just have fun and maybe make a tackle convert to tight end just for that blocking role? Maybe. Offensive line, Colton Miller just recently won Lineman of the Year. Did not give a sack all season long. Went from star up to superstar dev. He is 31. So, I mean, technically, I guess we could be considering a successor at some point, or understanding that he's pretty much at his ceiling, might not get a lot more better. This could be the best that he is. But we will, again, that's just very bottom tier. If there's a great developmental tackle, I think we could consider that. I think this would be maybe the only position on the offensive line that I would consider. Is just Parham's kind of, he's just a solid player. And if we're in the business of, making the best team possible, and if I'm in the business of trying to draft as best as I can draft and build a freaking super team, he's kind of just like the wet fart of the offense. He's a solid player, 28, 78. We don't get a whole lot of pressures allowed on our quarterback. I don't really have a lot of issues with our offensive line, but we could always do better than a 78, 28. Like, that's as good as he might be an 80 someday, but he's pretty much near the end of his prime. So that's something we could consider, a guard. Or, if we're going off of real life, Jackson Powers Johnson is now a guard. In real life for the Raiders, through 2 weeks, they made the announcement that he's no longer a center, he's playing guard. So if the vice versa of that, if there's a really, really good center, realistically, guilt-free, whatever you want to say, I think if there's a really fun center, and sometimes you can get interesting centers, Maybe we can just move JPJ to a guard and bring in a center. Of course, we also have Will Clapp. Right guard, we're good. Caleb Rogers, not worried about it. Honestly, and we're not, right now we're just kind of talking about roster needs, but I think along with Geno Smith, Alex Kappa's contract, probably want that off the books as well. Right tackle, Charles Grant's developed into an absolute stud. So I feel generally pretty good about the offensive line, and it had to be an interesting situation. But I think as far as linemen are concerned, I think if there's a guard upgrade over Parham or a center upgrade where you can move Jackson Powers Johnson to guard, I would consider it. And I want to see maybe if we can get like a freak athlete tackle, make him a fun tight end blocking project. Defensively, though, is clearly where we need to improve this team. Now, kind of highlight this at the beginning of the stream. One thing is we haven't played Raiders franchise since the last Madden title update, and old Max Crosby got some love. Got an aura upgrade to his base rating here. We got the tattoos on Mad Max. It is awesome. I think any player that has an actual face scan in-game should have their tattoos in-game. I don't know what it would cost for EA to get those licensing rights with the tattoo artist, but we should do it. But Mad Max is, awesome. I feel like we're gonna break records with him. But outside of that, we somehow stole Jonah Ellis off the waiver wire. We had him stashed on the practice squad, so we have depth there on our pass rush. Right edge, a lot of depth. Tyree Wilson, not a sexy stat line guy, but he's a good run defender. We have Ojulari. We have Jalix Hunt. I feel real good about our pass rush. This is a position that we furnished very well with free agency last year. And these are going to be the kind of free agents I think we need to look for this year. Guys that still have some upside. Maybe find some sneaky mid-level 70 players that may have a star dev trait still that we can really come in here and grow and develop. D-tackle room, we have so many people. Yeah. If we're tight in salary cap situation, Butler could free up some funds. He's no longer needed. We got Lumen. Some of these players as well, when we get to the first wave of free agency, are no longer going to be on the team. But I think overall, with Kirkland, with Hamilton, who we got in free agency last year, somehow from the Rams, D-tackle's not really something I'm worried about. And I'm sure there's going to be some nose tackle cheese available for us in the draft, which really don't want to just have say we go to year 4 of this Raiders franchise and every year we get 2 or 3 of those cheesy nose tackles, because then that just starts a cycle of we could just keep flipping them for picks or whatever, abusing them. I don't want to do that. But worst comes to worst, I'm sure we'll probably be able to find and draft a nice defensive tackle if we need to. The linebacker, now we're getting into where I think this team could get some improvement. I think the linebackers and the secondary are our biggest positions of concern. Now, we have a feel-good story here in Devin White, but, he's a feel-good story. He's not necessarily a game changer. If there's a great Sam linebacker that we can find in free agency or the draft, I think we need to consider it. At Mike linebacker, we have one of the best stories of this whole rebuild, and that is the career resurrection of Jamal Adams at linebacker. Now, I don't know if we have any. We usually have some Raider fans in here. He's playing linebacker, right? All the word out of camp was he's playing linebacker, and that's kind of what we did right away. He's been my user, but man, oh man, regression has been a motherfucker. Look at that. Minus 11. Now, it's not brutal from a classic regression standpoint of an old player of just losing all his juice. He only lost 1 acceleration, but that's just a reality of where he's at. I don't think we're going to cut him. I think he holds a special place for this series. I think he'd be a guy that great mentor, great secondary option, but, we have to figure out how we can win a Super Bowl. And by that, I mean I need as much freaking help on the defensive side of the ball as we possibly can. So I believe we have Jamal Adams under contract. He's not going anywhere. But then we got Damone Clark. And we have someone just said we got a lot of LSU linebackers. We have Eichenberg here as well. But I think as a whole, linebacker, I'm not going to get picky between Sam, Mike, Will. I definitely think we want to try to get a linebacker, probably sooner than later in the draft, preferably. Because then we got, Jermaine Pratt, another veteran. He's been really solid for us. We got Christian Harris, great athlete to have, 26.74 overall, 90 speed, 93 acceleration. But do we have an actual upside game changer? No. which therefore, as of so far, all these positions, linebacker is a big-time need for us. I'm going to put a little right next to blocking tight end and guard, jotting it down because the memories not in a, salads were happy. Eat your salads, everybody. We're going to finish here because that's our biggest need. We're going to move right on. We have the safety room. The exciting white, Reed Blankenship, was solid. Was really our big money free agent signing last offseason. I have no issue to move on. We have great depth as well. Mukamu, 6'4". Palomau, 6'4". We got it tight. Yeah, size queens, whatever you want to call it. But I feel good about our free safety room. Now, in a world where, if there's a BPA, 28, 27, 28, we could get like a 20, 21, 22-year-old rookie into that room. I would not hate that. And maybe we could, unfortunately, drop one of these guys for a player that has a little bit more upside that we can grow and develop. Strong safety is another one where, Jeremy Chin was pretty much a glorified linebacker for us. And he's actually a guy I want to look here. Did he have any regression? 29 years old. So he's right, yeah, there we go. Tackle, pursuit, play rec, change of direction. Not brutal, but certainly we're in the face of, we could get younger. Isaiah Simmons, another fun player. Made some plays for us, actually. But 29 years old. Are we getting regression from him as well? Yeah. So, safety's interesting. I also think we could consider linebacker changes. If we want to get better at linebacker, we could, if there's a really good cover safety or a man safety, move a Chin, move a Simmons to linebacker. But then again, we're at the age point of 29, we're not getting any younger. And that's kind of the whole point about we got to get younger at linebacker. So I think, honestly, a safety, I already looked through the class from just, is there that USC, everyone's always told me, is there, and if there is, you don't even need to scout them. A USC strong safety that has a hit power, go get him. And don't think there is. Ooh. But we do have a Notre Dame guy that looks like he could be something. And I get 6'1", 220. That's a linebacker in today's NFL. So it's not the and I've seen him probably twice in rebuilds. It's never the same player, but it's that build of players there. But this Pierpont guy, okay, he's kind of interesting. But there's not that USC guy because I already know there's gonna be people saying go check for it. So with that kind of being said, I think safety could be a position we need to consider. Kicker, we're good. We just got a generational kicker. Punter, we're good. AJ Cole's one of the best in the business. And we've already had people in chat saying we should try to get a generational long snapper. I've only ever seen one dev trait long snapper. He was a superstar dev. It was kind of funny. So it'd be cool if we could find him again. But I lucked into that. There's no tell that I've been able to find for getting a funny long snapper. It's just kind of, honestly, I just get the heaviest one. And that's how it's worked out. But we'll see if we can have a little fun there. Last year we got the generational kicker and fullback. Maybe we can kind of finish it up with the obscure positions. But the biggest position that we need to figure out is the corner room. Now, we have Darian Porter. He's been very good. He had 4 picks last year. I thought was a fringe candidate to go up a dev trait, but he did not. We've kind of moved towards man cover guys, right? 95 man. We have 99 on Levy. I don't really want to lock in on only drafting. And I know this is going to sound stupid, right? Because clearly, an 80 rookie that's a zone guy is you could argue is not as important to our defense if we're going to run a lot of man than a 75 corner that has 80 man coverage. But I really do think we need to kind of just BPA. I need the best corners available. If they're not a man cover corner, I'll take the hit and work on developing their man coverage. I think we kind of got to look BPA because Kyrie Elam was not it. I think he played better when he moved in the nickel, but certainly, I don't know, dude. And I'm going to give him a long leash. I'm not saying we're going to cut him or throw him to the curb. But I still think like we need more game changers in the secondary because our secondary has to be the best secondary in the league for how my defense plays. And I don't control the corners. I don't control the secondary. I think corner is... I would go linebacker 1A, corner 1B for like our big needs this year. And we might... No, I'm talking about just drafting one. We might be able to find one in free agency. We have Darnay Holmes, who's solid. Got Richardson, Poole, some decent depth guys here. But I definitely think corner needs to be a big-time play for us. All right. So there we go. We're going to stop recording there. That's kind of the preview. Let's go. Let's progress this just to the next stage, and then we can maybe start talking about some trades and stuff like that. We could all see if there's any like more surprising retirements. Trade Levy for Sauce Gardner. I'm not trading a homegrown X Factor. What's going on, everybody? Make a Blockbuster trade. I mean, we could if we can find one. We got to make a realistic trade. That's the only problem when you make a trade like this is like if it's even a hint of like remotely unrealistic, it will make 10 people happy and piss off 100 people. I've done that before. I've been in the franchise game long enough. We got 75 likes here, people. Can we get 100? Got 360 people. Can we get 100 likes? That's just cheesy YouTuber bullshit, but can we? That'd be cool. So for coaching carousel, we're good. I think Kellen Moore's offense thrived. I think Sleepy Pete's defense, when we kind of, shifted mostly man, I think we got a lot more consistent. And I think the best thing about Pete, honestly, because, we try to make it immersive and like, we got Pete Carroll's defense. In reality, he's a level 32 coach. Hasn't retired yet, so he has plenty of abilities. And with Pat Phoenix not being a defensive coach, I love just having access to all these different abilities. So let's kind of keep that as is. Ooh, okay. Well, I mean, that's... Do we try and... I want to be like Howie Roseman. What would Howie Roseman do? He would decline the fifth-year option to get ahead of a Brock Bowers deal. And I think if we're going to be, again, like shifting off Geno Smith's contract in a trade or something like that, I think, that's probably decline it. Let's do the right thing. Let's treat him well. Let's not have him play on a fifth-year option. Outside of that, I mean, Lewis was just like a UDFA fine for us. Darnay Holmes' is depth that gone. I think, obviously, Jermaine Pratt's been a good player. Earned a second contract from year one. Kind of old now. The rest of these guys are depth. I know, isn't like Paul Mao like a good player for the Raiders? But these are like, Cap is gone. All right, so that's kind of nice that some of the contracts I thought about getting rid of anyways are all gone. So, yeah. Is there anybody here that we should sign? Because we have money. Like, I'm just trying, like, Will Clapp's funny, but, like, I mean, we can bring him back on, like, the last stage of free agency if we want to. But, like, is Paul Mao, like, a Raider? If you're a Raider fan, like, you really want me to keep him? Because if not, I mean, again, this is safety's a room. We can get a little bit younger. I think we're all in agreement, so we can get young. We need to get younger at linebacker, so Pratt's just kind of getting phased out. And I think we got to decline the option on Brock Bowers. So let's record this here. So before we start the offseason, we have a couple contracts here. Just kind of broke it down with Chad a little bit. I mean, Will Clapp's a meme. If we really want to bring him back, we can. Kappa was a player that we already talked about getting rid of, so like that's going to free up some nice money. Paulo Mao, he was probably the only guy that's just like, is he really like, the Raider fans a big fan, like having him, like he only plays special teams for us, or if there's an injury crisis. But I mean, at 20, like this, I just think we got to kind of view this as we got to get younger. So a lot of these guys that, 27, 28, 29, 30, like, I don't know, man. They're getting kind of up there in age a little bit. Zinter's gone. Jermaine Pratt, we got to get younger at linebacker, so we're not going to bring him back. Darnay Holmes, solid, but he's at that weird age. Loomis was a UDFA fine for us. is what it is. But the big decision is for Mr. Brock Bowers. And I was like, do we just accept the option? Because that's what it's telling us to do pretty much. But I want to try and run this operation like Howie Roseman does. I want to take a little influence from the Philadelphia Eagles. What would Howie Roseman do? And that is going to be decline the fifth-year option on Brock Bowers so that we can reward him and get ahead of a contract extension next year. This is not going to be something that we're going to build up. Will he, won't he? We're going to be moving off of Geno Smith and that ridiculous contract. So all that money that we're going to be saving is easily going to pay for Brock Bowers' brand new contract next year. And you know what? I'm getting enough people in chat here saying Paul Mount wants to come back. I think let's do that. 2 years. He's looking for that. It's just depth at this point. I don't hate it. It's one less position I have to worry about. So chat gets their break. Palomalo is returning. All right, so we're good there. Free agents are in-house guys, at least anyway, are all figured out. Let's go to the next stage. Ooh, we got some combine results. What do we got? So I literally, this time last year, I had probably 15 players hearted. That's just an idea of like where I'm at. And it's not that, I just took it less. It's just, I almost kind of felt like when I was doing it, it's like, should I go look through or should we just save it for the stream? And that's kind of what, we probably should make sure Geno didn't retire. Because he didn't retire the first wave. We had no retirements. But looking quickly at the combine, just highlighting. We have one guy, and it's just this guy, like, he ran a 4.57. I'm not gonna lie, there's something about this guy, maybe. But, like, I don't know. There's just, it's not even like I view him as, like, this could be, is this a linebacker? Is this the fun? Because we like to have fun. Is this, like, the move where, like, I was kind of, like, getting enamored by, do we take, like, an athletic tackle and move him to tight end? Is the play maybe to get like an athletic safety, a bigger athletic safety, and moving the linebacker? Channing Pierman, a hit power, a tackle, has shades of like that cheesy USC safety that gets generated. It's not bad. 4.5. I mean, I'd love it to be faster, but overall, top 10 in the 40-yard dash, top 5 in the 3-cone and 20-yard shuttle. Let me just move the webcam here. He doesn't really have any elites. I don't know. I'm not necessarily in love with this guy, but I think right now, in terms of interesting players, B block shed, B finesse, A hit power, A tackle, B play rec, C zone, I'm considering. Second, third round, like we'd probably have to overdraft him a little bit. Would you look at the UDFA SF's name Maine? Yeah, let me see. The hell did you see that? I assume that was probably when we're sorting by hit power. Joshua Maine. San Diego State, UDF. I love players that have like these massive plus minuses. A hit power, C man, C tackle. Guess he's 10 pounds lighter. But, oh my God, 4.49. Rest of it is not that impressive, but he has elite strength. You know what? For a late round guy, we're going to put all a little heart right next to Maine as well. I'm interested. Like, at worst, could be a fun special team, especially he has, like, crazy hit power. But we'll get back. Let's just save all this stuff for the end. Let's handle it, because we're going to be here for another 2 fucking hours talking about the draft. Let's get free agency dealt with. Let's focus on free agency. Then we'll all do the draft side of things. Okay. So I think to start free agency, we got $84 million of salary cap. I think we should get our trades done now. Not so much just even for us. I think it's because teams have money to make these trades. So, who needs to go for sure? We'll work our way up. I don't have a problem with that Jeremy Chin contract. He was a beast for us. I think with our salary cap, too, we don't necessarily have to make moves. But, yeah, we have Adam Butler here. I re-signed folks. Man, fuck. That was me coming, like, being a fan of like the two kind of underrated guys that made plays. We have Butler. I don't even think we can get anything for him, to be honest with you. No. Like, that's probably going to have to be a release. I think. I mean, you can try to, like, manually trade. But, like, is a team really going to be manually? Like, is that a realistic trade? Probably not. We were saying, I'm not re-signing Brock Bowers. We just declined the 5th-year option so that I could give him a contract extension super early next year. I get it, though. If you're a big fan of Winters is coming, we do have a fun... But I think, honestly, all said and done, I think we did a pretty good job of balancing getting Deion Winters on the field and letting him make some plays for us last year. I don't think we have a crowded tight end room. I think they both have a great chance to work there. I think our wide receiver room solid. Running back room, we're good. Labe. I mean, we gotta have at least one for the brand player. I'll tell you that right now. I mean, it's just Geno. Now, we're not gonna do it right now, but like, let's just see. Out of curiosity. Is there anyone that wants to trade for Geno Smith? Holy shit. Okay, at least there is a trade on the block. I do agree that we should maybe look around and find a potential starting spot. But I think that's disrespect to Mitch Mitchell, the rookie first rounder that the Rams drafted. Now, maybe they saw the Mitch Mitchell experience and they want maybe a one-year start. Geno Smith at 36. Could go and maybe be the mentor to the Rams. Is that trade value, though, that we like? And why is Josiah Stewart wearing a Bengals mock there? Okay, let's see what teams would like. Could we trade Geno Smith to? Let's look from like a depth chart standpoint. No. Oh, shit. Not the Bears. No. Holy shit, Joe Milton is the Browns quarterback? So no. Nope. Maybe, I guess. Maybe the Colts. But, I mean, they drafted this guy, the QB of the future, Dylan Rivers. So, like, that probably wouldn't happen. No. I mean, yes, but no. No. Man, most of these quarterbacks, I mean, I don't think they would give up on Jackson Dart, but I guess technically that could be a consideration. Trevor Lawrence has developed nicely. Holy shit. Yes. Jets, top. I'm writing that down. Okay, trade partners. We go Rams, Jets. Man, fuck. All these guys have developed. I mean, even if the Rams, I don't know. I guess you can make it make sense. If they really want him, and the only team that offered him, and you can justify. But, I mean, yes, Geno Smith returning the Jets could be funny. I mean, also, you got to make the argument Seattle could be another interesting spot for him to land. Okay, well, let's see. Now, just out of curiosity while we're here, do the Jets even have the salary cap to make that trade? Oh, yeah, I mean, we also should remember we have 2 first-round picks this year, so kind of sucks that they both kind of suck for first-round picks. But there we go, 1, 1, 3, 3, 5, 6, 7. Oh, man, we don't have a second, though, so that safety, interesting. All right, let's see. Do the Jets have the salary cap? Because I really don't want to take on a lot more. Holy shit. So, unfortunately, not. Now, they want to throw us Sauce Gardner. Oh, yeah, there's just no way. XP sliders are default across the board. But I think you're kind of seeing firsthand the why people kind of nerf quarterback XP sliders a little bit. But that sucks. Come on, that would have been a great fit. Okay, how about this? Now we almost need to do that run through again, and we'll do it from this menu just to see like what teams could actually trade for Geno Smith. Holy shit! How is anybody gonna sign anyone in free agency? Like we're gonna be uncontested in free agency here. Could send him back to Seattle. Darnold's a 79. I mean, we can honestly, now that like it's the Jets would have been funny, the Jets would have been perfect. But now if we want to shift and we're not going to try to finesse a team, like could we get a second rounder? Like, do you think we could realistically? Because we have a 1-1 and 2 3s. You think we could try and get a second rounder? Would a team, though, give up a second rounder for some of these teams that you're clearly looking for a backup? Or, yes, like Angus just said, like trying to find teams that would value trading for a quarterback with the mentorship tag. Like, I think the Titans, because they can afford them, would consider that. But I don't think you're giving up a second-round pick just for a mentorship tag player. So Titans can afford them. Oh, that sucks, man. Why is the salary cap so fucked up? The Colts can't. That would have been an interesting spot. Someone said the Giants. Yeah, no chance. $31 million. Wait until free agency starts. Caps get fixed. Not gonna lie. Did not know that. So, like, the first wave, like, we got to get it, because we're here in free agency. We're in the free agency spot. Ooh, Zay Flowers here. So, like, do we go to, like, the second stage of free agency, more teams will have salary cap? And also, while we are here, 400 plus people. Can we get to 200 likes? We're at 169. I love 69. I'm not going to do it. Thought about a funny meme. Nah, we're not. No, I'm not even good. I don't. No. I have a father or two. But yeah, 200 would be cool. So do it during free agency. So if I go to like the first wave of free agency, like sim this one, like not just like progress it. The salary cap will get better. I mean, if not, dude, I feel like the Titans make sense. Like we don't rob the Titans. Let's do that. Geno for how about why don't we do Geno and a third? Why don't we do Geno and one of those thirds for a second? That seems reasonable. I'd rather a second than 2/3. Man, you guys are killing. We're already at 200 likes. Sick. Okay, let's do that. What's going on, everybody? Trade for a premier corner, at least 85 plus. Is there... Okay, actually, let's look at free agency real quick for a corner. We're not going to go too far down the line and forget about that Geno trade. Are there any stud corners? Fuck no, there's not. Now, we have Rasul Douglas, who I do have a video clip of Rasul Douglas saying C4 is the legend. C4 is the man. But outside of that, if we're looking for just value corners, Max Melton at 25, 79. No, like, we need a game changer. So it's not even worth like trying to justify and break down guys that are of value. We don't need value. We have Kyrie Elam. We have these other guys that are values. I do think, though, honestly, I'll give credit where credit's due. I do like kind of like the new pictures that were part of that last little update there. But, yeah, we're getting dog shit corners. Let's look, I guess, maybe at the trade block real quick to see, like, there's never going to be any crazy trade corners on the trade block, but you never know. Shedeur Sanders is. Go get Shedeur to be our backup quarterback. Now we got Ravel, 82 star dev. He is 26, and, like, he's in the same ballpark as, like, Kyrie Elam. Like, he's going to come in, compete for corner 3 as a veteran. No, he's not paid, so he's going to get paid next year. Brandon Stevens has a dev trade, but he's 29. Dakota Freeman. Dev Trey corner. Interesting. And he's a man corner. Okay. But again, I mean, not necessarily game change. Just interesting, maybe if the draft doesn't go our way. Put this little tidbit back there. Top 5 corner. There is a top 5 corner in the draft that we could also consider trading up for. We do have 2 first-round picks. But I will say, if there is one position, they're all of my rebuilds, that has a little bit of fool's gold to it, that I've seen, it is corners. Like, I've seen some corners that I think are can't-miss, generational, big-time players. Dog shit. All right, let me just record. We'll do the Geno trade right now. We'll get that recorded there for the video. I think we got, like, we agreed that would be the trade. Like, let me mock this trade up real quick, and then we'll kind of vote if we think that's a fair trade. Because I mean, we don't even know if they'll take it. Oops. So we go Geno Smith, and you know what? We'll go let's see if we can. Like, I don't even know. Oh, shit. I don't even know if they want Geno Smith, to be honest with you. That's me kind of just pushing them on. Now, the worst part about this shit is that I cannot even see if this trade is remotely interesting. They do need Adam Butler. But then I already know if I put, the people are just going to be commenting, oh, right, you dumped your shit on the Titans' front porch. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Sugar Shane. Night shift for the $10 dono. Appreciate it, brother. Work night shift. Grinding, clanging, and banging. I'm glad you felt the urge to send me that. Always appreciate it. I hope this makes your shift a little chiller. Why not a first-round pick swap with Geno? What's the dislike trading him to the Rams? I mean, yeah, we could do this exact same trade for the Rams. Get another third-round pick. Like I would say I don't know, because this is okay. This is what we came up with for the Titans trade, or we have this one, which I think we can modify this. I think maybe that's how we expand it, because it's easy for me to say the Rams want to trade for him. How would we downgrade this? Because I don't really want, with all due respect, I don't really want Josiah Stewart. I feel pretty good about our pass rush right now. I mean, he's a good player. But I think for me, I would rather get a pick in this situation. So instead of Josiah Stewart and 2 7ths, could we, is a third? I kind of just keep coming back on a third-round pick. Geno for a third. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Geno Smith in the third-round pick. If you were the GM for the Titans or Rams, would I trade for Geno Smith? I would. In real life, if it's a weird hybrid combination of real life and Madden, I think in real life, if you're a team like that, they've been dog shit. So I think trading for a good backup quarterback that's got 30 touchdowns and 40 touchdowns the last 2 years, especially a team like the Rams, who, again, if we're keeping it realistic, has valued veteran quarterbacks, win-now quarterbacks. Mitch Mitchell was dog shit last year. I think he was one of those guys that had 20 picks, 25 touchdowns. I would want and value Geno Smith a little bit in real life. And then from a Madden standpoint, he has a mentorship tag, which is incredibly valuable for a young quarterback. If we trade him, I'm actually going to write that down right now. People are talking about maybe Shador Sanders in a quarterback trade. I got to get a mentor kit. I want Kyle Clary to continue to have that XP boost, because we saw it every week. Non-mentor, he was getting 1,000 XP. He was getting 400 more XP every single week because we had that mentorship QB. So I want to go get that. Shout out James Stuckey with a 5. Working the Owen Field, finally see me live. It's been awesome. Been a fan of 6 years and not skipping ads. Just for you to struggle with video. I appreciate that. I mean, I just appreciate it, brother. Just trying to make fun content and chill out with the boys. Okay. I think it's fair. I'm gonna explain this situation in the video. I think I could sell it on the Rams a little bit more because they want him. I think that's what we'll do. Geno Smith for a third. I'll swap out all of that. We'll go with a third. All right, so the first big piece of offseason, it is time. I hope all Raider fans appreciate what we did with Geno Smith. So many people wanted me to trade Geno Smith away last year. And then we had, I can't remember his name, but some dude was donating like $100 every shot. And we're like, he can decide what we do with Geno Smith. He's a Raider fan. We ended up keeping Geno Smith. And, I mean, we saw Geno Smith in the playoff game. Clary got hurt. Geno had to go out there. But I think if I'm looking at this roster, we have our guy. And I think more so, I want that savings. If that Geno Smith salary cap was not that massive, I would get rid of him. Now, the issue is because of this massive salary cap, there's, like, I was trying to find, like, people are saying, like, let's at least, because we like to keep this series super immersive, like, let's send Geno to a spot where he can maybe start, and we can kind of follow along Geno Smith's career as we go into year 3 here with the Raiders. The reality is, a lot of the quarterbacks here have kind of panned out. But more so, the salary cap is in a just god-awful spot. Like, it severely limits the teams we could trade for. Because the Jets have nothing at quarterback, and we were kind of breaking it down, and we were like, that would be hilarious, just to, like, send him back to the Jets. But with them being $32 million in the red, and not really knowing, like, if we can get, all that stuff working, we can't enjoy that meme. So then the only other two teams that made sense, one is the Titans, because they haven't really started winning a whole lot of games, and they got Cam Ward, no other quarterbacks. Would they value bringing in a Geno Smith for the mentorship tag, which is huge? And like we kind of talked about in chat, we got to balance Madden and real life. And I think in real life, if you're looking at this context, Geno Smith as a backup quarterback and a mentor for Cam Ward in this situation, there's a lot of value in that. Geno Smith had 40 touchdowns 2 years ago, 30 touchdowns before we benched him. Still a productive player. But we saw firsthand with Kyle Clary in training, he was getting like 400 extra XP every single week because we had Geno Smith on the roster. Now you could say, well, maybe Tennessee in this scenario you're cooking up here could just go get a cheap free agent guy that has mentorship tag. But the reality is Geno Smith has played better than Cam Ward has. And more importantly, they have the salary cap needed to make this trade. But that's kind of like, that's the logic there. We actually have a team that wants to trade for Geno Smith, and it is the LA Rams. The last thing I want to do is make a trade that just kills the immersion, right? It's always that fine balance. People in chat that just want to, let's have fun. And then there's the other side of like, I always kind of want to somewhat keep things grounded a little bit. And with the Titans, I want to chase after a decent pick. We have 2 first-round picks, 2 third-round picks, nothing in the second round. Would a team give a second-round pick up for Geno Smith? No. Could I maybe get one? Maybe. From the Titans' perspective, would you trade a second-round pick for a backup mentor for Cam Ward? No. If I was a Titans GM, would I do that? No. But a team like the Rams is very interesting. So the Rams, as you know, and we'll move it right here, if you're super in the lore of this series, the Rams drafted a rookie quarterback last year in Mitch Mitchell. Kind of whiffed a little bit, no dev trait there, but he was a quarterback we considered. If we didn't make the big trade up to get Kyle Clary, is it maybe because of the funny name? Probably. But we thought about Mitch Mitchell being our guy. Cannon arm, elite, throw power quarterback. It writes itself. But the reality is, normal dev traits, somewhat limited ceiling. He needs all the help he can get on getting that extra XP. And if he can go from making 400 XP in every single week to having Geno Smith on the roster and getting 8 to 9 to maybe even 1,000 XP every single week, that is immensely valuable. I think also, you're the Rams here. You thought you got a franchise quarterback. Brother, you got the 3rd pick in the draft. It did not work out. We're not going to call Mitch Mitchell a bust quite yet, but I'm pretty sure he's a guy. Let's see, what was his touchdown? I think he was like the quarterback. Yeah, look at that. Started the full year, and that's what you got out of them. The reality is, ladies and gentlemen, that Geno Smith, despite his age, the last 2 years, 42 touchdowns and 30 touchdowns respectively. So I think it's an interesting trade from that perspective alone for the Rams. Also, what do we know about the Rams in real life? This is a team that will get veteran quarterbacks. We saw with the Matt Stafford deal, right? This is kind of Matt Stafford-esque. So what we're going to do is go out to the team that actually wants to trade for Geno Smith, but we're going to modify things a little bit. Don't really care for those 2 7th-round picks. They're not going to trade Josiah Stewart. We're not I'm good with our pass rushers. I don't really want to take advantage of them like that. Josiah Stewart, 24, 79. Maybe I guess to give him due process. That's at least, I mean, he is buried on the depth chart here, so there is value and a reason for them to trade him. But I mean, not really my style of pass rusher. I mean, 89 power move is pretty impressive. The speed and acceleration are solid. But, you're probably not giving up a young pass rusher for a developmental player. However, I will gladly take some picks. So, I'm trying to think, like, what value could we get? The Rams have 2 seconds. What if we do something like this? A 3 and a 4, and we'll throw Geno. So I'm just doing this because people in chat keep telling me to do it and get rid of him. We're gonna throw Adam Butler in. That's a nothing burger. That's just because they need a D tackle. I'll give them a veteran. I'm not even really factoring. That's a salary cap dump for us. I'm gonna throw in. Like a way down the road 5th. Like, do you think because we're going to put in work with those picks. Let's see. I don't even know if they'll take that deal, but if they do, okay. Now, if you say this is unrealistic, I'm going to go to the de facto side of it's all or nothing with a trade, and I may still have modified it a little bit if they were like, oh, they will accept that. Like, should we do it? Should we add a little bit more? I can't even have that discussion because of the trades working, Madden, but I think I can live with this. Geno Smith and a 5th-round pick. We'll ignore where the year is. Geno and a 5th for a 3rd and a 4th. I think I could have got that 2nd rounder. I think it's a perfect scenario because of those 2 2nd-rounders, but I already know if I made that trade, there'd be 8 comments saying, fucking dumb, stupid trade. Why did you do that? I think most people, even if you don't love this trade, can live with the compensation that we got from the Rams, and I'm excited. I would love to see at some point we play the Rams, and we get to see Geno Smith on the other side. So we can live with that. That now leaves us from a draft pick perspective. We got one. I don't know. Do we stay? We got a 1, a 1, a 3, a 3, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7. And I really want to try to acquire as many picks as possible because that's kind of what makes these off-season streams really, really fun. But, just speaking out loud here, if you remember our draft last year, there was many a time that we found our guys that we wanted that were mid-round picks, and we're like, let's trade back. So I'm already looking at this. If there's not a scenario where we want to stay put, if there's not a scenario where we maybe want to be aggressive and try to package pick 21 and 27 and move up in the draft a little bit, there could absolutely be a scenario where maybe we stay put and get someone at 21, and then at 27, if there's more value, 2nd, 3rd round, we try to trade back and see if we can get a little bit more compensation there because we don't have a first-round pick in 2028. And I'm going to think about this from a entertainment standpoint. That third offseason, if I don't have that first-round pick, probably won't be as exciting. So we will see how all that kind of breaks down. But because we made that trade now, let's focus on free agency, and then we'll shift this back end of this offseason and kind of go all in on the draft. You could flip 2/3 and Parham for a second during the draft. Yeah, maybe. All right, so let's just get a look here at free agency. Quarterback. We do need a backup now. Who's our backup? We have Cam Miller, I think. Cam Miller. Wow, he didn't get a portrait. Disrespect to North Dakota State. Now, I don't love the fact we have a North Dakota State quarterback. That's PTSD. Shout out Vikings this week. He does have, 90 short accuracy. There's certainly a highlight there, but let's be honest. Don't love that as our, necessarily our backup. I think, not necessarily like you see Justin Fields there. I do think I want that mentor. So we got, Will Levis. That could be. Doesn't he have like a cannon? 94 throw power. He probably is the best throw power available. Yeah, he does. Malik Willis is there as well. So there's fun backup quarterbacks. But I think our value is, and I see in chat, mentor quarterback. So let's. Holy shit. He's still here. Who's 51? Brandon Allen. So we got Aaron Rodgers. Okay, let's go. Let's sort by rating first and just see who's the highest rating. From a storyline perspective, we've had a couple storylines. I haven't gone as far off the deep end, jumped the shark with storylines in this rebuild. I don't think we've had some organic things. We could have a little fun potentially with Aaron Rodgers. People hate Aaron Rodgers. I don't hate him. I guess that's probably why I'm considering it. Oh, man, if Jameis had mentor, how doesn't he have mentor? Trey Lance is there. But he's already been in. That one just stinks a little bit because he's already been here. If he wasn't, and it already wasn't like the Minshew Mania thing, I think I would actually consider that. I don't love rehashing, bringing kind of another. You got Jacoby Brissett. Wow, Tyler Shuck there. We have Joshua Dawes, one of the few players that I know blocked me on Twitter. I think I already know. I think I know what happened. It was when he was at Tennessee and they beat Florida. Zach Wilson would be an interesting quarterback too. He's 93 throw power, good athleticism, interesting story. But look, man, he's looking for $7 million a year. Danny Dimes is mentor. 87. Good dual threat. Throw power kind of sucks ass, but that's cool. I didn't know. That's a weird mentor to have, but jot that down. No. Mariota. That's a clap. That's another guy. He's been in, the same kind of vibes as Gardner Minshew. We've already kind of relived that. Look at this guy, Bradley Owens, a UDFA. That's a 69. I'm not gonna lie. We got Snoop Huntley, Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy G. Let me move this away. I don't want you guys hearing all that clicking nonsense. Oh, we got the Canadian Nathan Rourke. Let's go. Where's his brother at? Okay, just because this is quarterback, let me go just to make sure we're not going to miss anything. I'm going to put it to a poll. Any quarterback on the trade block that might have mentor. Because I think that could be something we consider. Would I see it? Do they show if they have the mentor? What? That was the guy that cooked us. We played the Chiefs. We hurt Mahomes in the second game, and this guy came out just for whatever it is. There's no fucking way. In this world, they better trade him. There's no way we are in a division with the Chiefs And they drafted a superstar backup to like succeed Mahomes potentially. That makes a little bit more sense why he absolutely cooked us. Shout out Jason with a 199. Any interest in franchise mods? There's a spoiler there. Actually, a mod got dropped today that I plan on at some point over the next 3-4 days kind of making a video. The 2011 mod with some cool face scans have dropped, so I always like highlighting that content when it drops. All right, we got Curtis Rourke. There's the Canadian. I mean, I think we could probably assume if any of these players would have mentor, and I don't think any of them do. So I'm gonna let you guys vote here. How do I throw a poll? We're gonna go Rodgers, Danny Dimes. I will say, from a content perspective, I think Rodgers would kind of be funnier, but also as someone that I'll just we're just shooting the shit here, anyways. So in my fantasy draft, I'm 0-2 in my fantasy league. I've in my IRL fantasy league, I've been like, I was a juggernaut for a while. Like I literally was winning so much. Like I had buddies like, I don't want to play anymore. A little bit of a cold streak's been a couple years since I have won. I kind of went zero. I didn't really want to go zero quarterback, but my league is, we are 6-point passing touchdowns, so quarterbacks do go early. But like my league is so dumb that like Josh Allen went in the first round. And I was like, all right, fuck this. Like in my head, I was like, I'm gonna overdraft Jalen Hurts. Probably wouldn't have aged well. He hasn't really lit the scoreboard up. And my plan was like, I'm gonna get Jalen Hurts in the second round, third round. All right, I picked 5. Fucking all the good fantasy quarterbacks went before he even came back to my second round pick. So I was like, I'm going zero quarterback. I ended up with Mike Penis and C.J. Stroud. I'm 0-2 because week 1, C.J. Stroud, 0 passing touchdowns. Week 2, Mike Penis, 0 passing touchdowns. So what did I do? Went on the waiver wire. Bid 20% of my fab to get fucking Danny Dimes. I hope it works out. Man, he's like QB2 right now in fantasy. Shane Steichen got him playing like Jalen Hurts a little bit. It could work out. It could also be fucking disastrous, and I just punted my whole fantasy year. We got Avery with a 499. Trade for a big-name corner. Tariq Woolen, Trevon Diggs, maybe the other exciting white. Man, I don't... See, the problem with that is like any trade like that there's just like no way I come out ahead on that. I think from like a playing perspective, probably pretty sick. But from a just fucking community perspective, as cool and fun as that does sound, I'm going to get shit on if I make a trade like that. Unless if I overpay. So I'll come back to that. If I can't find like a good corner in the draft, maybe we could flirt some of those first round picks of those names you mentioned. I think if any of those guys are in contract years, it may be able to be a little bit more realistic. Just because you threw the O'Dono in there, I'll at least look at that for you. I mean, Tariq Woolen's got to be getting up there in age a little bit. So Tariq Woolen is 28. He's lost his dev trait. He's not at all a man. He does have good press, but he's not really a scheme fit. And his contract is 2 years left. So like that wouldn't happen. You said Diggs on the cow. I mean, he's got to be even older. He probably wouldn't even be an upgrade. Yeah, he's way down there. I mean, they would maybe trade him, and we do have the salary cap. I assume he's also, a zone guy. It's like, not a man. And then and again, a fucking exciting white. Cooper DeJean. He actually is probably in a contract year. This would be the end of his rookie deal, right? Yeah. But obviously he's going to be heavy zone. Ooh. Pretty balanced. I would love that trade. But there's no way. I don't think there's any way I can make that move and get out unscathed. Why not both? I mean, Damian Williams with 199. I ain't mad at that. I mean, this poll is close enough. And we have enough money. But I kind of think we could go, fuck it, why not both? Joey Porter. How about this? How about we go, just for shits and giggles, who are the best man cover corners from a Madden perspective. Like, who should be our top desirable if we're going strictly on man? That would be like, so can't get our boy Sauce, can't get Jair. How's Jair, man? Jair's washed. How is he that rating still? I mean, we are definitely getting greedy with Porter and Levy being two of the best man guys. Like a Denzel Ward rental, potentially. Ooh, Kool-Aid McKinstry. I like that. 92 man. What's that press? 84 press. Doesn't the other bear? Yeah, Zaw Frazier. I do like Kool-Aid McKinstry here. That's an interesting, like, he's 83, 24. He's probably in. I need a fast zone. See, Mikkel right here, that is kind of what I'm thinking. I'm being honest with you. But, even if we don't make a trade, he could be one to watch for free agency next year. But I'm going to tell you right now, out of all the guys that are, I'll go down a little bit more. Let's look at anyone that's like at least a 90 after Kool-Aid. I don't hate Kool-Aid. Noel Williams, I mean, we're not going to make it like a divisional trade. Terrion Arnold, Jalen Johnson, Quinyon Mitchell, Lassiter. Ooh, the Horn Dog. Like, if that's a situation where, like, maybe the Panthers heading towards a rebuild. I mean, Horn Dog, he got that big bag, but that could, he's probably my most. JC Horn is probably, to this point, out of all my content, the most interceptions I've got in a franchise mode was JC Horn with Keith Taylor being his mentor there. So I think if I'm looking at names for trades, how about this? We'll entertain, because we got to get into free agents here. I really don't want this stream to be 6 hours long like the fucking last one. Let's see. Just throw them on the trade block. Like, ask what they want. It doesn't hurt to ask. I got to. We will start with Kool-Aid, because he's in a contract year. And they actually have salary cap. Got a little wiggle room there. If I wanted to trade for Kool-Aid McKinstry, fuck off. So no chance. I'm not saying no chance, but no, that's a no for me. If that's like, we treat this like fantasy football. And then for the Horn Dog, don't want to trade him. Okay. So, I mean, I explored the trade options. I think right now I'm leaning towards, depending on how the first round goes, if we think about trading back out of the first round, I think we may be able to pivot towards seeing how much the Saints love Kool-Aid McKinstry. Like, if I could get Kool-Aid McKinstry for that second first round pick, that could be the best investment of that. And we haven't even really looked at the draft class for corners yet. So okay, that's where we're at right there, and we'll circle back to like this whole discussion for the video when we get to draft time. All right, we're gonna record this real quick. All right, so we are now into free agency. We have $124 million, and if trying to find a trade partner for Geno Smith is a preview of what's to come, there is no one else that's going to be able to compete with us with probably anybody on the open market. So with the trade of Geno Smith, we need a backup quarterback. Now, there's interesting backup quarterbacks if we want to look for like a viable backup. If, we suffer an injury, like Will Levis still has a candidate of an arm. Justin Fields certainly is an option, even with like that expected contract value that they're looking for. But the reality is we want a mentor quarterback. I want to get... Honestly, we're about to I'm going to show you, we're going to go after two quarterbacks, and we couldn't really decide in chat. And honestly, it's never a problem having two mentor quarterbacks because that mentor XP stacks, and we have a silly amount of salary cap room that I think we could bring in two expensive quarterbacks. So Minshew's there, Minshew Mania with the mentorship tag. I didn't really want to run it back with any quarterback that has been on the Raiders. So, And Josh Dobbs has me blocked on X, so I just simply can't do that. Jacoby Brissett's there. He was Florida Gator at one point in time before he transferred. But I think for the memes, we have Danny Dimes here. I don't want a 3-year deal. We're very much looking for a 1-year deal, but I can live with a 1-year, $7 million deal for Daniel Jones. We also, and we're not going to offer this yet because I think we'll be good. And again, no. Did see some people in chat talking maybe get Mariota. Again, kind of like Minshew. Don't really want to rehash that. Look who's down here with still not retiring at 43 years old. Aaron Rodgers, Ron, Rodgers. I want him. I will be honest with you. I'm probably going to make him quarterback 2 ahead of Daniel Jones. But the fact that both those will stack, I don't think we have to go stage 1. Like if we don't have 4 other guys we want to try to get on stage 1, we'll come back for Rodgers. But my plan right now is ideally both Daniel Jones and Aaron Rodgers will be on the Raiders. Or at least we'll try and go get them. So we'll come back for Aaron Rodgers. I don't think we're going to be super active in free agency. Oh, no. Come on. Okay, I can't. I would tell you right now, I'm not going to be biased Canadian. We have our running back room. Fucking love Keaton Mitchell when he brings. But I'll tell you right now, if we didn't get Keaton Mitchell, I wouldn't even care if you guys disagreed. Chase Brown, having a Canadian running back who has 93 speed on it, comparable speed as well. God damn it. I don't want to feel bad because Keaton Mitchell was such an awesome player for us. Fuck, that's annoying. We're good at running back. Even with like the names here, I think we're really, really happy with the 1-2 punch with Genty and Mitchell. We've invested in free agency already, and we have the rookie contract. But I will say from I want him and I have so much money. Kane said it exactly. I have fuck you money. I don't know, man. It just makes no sense. Like, we're going to relegate Keaton Mitchell to RB3 just because. I can't do it. Oh, it's annoying. And I don't want to, again, I just don't want to trade him either. Well, look, do we get multiple fullbacks? Glenn Walsh was a 270-pound fullback at the dev trait. Wide receiver room. We got Zay Flowers. J-Mo. Oh, man, imagine. Chase down, back up third down. But I mean, see, again, I think we could do it. We absolutely could do it. But make him utility fullback. I have a superstar fullback. It's not going to work. I'm going to have to put my foot down, and that pays me more than anybody in chat, because if I could do it all over again, I would go through not having Keaton Mitchell and his 8, 9, 10 touchdowns he got, knowing that I could just freaking get Chase Brown next year. But what we will pivot towards is not in love with Jack Betch. He was viable for us. He has great skill set, awesome story, probably one of the best backstories on the team. Is a scenario we have Dante Thornton, Big Mitch energy, J-Mo on the other side. This is an Al Davis move. I think if we're viewing the fuck you money, we should go sign Chase Brown. Getting that Jameson Williams 98 speed, 6'2". There's 6 offers. It's not even. Oh man, I don't need Zay because Big Mitch. Big Mitch is our slot guy. The worst thing I think you could do in this type of series is kind of step on the feet of the fun organic players by just signing in free agents like this. If I get Zay Flowers, obviously Zay Flowers is sick, but it's gonna kind of hurt the fucking UDFA first rounder white patriot guy that we got. Because I think Jack Betch is a product of how we developed our players. In reality, Jack Betch as a wide receiver 4, that could be his path. He could just be a good depth guy at the bench. So let's... I like 3-year deal. We're going to have to overpay. Williams has 0 hands. I mean, yeah, but in Madden, what are his stats here? What are his stats here? How about this? What are his stats here? Okay, what are the only stat that fucking matters? Okay. Oops, sorry. I do want to look at his stats, though. Let's get a breakdown here. Look at his player card. No hands. Now, he doesn't have like a superstar. Again, wouldn't be ridiculously overpowered. He's like, he is an 84 star. Like, that's not insane. I mean, he does have +5. He's 85 catching. I don't hate that. His catch and traffic count. He is niche. But man, oh man, I want him. So I'm going to start with a contract that I would willing to pay for this. He would be, I'd go 8.5. And I'd go probably 10. I think that would be like my ceiling here. Yeah. I will not insanely overpay. But we'll talk about it. All right, so we are now moving. You don't need running back. Okay, I guess we'll go on the stream. We'll show everything. I'm really annoyed that we brought in Keaton Mitchell. Now, Keaton Mitchell was awesome. I hate the idea that I got to kind of regret that move in hindsight, but the Canadian me, I would love Chase Brown because he also brings in like that Keaton Mitchell speed. Oh, it sucks. And there's enough people in chat saying that we kind of got that fuck you money a little bit with that salary cap. So as we moved our way down, it's a polarizing discussion. I'm seeing people talk about it. Do we need another wide receiver? Because when you look at our room, we don't really need a wide receiver, right? No one. He's forever going to be our wide receiver 1. We got Big Mitch as our slot. Because Zay Flowers was the top wide receiver available in free agency. I'm not going to step on the toes of Big Mitch. Kind of said in chat already. The last thing I want to do in my franchise series is kind of step on the toes of our homegrown gems that we find, the guys that kind of maybe tell the story of our series. Big Mitch was a projected UDFA that we scouted as a first, second round talent. But Jack Betch is good, and awesome backstory, incredible backstory. I'm a fan. I don't want to trade him. However, the reality is, for my play style, like, he's right now a glorified second slot wide receiver. He's not a guy that can stretch the field. He kind of overlaps with Big Mitch's skill set. And I think with our fuck you money, we have wear and tear on. Injuries happen. If Jack Betch gets relegated to our wide receiver 4, that is an awesome problem to have as long as he's on his rookie contract. You don't really have to have that awkward discussion until it comes time to have to pay him. Because I think there's that balance where if this was previous year's Maddens, I don't necessarily care about depth as much because like my starters are my starters and they play. But because of wear and tear, fuck, if Mitch goes down with an injury, imagine we could just plug in Jack Betch. We're laughing. So that's kind of where I'm thinking. Wide receiver's not a big need, but I think because we do have quote unquote fuck you money, it's the most Raider thing possible to at least throw an offer out here on Jameson Williams. 26 years old, 84 overall. And just that speed with Dante Thornton. I mean, it fits the Raiders' identity. It fits the Raiders' identity, the Al Davison memory. It fits my identity as a franchise player and what I look for. And I just think Jameson Williams, Dante Thornton on the outside, and he's not going to overshadow Thornton. He's clearly multiple levels below Dante Thornton. But to have 6'6", 97 speed Thornton, 6'2", and 98 speed Williams, and then a combo of like Big Mitch, Jack Betch, Brock Bowers, the tough catches over the middle. I think if we didn't have fucking money, this would be a pipe dream. But because we have so much salary cap, and we are now operating with a rookie quarterback contract. We do not have to pay our quarterback anymore. We just dumped off Geno Smith's salary. I don't want to get a pissing match. I'm going to stay put with the bid that I put on him, a 3-year deal. If we get him, we get him. If we lose him, we tried our best. All right. Keep on keeping on. Tight end. We're looking for a blocking tight end. Ooh. Yes. Said I wanted to get an offensive tackle and move them to tight end. This is literally the closest thing you can get to that. And I'm here for having two 6'7" tight ends. One that's a glorified receiver and one that's a glorified offensive tackle. We got Michael Mayer. We traded away. We could honestly fucking bring him back, I guess, if we wanted to. I don't think he's a particularly good blocker. I mean, not. Yeah, okay. Like there's where you see with Darnell Washington. I think this is going to be a quick one. I don't think we need to deliberate on this too much. And it just keeps getting better. The great hits. We talked about, and we still might do it if the opportunity presents itself. But I said I wanted a blocking tight end. We're kind of breaking down the roster. I think it still could be fun if we could find like a real athletic late round tackle. Could have fun with that. And then literally we get that idea in the actual closest thing in the NFL in Darnell Washington. If you remember from a couple rebuilds, he was the hyper weapon. We made him fullback and we scored like 20 touchdowns a year. But at 6'7", 264 pounds, I need a blocking tight end. Now it's not going to be cheap. We're going to be paying a lot. But if we can get him out there as a blocker, he is a blocking archetype. He's a gigantic human being. We got 75 impact blocks, 75 lead blocks, 65 pass, 77 run block, 73 run block. I mean, just this is I can't even. This is the move. He's absolutely a top priority for me. How old is he? He's 26, 27, 28. Let's go 3. I mean, that is expensive for a third. But again, we got the fuck you money, so let's not even second guess it. You, sir, are going on the short list. He is very expensive. You know what, though? I'm going to withdraw that offer real quick. I think we could probably. I don't want to lose him. I think we'll stay put because I think if we try to lowball him, there's a chance we lose him, and he is literally the perfect tight end that I want. So I'm not going to overpay, but let's get that there. So we still have 2 more active negotiations. Offensive line, we're pretty good. Actually, I mean, some nice names here if you needed a tackle. Charles Cross, really good player, and for all of the rebuilds I've done, haven't seen a lot of Charles Cross. That'd be a guy I would sign a lot. Broderick Jones is another one. I will say while we're here, is there like a freak? I mean, is Broderick Jones a guy you could just say fuck it and move the tight end? He's not fast enough. Yeah, we're probably good here. At guard, you got Juice Scruggs, first team all name. Ooh, Florida Gator bias right there. No Osias Torrance. Man, I feel like he used to have like 95 strength as a rookie. Because we are looking at upgrading that guard spot, but like none of these guys really are an upgrade over par. Like they're all in like the kind of the same age bubble. Same thing for center, where we could potentially move Jackson Powers Johnson to one of the guard spots. There's just not really much there. What about right guard? Yeah, again. I mean, you got Falele at 6'8", 380. But I don't want to just, strictly go for all the fun memes. And, if we're going to bring in Falele as depth, $10 million depth is a little pricey for me. So I'm thinking we're probably good on the offensive line here. If we want to get someone, maybe something interesting. And it's the easiest spot to find good guys in the draft. And I think with your guys' assistance, our plan is to crush the draft process. So, Travis Clayton is our right tackle. Who's that? Is he in this? 79 speed, a perfect candidate. David Clarkson, what team's he on? Like, is he on a 53 right now? Like, I'd have to go probably look at his team. Or is he going to be Keith Taylored, where he might have got released and now he's just not in the game anymore? Holy shit, over 500 people. Why is there so many people watching? I will say, every time I just do look at all the stats here, can we get to 300 likes and keep moving on? Okay, so Travis Clayton is on the Bills. Let me go get a little look-see here. I mean, I'm pretty sure Darnell Washington's going to be our guy. This guy. Oh, I mean, yeah. Jesus Christ. It gives you high impact block? Oh, yeah. I think we're going with Darnell, but I didn't. That's a good piece of nugget to know. Okay, sick. All right, let's get back here into free agent. I think we'll go with Darnell for now, but I did not know that. Usually, I think I kind of know the outlier play, and I suppose maybe if I did pink slips already, I would have known of that guy. All right, let's move to the defense. See what we got. Derek Hall. I mean, again, for pass rush, I'm pretty good. Like, we have our depth guys. Unless there's, like, again, I do think there's an element to this free agent where we got the fucking money. So if there's someone that we really, really want, I'll be honest, if like Aiden Hutchinson, who sometimes is a role here in free agency, yeah, I'll right now, if Aiden Hutchinson was here, he's not, I would go get him. Even at the risk of like, oh, great, you're just buying your Super Bowl. Don't give a shit. My defense is so fucking bad when I play. Like, my offense should have won the Super Bowl 2 years in a row. So if I have to throw as much money as humanly possible to get the people that I'm not playing to cover up for my Madden deficiencies, I will pay for that. So let's see. I mean, we have edge depth too. That's the thing. It's not even like we can look for like a fun player, like we did that last year with the Ojulari. Like, you got Van Ness there. There's no interest at all. Michael Hoyt, Canadian. How many likes for us to get the next offseason stream in full paint? I don't know. Maybe I'll think on that. Ooh. You know, there is always this. He's always a fun player, man. Miles Murphy. 6'5", 275. 88 speed, 90 acceleration. Like a guy that's just like a bust as well. Didn't really work out. Wonder if we can lowball him. You know what? First of all, how many edges do we have under contract right now? I don't want to have like 7 edges. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, like, we don't need 3 deep at edge rush. Ellis is solid. I like Ojulari and Hunt. So I think we're good there. Go look at D tackle. God damn it. Want really bad. Out of everybody I've seen, so like, that might be enough. Like, I might not be able to get Chase Brown, use my Canadian bias, but Javon Dexter has been like one of the guys that, like, I watched him firsthand at Florida. Didn't have crazy production. Like, wasn't a guy that like clearly looked like an absolute stud. I knew he was going to be a good player. Watched enough to be like, this guy is fucking the best player on a dog shit defense. Kind of want. Okay, he's going on the short list. We got to look at other positions. I'm seeing people saying linebacker and safety. We only have 2 negotiations left. He is next up for like, I'll make it work. I want. Plus, you know, he's a fun player. 6'6", 312, power rusher, has the star dev trait, and plenty athletic. 80 acceleration, 76 speed for like a legitimate D tackle. Like, we're not talking about a guy that's like 290 or just over 300 pounds. And this might be a little bit of fuck, man. Because I think when you look at our D tackle room, I look at it from who do I want to use her, right? I am somebody that likes to use the defensive line. Kirkland at nose tackle he's a nose tackle. He's a run stuffer. We did get Ty Hamilton, but again, like, he didn't. I need guys that make plays. We can't just look at this from like, to use a term from the league, we can't really just roster bait over the fact like, oh, look, he's 25, star dev. Like, what did you do as a starter for us last year, Mr. Hamilton? And the reality is, not much. Full year as a starter, we got 3 TFLs. So I'm going to maybe have to, and I would say if we sign him, I then think we could shave off some of these $1 million, like Hemingway gone. We'll get rid of Dwayne Carter, probably Laulu. But we have other priorities first, and if I'm not going to overstep it, there's a good linebacker and a corner, per se, to get Dexter. But if we have still like a negotiation left for this first period, I will consider it. So what do we have at linebacker here? Not much at Sam. Ooh, we got a Glenn McKenzie, 23 with a depth trait, 90. What is this guy's build? 92 acceleration, 78 speed. That is bizarre. People are saying in chat, get Hall. Derek Hall, 6'3", 250, power rusher. I mean, pretty good. If I'm being honest with you. I don't hate that. But I think for me, honestly, if I'm viewing it, I think Hall and Dexter are kind of a push for who would make the bigger impact. And I think there's a much bigger likelihood that I would user Javon Dexter. There's already 2 bids on Hall. He does have interest in joining us. Franchise quarterback, checkmark. Warm weather state, checkmark. Super Bowl contender, checkmark. But, oh, man. Okay, we'll come back to this. So at Sam, again, we're not going to use the spot, but I think it's worth just let's remember that there's like a kind of a fun, weird developmental guy here that we could probably get for dirt cheap. Mike linebackers. Nate Landman. Oh, dude, we're just getting more of the same at linebacker. What do we got here? Josh Richter. Ooh. Look at this guy. Josh Richter, 72, star dev, 5'11", 239. Good speed. Pretty damn good stats. No interest, but I think that's a guy that we could probably. There is 3 bids on him right way. Because, the good thing about this and the bad thing about this is, like, I feel like if we get this, then we're not going to look at linebackers in the draft. Maybe we want to look at linebackers in the draft. At the will spot, we have Omar Spates, Overshone, Dorian Williams, James Williams. See, some of these guys are just. We need needle movers. Richter's a developmental guy, but we're not really at that stage of a rebuild anymore. We're like tearing it down, give everyone a chance. We are. Who's going to help us win the Super Bowl? Richter will be fine, and maybe we'll see if he's still there on the. What's his man coverage? Yeah, is he a cover guy or just a see-ball, get-ball? Ugh. Zone, 72 zone's not bad. 55 man, he probably has like the worst, some of the worst man coverage there. So there's a reason. All right, let's look at. So we already kind of looked at the secondary here a little bit. Brandon Jones, Evan Williams, future starter, free safety. Okay. Run support. Not bad. 79 zone, 79 man. Little slow. Again, looking more so for linebackers. Big corners. And we already talked about it, dude. There's just, I don't think there's a corner here. Look at the Cookie Monster. He's not a floor raiser. Like, he'd be a guy that I would consider maybe move to safety. I'll tell you right now, though. I don't know if we have any Saint fans in chat. How the fuck does Alontae Kelly have 44 tackle? Does he? I feel like he doesn't. Like maybe there's like PFF data that back it up. But as someone that watched all this shit, feel like he's solid tackler. JC Mack with the 20. Hate the Eagles, love you too, bro. Go Birds. I can't not reply to that with a go Birds, but I very much appreciate the love and support, buddy. Thanks for coming to hang out. Okay. All right, let's bring this. I think we go Javon Dexter, and then we see what we can get on the second stage. All right, so kind of carrying on here, we don't have nearly as many needs to bring in depth that we had in offseason number 1. So, I mean, I'll be honest, like I just kind of talked about it. I've done enough rebuilds to need tackles and not see Charles Crosser. So that's an interesting role. But as we kind of go through the offensive line, we talked about maybe the guard situation. There's not really an upgrade here that we like, nor a center upgrade that we like to move Jackson Powers-Johnson to guard. Like, Elton Jenkins is there as a veteran, but, And I know, not to necessarily go too deep, he is a player that I have seen retire early. So what I am considering is we now go to the defense. We had some people in chat talking about Derek Hall, but I feel like, how big of a floor raiser is that versus like, on one side we got obviously Max Crosby, and on the other side a combination of like the next players up. I do like his attributes though. I don't want to necessarily just say like, I'm just not buying it. Like 92 acceleration, 87 speed. We got 87 power move. Not a great like run defender or anything like that. He's pretty much a pure pass rusher. But he's also a guy that like, what the fuck? There we go. Zaven Collins is up there. Derek Hall, like if we did bring in Derek Hall, he probably would start. But I'm going to throw a bit in here first. I'm going full Florida Gator bias here. Javon Dexter. I have that FU money. He would be probably our number 1 defensive tackle. I'm going to at least throw an offer in. I'm not going to get in a pissing match because we don't need a defensive tackle. I want him on my team. Same with Jameson Williams. If I can get him and we get the top spot, so be it. If we now go down and we're like 3rd place, I'm not going to come with a crazy rebid. I'm going to give him a reasonable offer. I'd love to have him here. That would be sick. Now, we got a lot of people in chat wanting me to go after Derek Hall. Man. Like, where does this put us? Just out of curiosity. Because we do have 1 bid left to go. Does put us at the top spot. Let's try it. Because, there's also that balance, like, do we want to sign everybody in free agency? And it really limits how our draft goes. But as it stands right now, we have built a very, very interesting and desirable franchise here. Top place on all this. We need a backup quarterback. We got him. We got it. We wanted a blocking tight end. We found our target. We have Derek. I'm going to be honest, this is more of a chat call, but this is a series that the chat has some influence on. And he would probably be a starter. I think there's a great shot that he takes over for Tyree Wilson on the other side, and we'll have him be a starter this year. We got Javon Dexter, who would also be an upgrade, be a starter, Florida Gator bias. And then we get Jameson Williams for all things Raiders. Now, one thing I will say before we progress this first stage is throughout all my rebuilds, there has been I would say more often than not, I have been the top offer and not got the player. So even though it looks great right now, it looks like it's going to be a clean sweep. And as soon as this stage goes through, I'm going to go after Aaron Rodgers. And we actually found another linebacker that we like. That's kind of just more of a value pick. That would be likely our free agents here. So let's see. We going to get any of these guys? We're going to get all these guys. Pretty sick. Let's go. Danny Dimes, mentor quarterback. We got our weird hybrid blocking first, gigantic, giving us 2 6'7" tight ends. 1 in Winters is coming, who's a glorified receiver. 1 in Darnell Washington, who's a glorified offensive tackle. We bring in another member of our pass rush. And it's honestly, this is the one that I'm kind of like, I wasn't going to do it. Chat kind of, not like say pressured, but they convinced me to do it. Not a lot of money. It's not a lot of years. So we got that. We got Javon Dexter. That's me getting my guy. If I couldn't get Chase Brown, didn't make sense. I want to at least get one of my favorite players. Last year's free agency class, we got Reed Blankenship. We did need a safety, but we got him. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's going to... I think this is going to be the move. I don't think there's going to be another move, even though we really need a corner in the draft. I think when we look at the end of next year, who's going to be the most impactful player that is brand new to the team, I think adding that Jameson Williams speed on the other side of Dante Thornton is going to be legendary. All right, so let's go back. Ooh, we got some signings here. Elton Jenkins goes. I'll be honest, if he was still there in the second stage, I might just say fuck it and try to get him as well, because we are in win now. We are a team, again, the perspective has changed. This is not, don't think about this as like a regular 5-year rebuild where us going into year 3 is still very much in the building up process. We need fucking needle movers that can get us over the hump to win and compete in the playoffs. Jenkins would fit that bill. We have the money to facilitate it. Unfortunately, he is gone. Zay Flowers is gone. Charles Cross is gone. Kind of just seeing where these guys go. Chase Brown goes back to the Bengals. How do they have so much money? Let's just make sure none of our targets left. We're looking pretty good. So with that, we are going to go Aaron Rodgers for the fun. And I think we should try to get just that star dev linebacker. Again, might not ever even see the freaking field. But if they do. Hey, did Aaron Rodgers have another bid on him? No, he didn't. Okay. We'll go Rodgers. Do we still have that other guy, McKenzie? That is so dirt cheap. And he's so fun. I think let's get those 2 linebackers. Just why not? Now, Richter has some bids on him. I don't want to overpay, because I think I trust my drafting that I can probably get a good linebacker in this year's class. And these guys are strictly depth, and I don't want to get in a pissing mat. Yeah. So we'll keep them there to show everybody that we're looking at it. But I think I can live with the rest of these players. And then for our second stage of free agency, we actually found 2 UDFA linebackers that have dev traits. Obviously, one is a lot better in Josh Richter, but I don't want to get into a pissing match with these other teams because he still is, that's a linebacker that I feel pretty confident I could probably find a linebacker like that. So we're looking. We got Aaron Rodgers to bring in the mentor. We got this guy, Glenn McKenzie. No other bids on him. 23, 60 feet, long ways to go. 78 speed, but he has 92 acceleration. I just think almost a further means play. He might not even make the freaking roster, but let's kind of clean this thing up here. Ooh. Yeah, I don't. We're gonna lose out on this, guys. I don't want to. We have a lot of money, but don't want to be house poor, if you know what I mean. Don't want to spend all this money now and be like, yeah, we got so much money, and be like the Dumb and Dumber. Here you go, here you go, here you go. And then next year, we're like, oh, shit, we got no money, and why did I sign 7 linebackers? So we did get Aaron Rodgers. People in chat are saying Overshown at linebacker. Is he still there? He is still there. Let's look at the skill set here. He is stylistic. He's like that big safety. 70-man. Where's his zone at? I honestly would have thought he'd have better coverage stats than that. Pretty fun linebacker. What's he looking for? Can I lowball him? I'll tell you right now, if I can lowball him, team friendly. Can I get this in the 3s? I'll go something like that, just dirt cheap, working for scraps. We'll see. What's up, everybody? 500 people. Let's go. Let's go to the next period. Keep watching retirements here. Wow. Dude. Just progressing through the offseason. Adam Butler retires. Stage 2. Hates the trade. Hates the fact that he's no longer a Raider. Damn. Not my problem. And then for our kind of last scrap free agent, I mean, it is what it is. Kind of looking at Overshown. We're not going to get him, I don't think. He's going to go to, unless he really wants to be here. And if I'll tell you right now, he would have signed, I would have been like, yes, wants to be here. Because of how you do free agency first and then the draft, there's kind of that like, we see all these exciting free agents. Let's get them. Let's fix our team. Don't want to sign absolutely every single position because then we'd have like, we're going to the draft and we signed all of our needs in free agency. So I think we're fine. We're going to go into the draft. Corner, linebacker, center guard, just best of potentially. Those are probably the big three. And then let the chat see if we can find some steals. So in recap, though, we got Aaron Rodgers and Daniel Jones, 2 mentor quarterbacks. And for the memes, I'll be full disclosure, Aaron Rodgers will be QB2. Danny Dimes will be QB3. I think if at any point they have to play, it'll be pretty funny. But the big part here is to get the double mentorship XP stacks. So it's going to help develop our quarterback with the superstar dev trait. We got big need here in a blocking tight end. Check mark there. Happy to get it. We'll just say BPA in Derek Hall with the nice money should be a starter for us. We get Javon Dexter, good get on the D-line, and obviously don't need to keep gassing him up. Very excited to see Jameson Williams as a Raider next year. Thank you, Jamal Ray, with the $4.99, brother. Thanks for coming to hang out. Killing it, man. We're getting ready for the big prize. I think you clicked on this wanting to watch this stream. Free agency's fun, but it ain't the draft. And we are now getting ready for the draft. And then we got Jason with the 20. You're the GOAT. Hope you know you put your mind on anything. You always be an inspiration to everybody. I don't believe in that whatsoever. But, I've been doing this long enough that I've got just about every message in the book for people that watch I'm someone that does not consume, like what you guys are doing right now is something that like I have no concept of me, like would I ever be in your guys. I don't know. I don't understand why this situation happens. Why anyone watches any of my shit. Like, why do people want to watch Madden rebuilds? I don't say that as like to disrespect my content. I literally it's one of those things I don't necessarily know why people watch and why this is my job. But I very much appreciate it. Doing it a long time, keeping on, and I appreciate all the love and support, guys. Again, very much appreciate the donations, but just hanging out every single time we upload, we stream. That's good enough for me, boys. So free agency is done. Let's get a look at the final mock draft. Just see what's going on. This is a guy that the couple times we've seen some little sneak previews. We haven't really done the big draft class deep dive. There is a top 5 talent corner, and he's a man corner. However, Jamal with the $4.99 saying trade up for this. We have 2 of the best man cover guys, and someone said maybe we throw a zone guy in there. I don't necessarily hate that. I don't necessarily hate having a little bit of balance because there are occasional zone plays, and if we get a nickel, I think you want more of a man nickel, but maybe we will see. But Fleming is very interesting. We have 2 first-round picks to move up. Our pick, we might need to look at like a trade calculator. Like, would pick 21 and 27 be enough to get number 3? But that guy looks real good. But then there's that other perspective. Would a team fucking trade 2 first-round picks for a nickel corner? That's a nickel corner. 5'11", 190. We know it's good. We gotta. It's a consideration, but let's keep on keeping on here. Let's more so look at our pick, and then we can kind of break down the players. Like, where are we expecting? Because we got some good corners. Our focus scout this year as well was corners, so we're gonna have a lot of information of the DBs in this draft class. But for where we are selecting right now, the final mock draft, for whatever it's worth, has us going with a Sam linebacker. Linebacker is a need. And it has us selecting Nathan Nails. First team all-name corner here. Okay. Okay, don't hate it. Second, third rounder, don't care. A-zone coverage, C-man. We're going to have to, I will say right now, I'm leaning more towards keeping the picks versus trading up. Here's why. We traded up last year. It pains me because we haven't scouted. It's not like, oh, we got top 5 talent guard on the board as well that we could potentially draft. I don't know if I could live with that. But technically, if guard is one of our needs, and there is a top 5 talent guard right there, ladies and gentlemen. But I am trying to find the balance between, yes, this is going to be a very good player. Top 5 could mean anything. Top 5 could mean he's a 77 to a fucking 85 overall. He is A man, A catching, A press, B zone. Pretty fucking good player. But I want to be honest. We traded up and got super aggressive to go last year. I don't love the idea of doing it again. I don't love the idea of rinsing, repeating, even though this guy is incredible and he's what we need. I think there's a chance for what we want to do as a team to maybe be better, and adding 2 first-round picks versus just 1 corner. Because what if he's, for example, let's just throw it out here. What if he could be an 80? What if he's an 80 star dev, and we could get, this top 5 guard? Just look at this mock draft. Who's right now? I guarantee that's a superstar dev guard. I guarantee you that right now. I've not seen a top 5 projected talent lineman in Madden 26 that's not a superstar. So let's just say we could get a superstar guard, and what we got? We got Nails right now as the projected pick. First round talent. He could be, again, that could be 75, 76, 77 in that range. And we get 2 players that are very good. But I would say overall, my vibes right now, and I'm not going to put this necessarily in the video, is just I feel like trading up 2 years in a row, if I'm viewing this as a show that I am presenting to you guys, I would go, again, that'd kind of be my opinion on it. It's annoying. I would love Derek Fleming to be a guy that's later on in the draft. I would absolutely trade up if Derek Fleming was in the teens, but back-to-back drafts where I trade up to I'd have to theoretically trade up 2 years in a row to the number 2 pick. My just statement on that is, you already did that. Did that last year. So that's kind of where I'm at. I like to see you guys kind of agreeing with that a little bit. But we still got time. We got Chooch here. Who's the focus scout? Focus scout. We had this year. Can we still see our scouts? Yeah, we got a lot of information. So our focus scout technically was corner, but we're going to have a lot of information this year. Connor with the 10. I watch your content because you had a later Madden that inspires me to be more creative in the way that I play franchise mode. Your ability to create storylines and get me invested in players is unmatched. Thank you very much. That's all I try to do, man. This is a bizarre job, but it is a job. I'm one of those people. I always thought, obviously now I'm old man, dad bod. Got to work on that pretty seriously right now, to be honest with you. And I'm going to try my best. But I'm a person that, my whole life, I was like, I'm going to be an athlete. I was always big-time athlete, played soccer, traveled the world for soccer, played football. And as much as this is going to be incredibly egotistical, and I've said this time and time again, and I've shared my combine stats and stuff like that, I lived in Canada. I only played 1 year of football because my high school didn't get a football team. The first year ever having a football team was in grade 12, our senior year. I was insanely good. I'm 5'10", I was 220, and I ran a 4. My fastest 40 was a 4.47 in the 40. So I just think, knowing what I know about recruiting, if I was in just some fucking guy in California with my measurables, I think at worst I would have been a 3-star athlete. So I always had that mentality of fuck man, I think in a different timeline, and I never would have. I'm not going to be egotistical and say oh, I should have went to America. I hated playing football. I played running back, bad position choice. I was fucking sore after all. Literally, your job was just to get fucking lit up. My team sucked. I got hurt anyway, so like that dream's down the pipeline. But I always thought I was going to be an athlete. And then you always have that big struggle of like, what do I really want to do with my life? So many people that are like, I'm sports. I've always been sports. You never know. And like just one of those things now that like as a, let's be honest, kind of get like a little stoner going on, but get reflective a little bit. When you think, like when I think back of like when I was in high school, what actually interested me that wasn't sports related is like, and I never really thought about it when I was in high school and stuff. I started a YouTube channel when I was in junior high. And this is when YouTube was a Wild West. What I used to do was I would download torrents of like Adult Swim videos, like Aqua Teen Hunger Force and stuff like that. I would upload it to YouTube, and they would get tens of thousands of views at that time. There was no money in it, but like I literally had like an adrenaline rush. And this was like obviously channels that got shut down. Like I used to upload like Beavis and Butthead, bunch of cartoons that like you couldn't find, and I did it to a degree of like just to show my friends and stuff. And this was like way back, like to date myself. This was like when YouTube was brand new. But like I literally like now that I reflect, like why did I do that? Why did I literally spend hours after school fucking uploading stolen content to YouTube in the infancy? And it's like I literally got like a weird dopamine hit from like people are watching this stuff that I'm putting on the internet. And then like that compounded into when I was in high school, like just like I hate, I didn't love high school. I was in like video classes. I was in a video editing class. We did video announcements. Like every classroom had a TV, and like the students would always kind of do like lunchtime, do all like the bulletin board. I was in that class, and like at the time I was like, oh, that's a fucking easy class, dude. I get to do videos and shit. But like now it like it all relates to like that is what I do for my job now. So like it's one of those things, man, to just fucking get off this tangent because people want to see the draft. To answer Connor's $10 dono, and people watching my stuff. It's one of those things, man. It's like fucking. I don't know why people like it. But it's one of those weird fucking full circle things where at the end of the day, just somehow, some way, like this is what I always want to do, even though I didn't know I wanted to do it. I was doing the things, and it's fucking unreal that at least for right now, man, my life, I can do this as my job. So I very much appreciate. We got 500 people watching me right now. You put that into fucking perspective. Like some of you guys are. I mean, I know my audience. I know the reason why maybe my channel's never gone to the next level is like literally my fucking analytics are like all people my age are what watch my content. I am terrible in like the 14 to 18 range that I guarantee like the other Madden content, like they're huge in that. But like 500 people, that's literally like a fucking, like the anxiety of like people when they have public speaking. Like that is a fucking, you're going and doing an assembly at a school. Watching me play fucking Madden franchise is insane. We got Jamal. Let's get going. We got Jamal at the 199. Get Nails at 21 and the guard at 27. Nails and the guard. I mean, we probably had to inverse that off of that mock draft there. But, I mean, right now, I definitely don't hate that. So here, let me just clip this for the video, kind of break down this final mock draft. And then let's get into the meat and potatoes here. Let's start scouting and throwing some hearts around and find some studs. All right, so it's draft time. Free agency is done. Very happy with our class. I just spent 10 minutes having a heart-to-heart because we got over 500 people here chilling, watching the stream. I can't believe this is what I do for a living. Thank you guys very much for all the support. Very much appreciate it. Not to get sappy, and we just pretty much went through a walkthrough of like literally, it's one of those things where like I don't know how this is my job, but this is something that I feel like this is fucking like what I'm supposed to do. But we're talking about the mock draft, the final mock draft. And we have, before we even get into some of the players, because we're going to, on the stream, and I will stress, if you're just watching this as the YouTube video, you got to come to the stream. The stream, we are literally in hour 2 right now because we literally went through every single free agent, and we're about to go through every position in the draft and try to find the studs. That's how last year in year 1, we got all those studs because we spent the time to look for outliers and things that stuck out. But we're going to have a lot more information this year because of how we handled our scouts. We have tier 3 scouts in every single region, so we're going to have more information than we've ever had when it comes to drafting players. So as you see, we can go through the mock draft. We're going to have true talent unlocked for a lot of players, and don't just think we're cheesing or anything. It is because we put in the homework here. So that is very good. But looking at the final mock draft, we have corner and linebacker and guard. I guess would kind of be like the big 3. We have a top 5 true talent corner right here, Derek Fleming. He looks incredible, just from the 4 stats. A catching, A man, A press, B zone. Now, there's been some discussion in chat that we have 2 of the best man cover corners. Maybe we throw in a zone guy here. Maybe he's not stylistic we want, but also he's 5'11", 197. We need a nickel. That is a nickel build player. He looks incredibly good. We have 2 first-round picks, and we are currently selected at number 21 with a Sam linebacker. But that's not what interests me. We need a guard, and we have right below us, if this mock draft 5 holds true, a top 5 talent guard. And I have yet to see a top 5 talent guard not be a superstar dev. Guard is a need, so that could be in play in pick 21. And then we also have kind of like, unfortunately, we're very much the best corner remaining. We have Dante Booth going, a bunch of other corners ahead of this. At 28, Nathan Nails, a first-round talent corner as well. B catching, C man, B press, A zone. So he does have the A zone. Obviously not impressive as that top-end corner. But, like, that works out. We've had people in chat. We had a discussion, and I have a nice little statement on, yes, we have 2 first-round picks, and if we're viewing this from the eyes of regular rebuilds, this is where we get aggressive and trade up. This is where we go get our guy, our top 5 player. I am, however, viewing this whole thing, this whole series, it's my show. It is what I am presenting to you guys. It is the world that we are presenting. We would have to, for this scenario, use those 2 picks and maybe more to trade up, to leapfrog the Rams and get the number 2 pick to get this clearly very good corner. Big position in need. I'm not going to do that because we did that last year. We traded up to the 2nd pick to go get our quarterback. I don't want the idea of, like, literally, if I was watching this, I wasn't creating this, and I was watching this, if I made a trade again and packaged all those picks and moved it up to 2, my first response is, you did that last year. Like, meh, saw that already. So I think the challenge here is we're gonna go with the pain and agony of letting a player like that maybe slip through the cracks, and I want to see maybe more so what kind of damage we can do with these picks. And it might honestly be as simple as going off this mock draft 5. We just go Falk at guard at 21, and maybe we just trust and go that corner. I don't know yet, but I will say right now, just going off mock draft 5, I'm not going to trade up. Not because I don't think it's a smart decision, not because I don't want to be aggressive and get a good player. Just don't want to do it back-to-back years. All right. We got Bo Big HHB with the 10. Thank you, brother. We also got Nick with the 50. Been watching you for several years. Love your stuff. Hope your family is well. And Nails is the man. You know what? I will say, my draft pick decisions can be bought. We had multiple donations last year. I'm not asking. I will never ask. Don't want a bid war or anything seriously. But when people do, I will be persuaded. I can be persuaded. And I'm liking the idea right now anyways, before we even dig any further, of keeping our pick. So let's go to the next stage so that we can get into the draft and finding some players here. So, last stage of free agency. Let's go to that as well. We'll get a quick recap there and see who's going where. And then also, I do have a salad here that I do want to consume before we start going down. I think maybe we'll do it before the draft. I do not want to be loose focused because we're going to be going through a lot of numbers and shit during the draft scouting. Okay. We're going to quickly do a little record recap of free agency, and we'll do it for you guys, and then draft. That's all we're doing. All right, so before we can get into, for the stream anyways, we're going to be kind of looking and getting our short list of players, which I will show you guys in the video format. We do need to get a recap, put a bow on free agency, big-name players, movers going around. Zay Flowers is taking his talents to the NFC. Good. One last thing we have to worry about with the Ravens in our side of the bracket. We got Elton Jenkins of the Cardinals. Charles Cross going to the same team that bounced us from the playoffs. That's a good gift for them. We got, obviously, some of these guys are more veterans. Chase Brown going back to the Bengals. I mean, honestly, when you really looked at it, man, wasn't a crazy quarterback class. Now you got the Giants just worshiping a quarterback controversy with Jackson Dart and bringing in Justin Fields. Don't know why they would do that. Alvin Kamara's going to finish his career with the Giants. Come on, stop stepping on the toes of the Young Bucks. Let Cam Scatterbo be the starting running back here, Madden. Unbelievable. Dalton Kincaid to the Chargers. That better not be Gronklin 2.0. It better not be fucking the next just unstoppable Chargers tight end. Gronklin retired. I thought we were done with it. I can see Kincaid just being super annoying to deal with. Van Ness going to the Saints. Overshown goes to the Panthers. Okay. I mean, again, just kind of a weak class. Well, there's Trey Tucker, former Raider, going to the Colts. Roderick Jones going to the Browns. But, I mean, at the end of the day, was a weak class. So, yeah. So now we got our private workouts. But before we do that, let's look. Let's look at some players here, man. Buckle up. Let me get a little chug here. A little drinky poo. Look at some questions here for a sec. I haven't eaten that salad. I have not. Should I? I feel like I should because I can get it off. I'm not a person that, hey, I think the worst thing for people that eat salads are the people that like make that their identity. Like, come on, man. Look at me doing this. Like, it's just, it's legal where I am. It's no different than chugging a beer. But I don't know. I hate anything like that where that becomes a personality. Where like, guys, I'm doing a stream and I'm gonna be getting drunk on stream. Woo! Every time I do this, I'm gonna do a shot. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. So for me, we just do a little like I'm just gonna like Tebow here a little bit. Obviously, won't record this. Don't want anyone at EA to get a little upset. But I'll tell you right now, if you are a salad consumer, we're starting right now. Let's start looking at some players. Now, our short list is, our favorites, anyways. We got a pretty cool looking, in case you missed it, just from super early in the process here, we got Joshua Maine, a hit power, and a UDFA. So the price is right. This could be a guy, 7th round, 449. The bench press is good. He has elite strength. I like it. But I will be honest, man, this is, I don't know. There's something about this guy. He's not, we looked at him just because we talked about safety, and we had to go see if there's right now, and it's generated classes. It happens. I've seen him probably 3 times in all my franchises, but it's the same fucking player. USC, A hit power, A tackle safety. That's always like an 83 X factor. So we had to go double check that guy like didn't get generated here. And it didn't. But we have this guy, Channing Pierman, 6'1", 220. Kind of gives me vibes of, now he's, here's how I'm going to change the perspective. He gives me vibes a little bit of Jeremy Chin. And how we utilize Jeremy Chin. And Jeremy Chin regressed. As a safety, 4.57, not great. The 3-cone 20-yard shuttle, very good for a safety. But if this is a guy that we view as like a sub linebacker, or like a linebacker, if you will, 4.52 for a linebacker is very, very good. It's not uncommon, but it's a good number, a really, really good number. And then all those other numbers are very good. The 3-cone 20-yard shuttle are like S tier for a linebacker. Now we do not have a 2nd round pick, right? We didn't trade for that. We didn't get a 2nd for Geno, right? That was a 3rd and a 4th. He probably goes in the 2nd round. There may have to be a maneuver here to try to get him. But, is this... And I mean, one thing I do wish this had, and I'm someone I love FIFA. FIFA was my first love. I played FIFA games before I played Madden games. FIFA has this thing where when really good players retire, like when Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi... everyone should know, I'm a huge soccer... Soccer's my 2nd favorite sport. When, Messi, Ronaldo... Mbappe, if you're playing that long enough, when they retire, a regen gets created in your career mode save. So when Cristiano Ronaldo retires, there will be a 16-year-old Portuguese kid that's clearly like Ronaldo, enough hints that is Ronaldo, and he might be he'd be a 77 X factor, and he just throws up in free agency and gets signed to wherever. I wish that happened in Madden because is this Notre Dame, is this a Harrison Smith regen? I mean, it would be predictable. I think Madden and FIFA are different in that regard because there's just so many players in FIFA that, I think you can kind of get away with it. And if that happened in Madden where, every time, a big time player retired, someone would get populated in the upcoming draft class that's that guy, I think that'd be cool in a way. I also think that would get old pretty quickly. But there is just like an easy hypothetical scenario here to like that exists in an EA game. Is this a Harrison Smith successor? I'm interested, man. But we definitely don't. This would have to be probably like trade into the second round. We'll keep tabs on him. I am a fan. I'll tell you. I'll put it this way. I'll put it this way. He is 100% getting a focus scout. I'll say that. One of my three is going to go to that guy. So we got positions here. What do you got here? What do we got in chat here, real quick? Try my best, man. Obviously, I'm just fucking locked in. Off-season streams are a little bit hard to look on chat. Did do a live reaction to the Eagles-Chiefs game. Definitely didn't have 550 people there. I know it's a little niche. I will say, in my like constant evolution content head, I did see like all those YouTubers getting a broadcast the Brazil game. Think maybe there's a potential lane for me to like stream on Eagles games. I mean, not every Eagles game, but enough to kind of make that a thing. Check it out if I do it again. Won't be doing it this weekend, but like I already penciled in. Like I guarantee when the Eagles play the Packers, that will be another stream night. What kind of salad? This I prefer salad. I mean, I'm very experienced nowadays. I like to balance it. Like, what am I doing? If it's a video game night, like if I'm firing up Borderlands 4, give me a nice indica. If I'm chilling watching movies, if college football, I'm not watching any games, I just want to kind of lay on the couch. Kids are at the grandparents. Nice little indica, get couch locked. I like to do it. If I'm recording Madden late, if I'm playing a shooter, first-person shooter, if I'm, looking for creativity, if I'm editing videos, if I'm trying to figure out thumbnails, love a nice sativa. So I'm certainly not picky in that department. But, man, I will say, the one thing that I push, never want to necessarily be an influencer, even though I absolutely, and have kind of actually reached out to, like, marijuana companies to be like, hey, we got some. I'm always looking for sponsors. I need more sponsors. Honestly, that's probably the worst thing about my YouTube channel. I'm not signed to like an agency or anything like that, and they've never reached out. And I've actually reached out, and never got an answer. I need way more fucking sponsors. Right? Shout out Factor. I can't talk about my other one. My other sponsor that I've had. If you've watched my videos, you know I have another sponsor. I got absolutely railroaded by that sponsor last year. Like personally, like. I don't know. There's not a lot. Let's just say if you've seen a lot of my sponsored content, there's one sponsor that I had, and I could say this, and it won't. Like I don't think I can get it brought up because I have had enough sponsors. But a sponsor that I've had, let's just say there was a 5-figure deal that out of the blue, when that 5-figure was kind of budgeted for the family, got magically turned to a severely lower 4-figure deal that almost effed up Christmas, and I've had a vendetta ever since. But yeah, man, I would love a little, mail order. You know what? But my point being, as we got to get going here for the draft, is I'm never going to be someone that, like, again, guys, I'm doing a 420. I mean, maybe a 4. That'd be fun. I think there's the balance of keeping it fun, but I'm never going to be that guy that's just, like, always just getting just blitzed all the time that I'm on camera and stuff like that. But the fact that there's almost everyone's American, there's some places in America that it's still legal, fucking insane. I've never been a big drinker, but I would. High school, college, stuff like that. Like, this is so much better. So much better for you. So much better for so many things. Soccer players have dev traits. No, they do not. But I'm just like trying to make the comparison here. Tristan, I got an Xbox Series X now. Sick, dude. What are you getting? I'll tell you right now. You can get Madden. Sure. Get college football, I guess. Needs a couple more patches. Borderlands 4 is fun as shit. Borderlands 4 is the game I'm playing. My 8-year-old son played Tiny Tina's, which was the last one. It wasn't a well-received Borderlands, but the new Borderlands came out, and me and him have been playing them. Obviously, I've talked about my brother, who's battling stage 4 cancer right now. Things are, I'll just update there. I'm not going to say so far so good, but it's still in the doing all the stages, chemo, all that stuff, and it's still like it's a treatable stage from the doctors. But for me, it's always just like, fuck, man, like this came at a terrible time. Like he's going through all these treatments and shit. We've always played video games together, and it's been fucking July, August of like, dude, I literally have had don't boohoo me. My job is fucking making YouTube videos. Used to like work in the factories, not factories. One of my 1970s. I used to work in like a warehouse. I done the tough manual jobs. It's not like I've always just been that kid from high school. It's like I just became a YouTuber full time. I know my job's not hard, but July and August, all my free time has been like after like kids are not home, kids are at school now, work. Everyone goes to bed. Usually that's like hang out with my friends, hang out with my brother. It's been fucking like you gotta work. This is the boom period. So unfortunately for me, like haven't been able to spend a lot of time with him, and it's honestly been like very, very hard. But now that Borderlands comes out, we have a perfect game that like we've been playing almost every day. My son is super into the game, so like the fact that it's like the first game that like I play on my Xbox in my office, my kid plays on his Xbox out in the living room, and my brother can join up and play like a trio. Fucking awesome, man. It's like there was Tuesday or Wednesday we didn't have an upload this week. It's just because like I just played fucking. We did that. We that's what we did all day was play Borderlands. And it's just one of those things like reflecting. I don't know what the future holds with all that going on, but I think there would be like massive guilt if all I did was this summer, like the big summer where he's going through that, was like, fuck, man, sorry, I had to work, played work games, all that free time, and I think it'd be something that down the line, who knows, I think I would severely regret that decision. So now that Borderlands is out, and like we're kind of making up lost time there, sick. All right, let's get into this here. Quarterbacks. Air whoosh, $10. Trade Wilson, Tyree Wilson, Donald Parham, and a third to move up into the second, more picks. I mean, that could be a trade right there to get into the second round to get maybe that safety linebacker hybrid. Not just kidding. All right, so let's go through some positions. And again, this period where we looked through all the players before we did the draft was over an hour in the last stream. We don't have nearly as many needs. So there's going to be some positions we'll kind of just like dip our toes in and look a little bit. So we're good at quarterback. We have our mentors. I suppose if I was saying we can look for a quarterback, like, do we get like a gadget dual threat quarterback? Like, who are the fastest quarterbacks here? We have Zeke and Crum. Like, I think that's the only thing we would have. We have Tommy Malone at wide receiver, who was a gadget quarterback. But if we did want to look for like a developmental practice squad quarterback, that wouldn't be expensive. Like these would be good. We have 2 4.5 speed quarterbacks here. We have Zeke Ancrum from Kentucky. That's deep accuracy. I'll move the old webcam here. What's his throw power? Marginal. I mean, you're not going to get a 4.5 speed UDFA that has like a cannon of an arm. Who's the other guy? Rosenthal. Now, Rosenthal has kind of like the thing that I'm looking at. I love players that have that big hit. Because we do have draft stories on, that usually means like the player at some point got like a negative story. Emmett Rosenthal from UL Monroe. We have C, medium accuracy. He ran that 4.54. He has the elite acceleration, decent throw power. So he's a little bit better. I think UDFA, we need some targets for those late round picks. So I will say I like him a little bit more. But it is ultimately kind of a nothing burger here. Running back is still kind of the same thing. We feel really good about our running back room, but is there a stud? You know, I think we just got to do our due diligence to make sure we're not passing on like a guy that's like can't miss, because you can always use more talent there. So we don't even need to consider top end running backs, but let's see what we get when we get maybe into the third round. Day 3, like this would be a range that if like a running back is a BPA, we could consider it. This guy's A trucking. Bradham. Looks not terrible. But I think maybe let's look for some speed. We need at least 4.5 speed. So we got Devin Selvey from Utah State. What does he have for elite? Elite jumping? I don't know. Do we really need to spend a lot of time on these running backs? Like, it's going to be like, maybe this will be something that let's not, and then if it comes to the draft and we have no idea and we're stalled for a pick, we could come back and look. Like, maybe, like this guy, Richards, day 3 power back, A-trucking. Does he have like a 4.5? He looks pretty decent. Even the rest of his stats kind of suck. So we'll pass on running back for the time being. We don't need fullbacks. Again, maybe if we want to meme with the final pick and there's nothing there, we can see if we can find another. Like, every year we are leaving. Look at this guy. Travis Pryor, the double A's. A pass block, A run block. Second in 40-yard dash time. Like, that could kind of be a fun pick. But as far as things are concerned, like, we're looking quarterback, it'd be a developmental quarterback, likely a P squad candidate. For running back, it'd be more of a BPA. Wide receiver, I think after the Jameson Williams selection, we're probably not in the market for a wide receiver anymore. But is there studs? I mean, you always got to look when you look for a wide receiver. Are there any 4.2 speed guys? And there's unfortunately not. We do have a couple 4.3 speed guys. I'm not going to be drafting any of these guys in the first round. We do have a UDFA 4.3 speed. James Swain, 6'1", B deep route running, C catching. Second, we had a 4.29 at his pro day. And the first in the 3 cone has a 38-inch vertical. Ew. Kind of like that. You, sir, are going to get a little stuck. Because the price is right there. I mean, even if that guy was like a day 3 pick, I think the price would still be considered right. Got a couple 4.4 guys. I think we're probably good there. We got our 1 speed wide receiver tabbed up. Tight end, we are so good at tight end. Anyone that's sticking out a little bit into the other rounds, like any A attributes, that's really much the point of it. Look at this guy. Okay. Cedric Pendleton. A catching traffic, B catching. No, he's not a run blocker at all, and his combine kind of sucks. Ooh, first, does he have elite strength? I'm really loving these UDFA guys. Because now it's just, hey, 7th round, 6th round. The more names you have at that point in time, the better. Offensive line. Now, we had some scouting here on the offensive line. So we know who's good, we know who's bad. We at least know who would a steal be. C4, can Clary run it all? He's not a dual threat, not a statue. Don't want to run a whole lot. More so from a wear and tear standpoint. But we have Pat Pattinson. First rounder. Busts, man. Second, third for those guys. Okay. I mean, there's probably not going to be many steals we could find. A pass block, A run block for our first round. I'm going to look for outside of that. Martinez is a UDFA, and he is B. Oh, sorry, there we go. B and F. That guy's not bad. Contreras is a C and B. Doug Johnson. Nothing. Wait, we do need to see, though. Even though we got Darnell Washington, is there like a freak fast... Oh, man, this guy. The first pick. Pat ran a 4.86. That is a stud. Look at the elites. The elite. The elite. That guy looks insane. I don't need a tackle. I wish that guy was UDFA. Now, left guard. We have John Falk. We're going to put a heart right next to him anyway. So that's easy. Top 5 talent. To kind of break it down, what do we got? A awareness, B impact, A pass block, B run block. Bench press could be better. But look at him as, I don't know how many people bring up, look at this guard in space. Look at how much, I guess if we pulled him somehow, elite agility, elite change of direction. But I will say this went from 100% I'm getting this guy to I do wish that bench press was a little bit better. Okay. What else do we have? Is there any other maybe good left guards here? Ooh, I already see Boykin. A pass block. Okay, you're getting a star. You are probably for sure 70+ rated player. What are your other stats? Top 5 in bench press. Very good athlete. Goods. Wayne Boykin. That is a... If we decide somehow not to go guard in the first... I think Florida Gator bias, that's not really going to come into play here. But I guarantee this is at... I would say at minimum, he's going to be a 78 superstar. That is his absolute floor. So do we want that on the offensive line? Certainly something to consider. Okay. What do we have at center? Any stud? Ooh, I see some A's. Pass block, run block. We got a run block. I mean, I wish I had a little bit more information, but I'm not going to be drafting a center in the first round. Diaz with a double B, second, third round. You, sir, will get a star. We have Glenn Harden, A run block, double Bs, potential to have A pass block, A awareness. A, and that's, I mean, this guy looks, Diaz looks good. Glenn Harden looks really good. What's separate? Let's look at B Herrera. Oh yeah, B Herrera for a UDFA. I mean, both these guys, UDFAs with A's in the pass block. Now run block D. I mean, Herrera. Yeah, you know what? For a UDFA, he'll also get a star. Plus, he has a hit of 68 there. Not bad. I mean, if you're picking for scraps, that looks pretty good. But let's see. We have Diaz, second, third rounder. Good letter grade, 6'3", 310. First in the bench press. Elite acceleration, agility, speed, and great strength. Okay. Tristan just drafted a top 5 guard in my dynasty. He was an 80 overall superstar. So, I do think we have a pretty good player there. Glenn Harden out of Michigan. A run block, A awareness. Ooh. Now, the pro day, that's still really good. Not as good as the other player. But he has potentially that didn't attend the combine bump. That used to be a thing. Not too long ago. I know, Bengal was a big advocate of this. If you didn't attend the combine, you were almost a really, really good player in Madden 19, 20, 21. Definitely went away a little bit. I've noticed it this year. There's been a couple players in my rebuilds. They have been good more often than not. So that would be, I see Diaz. I think that athleticism, yes. But he probably will go earlier than Harden. And Harden now has that interesting thing. Harden now has that little asterisk of didn't attend the combine. What does that mean? The same way that Clary at quarterback won the Heisman. That was that little extra information that we're maybe that's the quarterback we need to go get. Harden not attending the combine. I think there could be something there. Right guard, what do we got? Davidson here. B pass block, C run block. That kind of sucks. Kyle Adams. A pass, I don't even care. UDFA. You have an A and you're at UDFA. Well, Mr. Kyle Adams, welcome to the Heartless. And then at right tackle, this is where we had a little bit more scouting. Elijah Howell out of Clemson is a first, second rounder. Kind of a weird class, all things considered. That's, again, we're just not going to be drafting to really talk about it. He does look like a pretty good player. B pass block, A run block. Some of these guys look kind of solid, but I think that's pretty good. And I'm going to go record that just because I'll kind of break it up. Let's look at our offensive short list. Let's look at our defensive short list. All right, so we have combed through. We're going to go right now and kind of split up in parts just for me recording this. The offensive players, we have a couple corners that we already looked at. But for the most part, these are all the offensive players that looked interesting to us. Enough so that's hey, let's put these guys on our favorites list. So from the, I guess we can kind of look at it from we'll go attribute standpoint. We have a quarterback here in Emmett Rosenthal. Tabbed him up because UDFA, we're looking maybe for a P squad quarterback. We got Aaron Rodgers, Danny Dimes, those are veterans. He's the fastest quarterback. That's a UDFA that wouldn't be a big investment. At wide receiver, we have James Swain, who just looks like that typical late round, very solid player. B deep route running, C catching, 6'1". Oh, and surprise, surprise, he's the only wide receiver that ran a 4.2. Also has a really good 3-cone drill. I think that's We don't need wide receiver, but that looks like that'd be a pretty good pick. That would age well. We have Pendleton here, who I kind of looked at him as a receiver. A, catching traffic, B, catching his possession, but he has that certain, I don't know, first place bench rest with an elite strength that we love to look for in a tight end. So for another UDFA player, for when we get to the end of the draft, that is going to be interesting. We have Falk here, who is a strong consideration for one of our first 2 picks because we've seen a very good success rate on top 5 guards in this game. Letter grades are on point. The combine, I'll be honest, combine doesn't look insane. I wish he had like 40 reps on the bench press. But in this case, with this kind of information on alignment, we know he's going to be a very good player. We have a couple nice centers as well that we need to consider. We have Boykin here at guard. He looks solid as well. Good letter grades. Pretty good combine. But we had a couple centers here. We have Adams, UDFA. He's here because he had A in the pass blocking. Diaz at center looks very good because we're now just trying to figure out the balance. If we decide, maybe this would just kind of be a BPA, but if we decide not to go guard in the first round, at some point, I do want to add an interior lineman. Jimmy Diaz, letter grades are good. B pass block, B run block. Look at the combine, ladies and gentlemen. 4.76. Yes, literally everything about that is yes. The issue is we don't have a second round pick. Are we going to trade that for a center, especially if we go guard? It's a weird spot to be, but I'm saying right now, highly interested. Fucking make that guy, like we can make that guy. I mean, we already have a fullback, but you can put that guy anywhere, I think, with that athletic ability. And then we also have another pretty good center here as well in Mr. Glenn Harden out of Michigan. A run block, A awareness. College pro day, going off those numbers, pretty good. Didn't attend the combine. And I can say right now, the old didn't attend the combine players are back in style in Madden 26. Last couple years, didn't really tip off anything. Like, I drafted many players that didn't go to a combine, and they're just like 67 normal depths. Got to look at a couple this year, and they've all tended to be good. So the more interesting names we have on the interior line, as that being a position of need, the better. But as you can kind of tell, this is going to be a defensive draft for the most part, outside of interior offensive line. So that's why we don't have any really running backs, not a lot of depth to skill position players because our team's stacked there. All right, let's look at the defense here. Now, with the Derek Hall signing, I think that definitely shifts. Are we looking at a pass rusher sooner than later? I don't know. You got the A power move on both Landon Farley and Parker McDonald. Probably both going to be gone before we do our first round picks. We're definitely not trading up for a pass rusher. So, is there value that presents itself? And, we're not looking for a 3-4 defensive end. I'm not even really looking for a big defensive end to move them to defensive tackle. So it's just kind of okay. This guy right here, Channing Porter, day 3 talent, have him scouted. Looks interesting. B finesse, C power is not bad for a day 3 pick. This guy, Carlos Diaz, day 3. Those are all fairly decent. That block shed sucks, but B finesse move, C power, B play rec, C awareness could be something. I'll give him a heart just based off of letter grades alone. Does the combine check out? Okay. Again, it's drafting in Madden. Sometimes it's as simple as that looks weird. Explore the weird when it comes to there we go. That could be something there. That's all I'll say. Ooh, looks like a dog shit edge class. Look at all these guys. UDFA projection. Now we got, let's do kind of the same thing here. Power move, finesse move. Anything looking cool? Ooh, BC for this guy. Mike Tobin. Okay. BC for you, Mr. Day 3. Of course, I don't have any of these guys scouted, which kind of sucks. Well, let's take a look at you, Mr. Tobin. Lonnie Crosby could be good, but Tobin's a little bit later. How's your combine? 3rd and speed, 3 cone. There you go. I'm telling you right now. Tobin, Gittin, A little heart. D tackle room. Okay. You got Javon Dexter. Don't need much help in the D tackle room, but this is where can we find nose tackle cheese. Now we actually have nose tackles going kind of high, like Drew McClain here. Nose tackle, he's a second, third rounder. So that's an if you're gonna get one of these, look, this guy's almost 400 pounds. In Jamie Lehman, 395. A new Desmond Watson. Slate. I mean, where are these guys going late? All the nose tackles are kind of going early. Joey Burst, 360 pounds, and he sucks. Did they nerf? No, there's no way they nerfed nose tackles. When I loaded this up, it did patch my offline franchise file, but there's no way that would have. Because I know nose tackles were supposedly going to get an alert. Here's this guy. Look at this. Cam Younger, 6'6", 330, A play rec. Like, that looks pretty good. You'll get a heart. Because, yeah, I mean, I'm not past the fact of, like, if there's a really good pass rusher, really cheesy type nose tackle, that we won't go get them. I just don't want to necessarily get one every year. Like this guy. Like, there's a bunch of them out here still. UDFAs that are well over 300-some pounds. But I think Younger definitely kind of stands out here with the letter grade. So we'll just put him there. Don't want to cheese it too bad. Now let's go to the linebackers. Now this is a position that we need. We need linebacker help. So what do we have? Let's first start with the letter grades. We always look for A-man, A-zone coverage. We did not get a roll there. B and C is not brutal. Not the end of the world. So my next de facto would be, what is your block shed, pursuit, and tackle power? Guerrero, B pursuit, B block shed, A tackle. We have A pursuit, A tackle on Akeem Bush. Okay. We get some good Kentrell Bonner. That would be hey, you got some very easy layup name puns that could be used here. Draft OJ Pumpkin. Is there a guy named OJ Pumpkin? You trolling me? That's a fucking hilarious name. There's no way there's someone named OJ. I wish I could rename someone fucking OJ. That's funny. Eddie Guerrero. There's Eddie Guerrero. Enrique Guerrero. Okay, let's get some speed here. We got athletes. 4.59 on Enrique Guerrero. He does look, the letter grades do look, but he's the first. I'm not getting a first rounder. I guess if he falls to this, I'll put a heart next to him because he does look good. And he's ranked 36. So if he does fall to the second round, that can be in play. But one thing I have noticed in my rebuilds, Sam linebackers in particular, because it's like the new terminology, I notice they get drafted so freaking early. And I think it's because so many teams just don't have a Sam linebacker on their roster. The CPU, it's like we have to go get them. It is the one position that I never get. Like, I guarantee after the first round, like, you're going to see at least, like, 3 of these guys gone. So we have Cowan here. He didn't look great. Bush looked good. 4.59. Double A's. 4th in speed. That checks out a little bit. Bonner for the names. A big old hard. Oh, he's getting hard. Yeah, getting the pump. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, the 4.5 there's not too bad. He does have elite. I mean, for what it's worth, sometimes you do need a value. Elite speed right there. So we'll put him as another. He'll get a heart. Someone said Barker, the UDFA. Ty Barker. What do we got here for you, sir? B pursuit, C zone, C man, 4.6. Yeah, it also has elite speed. I don't hate that. I mean, that's the right price range right there. I will never not try to hoard as many like cool UDFA guys as we can get. Yeah, I wish someone said there's OJ Pumpkin, and that is, okay, I'll give you credit. You made me laugh. Actually, I need to kind of finish this salad here. But I kind of wish there actually was a guy named OJ Pumpkin. So we got a couple Sams. What do we got? Oh, shit! Cam Riddle, 4.40. Everything about, we got, okay. Elite speed, elite jumping. Again, it's in that second round. Like, he's more athletic than that safety that I kind of want. So you will get tabbed up, sir. We also have, look at this guy, Jackson Hall, 4'5". I mean, I don't just want to casually like, oh, let's get the fast guy. Now, 4'5" at 250 pounds. Pretty good. Now, he does not have classified elite speed, does have elite jumping. He looks good, though. And he's a day 3 pick. That price is right. Got right there. Some 4'7" guys. You know what else we should do, too? Any of these guys have a hit power. Hit power is usually a kind of another. I like to just look for man and zone, but if you can get, oh, right there, a hit power guys. Sometimes like so, Bonner is a hit power. That's cool. Any other a hit powers? What do we got? A hit power, HP right there. Look at this. We got this guy right here. Blake Patterson, Penn State, run stopper, UDFA. Price is right. I mean. Eh. Again, that'd be like more so like we're just kind of looking for fun players. Blake Patterson, sir, you are maybe potentially a really fun player. I mean, maybe this guy has a potential AC. Oh, Jesus. Marcus Hamilton. Meh. Let's go to the Wills. Fast, cover, a hit power. So, sir, Cesar Garcia. Ooh, this is what we like. Look at the A's. Let's go. Okay. We got Cesar Garcia. I mean, how far do we really look here? We're not going to probably go linebacker in the first round, but maybe. Elite speed, jumping, great accelerator. Ooh, I mean, that looks good. He's a little undersized at 5'11". OJ Pumpkin's a Sam Will linebacker. You guys are just trolling me. There's no way. And I'm not even... There's no way there's someone named OJ Pumpkin. Okay. I hate the fact that I had to keep double-checking that. But Garcia does look good. He will get a hurt. We got McKinney Scott. I mean, that's just not great value outside of that. But we do have on Hunter White. What is your combine? Okay. More elites. You will get a hurt. That is an exciting white. Right there. That is very much an exciting white. We got way down here, Mr. Ben Mendoza out of Colorado, A-zone coverage. Athletic speaking. 3-cone, 20-yard shuttle is not bad. But not enough, I don't think, to give me a heart right away. Double B's here on Sierra. Meh. I think Dixon down here. A-zone coverage, 6'2". Combine again, not the best. After the draft, rename a rookie OJ Pumpkin. Yeah, okay, maybe like the last pick, we'll create an OJ Pumpkin. So for linebackers, we do still have that safety. I do want to focus scout him, but this Garcia guy looks pretty good. I don't love the price that it would cost to go get him. This Riddle guy is probably going to be a lock. They also get one of the focus scouting because we just don't have a lot of information on linebackers. And you give me a linebacker that ran a 4.40 at 240 pounds. You know, those letter grades do scare me a little bit. Very interesting. OJ Pumpkin is a left edge. There's no way. This is the last time I'm doing this. There's no way there's a guy named OJ Pumpkin. Stop it. Every time someone says, oh, actually, OJ Pumpkin was a center, I'd go fucking check it out. All right, so we got our linebacker set. We're going to save corners for last. Long snappers, that's going to be, let's just see. Heaviest long snapper is Eric Ruiz. We might just draft him. Right now. That's the only reason why you're going to get a heart is because you're the heaviest. We don't need a punter. Doesn't look to be a generational punter anyways. It'd be a dead giveaway if there was an A. Because I do guess AJ Cole is expensive, and he's getting up there in age a little bit. Kicker. Ben Hutchins. I mean, we just don't even need a kicker, but I suppose to entertain, is this guy elite? No, he only has marginal kick power. What are you, Mr. Will Bender? No. So, no real good kickers this year. Pumpkin the long... Okay, I think we can get on that. We'll get Ruiz, the heaviest guy, and we'll get Pumpkin. We'll bring him Pumpkin. Maybe. I like that in play. So what we got at safety, we already kind of looked at Pierman. I'm going to save corners for last because that's where we go. But for safeties, I think we got to look for... Could you play linebacker? Or do you have it? So Theo Britton does have B-zone coverage. That's what I like to look for if I'm looking for like a straight-up safety. He also had an outstanding combine. So you, sir, I mean, first rounder, you're probably not going to fall out of the first round, but that could be something in play if we do decide to trade up. We also had Maine as another strong safety that we were considering. But from a coverage perspective, can we get like a sneaky guy that has like a B coverage down here? No. What about a free safety? Big tacklers, double A's. A on Jordan Cooper. A tackle. Where's he going? First, I mean, yeah, we're not getting him in the first round. No, thank you. Lance Riddle, 6'3", 222. Kind of in that mold, too. Could potentially play like a little hybrid. 4.47. And he's going second. I think we'll give little Riddle here. We'll get a little heart. Show love. What do you got for you, Matt Hall? Ooh, B-man coverage. Second, third rounder, Matt Hall. If we're just kind of looking BPA, Combine's not the best, but I do like the letter grades there, so you will get a heart. Whoa. Mr. Juan Greenberry. Sneaky UDFA with a B-man coverage. Hell yeah. There's another one. Get in the list. Now let's go look at corner. This is where we're at. We have all the scouting. There's no finding studs. Maybe we can kind of break down why these guys are really good. But right now, where we're at, Nails is falling to us. And I would say, I think, I'm going to say that, okay, Fleming's the best corner. He might even be the best player in this class. But I would say, in my opinion, if we're now grading Beckham, Holcomb, Buchanan, Booth, and Nails, and I'm not looking for like a coverage spot, like a specific, like I need a man, I need a zone. I would take an A and a C over two Bs because, again, if you take one thing from my rebuilds, it's all about outliers. And an A sticks out more than two Bs. So I always prioritize. That's how we got Levy to be an X Factor. I strictly went after the guy that had A's. So these guys look like really, really well-rounded players. But if I said I had to pick, to power rank these corners, I would probably have Nails as my number 2 because he does have that A. But, I mean, obviously Fleming is far and away the best corner in this class. So he will get a heart. I mean, all these guys will get hearts. But Nails looks pretty good. But now let's see. Do we have any studs? Look at this. Jabari Oliver. Third, fourth rounder is a first, second round talent. And I would not have guessed that at all. CDC, he does have A. No, there, okay. There you go. What? This is where, like, it's alerting. This is how we can showcase you. If I did not scout any of these guys and I had none of their talent, I say, you go with what sticks out. You go with the elites in the skills. You go with guys that might not attend the combine. You go with A's. Guys with A's. So I was just like, I got a blind pick a corner. We're looking through. Man coverage, zone coverage kind of sucks. And I go, whoa, A catching. Okay. Yeah, not a huge, nice to have. A tackling. Okay. Like 2 days there, A return. Like that guy looks interesting. I'm not confident enough to say that I would make it past. Like if I'm just kind of shortlisting this, a C man and D zone coverage. But there could be some value there. And we got Jeffrey Ritter with the 20. Octavius Jerome Pumpkin. Oh, I didn't know I can heart your guys' comments. My apologies if you've been waiting for hearts. I think I've at least shouted them out. Is that the name we're going with? Octavius Jerome Pumpkin for a long snapper, or whoever ends up being like our final pick, Mr. Irrelevant for our draft. We could do that. Ooh, okay, we got some guys down here. Look at this, Mr. Trey Tiller. 6'3", 194. Again, letter grades, not the best, but he does give us a little height, weight, speed. Does also have a tackle. I mean, these are just, I'm not going to have to overthink it. Let's just trust our board here. Like, that's a value pick if he's still on the board. We also have Mr. Jalen Branch out of South Florida, second, third rounder, B catching, C-man, D press, D zone. I'm very happy in him. Well, he sticks up because he's a tackle. So what you can learn right here, a tackle, if you're looking for a corner and you're trying to blind pick, if we're just going out the fact that I had a 3-star scout give me all the info and let me just pretty much like see and cheat at what the corners are, when you do this, right? Because, you know, if you're doing your own franchise mode, you're going to have at least your national scout, your 3-star scout, and whatever you make him, I hope that, like, for the most part, you're going to get this kind of information for at least one position. I mean, learn from it. Literally, why is Oliver a steal at this round? What from his stats, if I didn't have this scouting, sticks out that makes him a steal? What from Tiller's stats makes him a value pick? What from Branch's stats makes him a value pick? They all have a tackling. So what that leads me to believe, and just this is how after years and years and years and years that I've been able to kind of I know now, it's like second nature. Patterns. It's all just patterns. It's the signs. A tackle for corners, if you're blind picking, take a shot. If it's a blind pick, it's with the fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh round pick, something that's not a huge investment, and you see an A tackle corner and that's all you know about him, make that pick with some confidence. Holy shit! Christopher Kitchens. First, second round talent at corner. Okay. Welcome to the team. You, sir, have secured your services, regardless of what we do, as a pick of the people here. Do we get any other of these guys? No. So that is okay. Now, if I'm trying to now decipher why are you A tackle? Okay. A tackle, B man. He looks good. I don't think this changes how maybe we approach the first round. But this certainly changes, we now have this in our back pocket. This is a steal. Maybe the question is, is that player good enough? Holy shit, UDFA grade, that sucks. To not go corner with one of our first round picks. I do like Nails. I mean, you could go both. You can never have enough play. I just something about. I mean, chat likes Nails too. That's kind of like the path that you guys have decided a little bit there. But I think you know what's better than getting Kitchens? Getting Nails in Kitchens, nailing in the kitchen like a Brazzers scene. We got that. Or any of the other guys. I'm pretty content with most of these corners, depending on the board falls. But just staying put in our place, those guys just go drafted. Okay, so we're going to record now, kind of talking about the defensive favorites. And then it's draft time, boys. Finally! After fucking 3 hours. And how many times I've cooked my salads here and not consumed them. Let me consume these salads, and then we're going full shot until we get, hopefully, another all-star class. Can I sort them by 40 time? The corners? Certainly can. No burners. Not a particularly fast class. Derek Fleming, of course, he's got to be the best. We have Buchanan. Ohio State, pretty good. Kind of shit verticals, though, to be honest with you. Like low jumping. And I don't necessarily love the idea of having like a 5'11 outside corner that also kind of has shit for jumping. Booth 440. Got Booker. We know the letter grade. We know these guys are good. It's not like trying to maybe this guy's a steal. We know these guys aren't particularly crazy picks. And it is a slow. Where's Nails? What? Okay, we got 442 on Beckham. Kitchens is 4'4". Nails is down there 4'5". But he's bigger. 6'1", 200 pounds. Vertical jump is hurting him though. But if we make him a nickel. Well, that Deion Callahan, 41.9. A catching. Do you have A tackling? Oh, I would say he had A tackling. I would probably just say, screw that day 3 talent grade. Go get him. That's good. That's interesting. But I definitely would say Nails certainly has a, what is important? That jumping sucks. The speed's not. It's not ideal. It's not a red flag. The jumping is a red flag. But 20-yard shuttle, 3-cone Jill, we need a nickel. He's not playing outside. Whoever corner we get is playing nickel. Levy and Porter, outside corners, not worrying about it. So you go for a nickel, suddenly that 40-yard dash becomes a lot less important, and you want the shifty guy. And second in the 3-cone, fourth in the shuttle, pretty damn good. Quicker than fast, exactly. .91-ish speed, yeah. I would say it's definitely, 4.45, 91, 92. I mean, I think there's like someone at one point on Reddit made like the exact breakdown of like what that speed would be. But having that shuttle and the 3-cone, agility, change of direction, like how he's going to be nimble, moving in space, not getting burned, covering, hopefully. And he's bigger too, man. We got to cover some of them fucking tight ends. I'm sick and tired of Gronklin crushing us, and now they got, Dalton Kincaid they're going to have to deal with, the Chargers tight end. Give me a guy that can match up with those shifty movements. Because I'm chilling, we're going to go through some comments here. Just go. Okay, we got Jerome Pumpkin. We're going to do that. I will say, okay, so I'm going to, because Ritter donated the 20 with the name, that will be the name we go with, unless someone donates 25 and has a different suggestion. Or 21. Technically, if you donate $21.01 with a different version of OJ Pumpkin, I will change my mind. But someone just reminded, as of now, Octavius Jerome Pumpkin will be our last pick. Regardless of, honestly, it could be this guy, Maine. Big tackling safety. That could be Pumpkin. Madhouse Plays. Hey, man, love your content. How long were you doing YouTube and Madden videos before you could make it my job? So I started my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is old as shit. That's one of my big regrets, is I kind of think a reason why my channel is I've just been doing it for so long that it kind of I kind of always have that tinfoil hat that if I had a newer channel, maybe the YouTube algorithm would reflect different versus a channel I think my channel was made in 2009. But I started making full, part-time content in college because I'm gonna tell you right now, this is my hot 420 take of the evening. I honestly think college is college, university, fucking. I don't know, I'm not passionate about it to say it's a fucking scam, but I can say from my perspective, I went to college and university for business. I was like, I want to do business. So I did business administration. And then from that, it's either do you go into marketing or do you go into accounting? Fucking suck at math, so I'm going to go into marketing. And literally no jobs. So I found out very quickly that the only people that I graduated with that actually got nice jobs, it's like nepotism, which whatever, it is what it is. But going to school for business, if you don't have a family member or a family friend that has a business or ties, it's a who you know kind of thing. I was just like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck do I do? So I was a manager of a store when I graduated. And that whole time I was just I had a side YouTube thing, was doing everything. Me and my brother were on this YouTube channel. It used to be called Beast Mode TV. If you're a real OG, you'll remember that. And we just did everything. It was he did Let's Play. He did more kind of nerdier games. He did Minecraft and shooters and stuff like that. I've always just been sports. I started as a FIFA channel. And then shout out the GOAT, Mr. Hurricane. I was I always just played Madden. Didn't really know there was a big, FIFA at that time, FIFA Ultimate Team was the most popular thing maybe in video games for a time period. There was a 2-3 year period. It's that's what I was all right, FIFA is popping off on YouTube. That's what I'm going to do. Madden never really was at that stage. And then the GOAT, man, Mr. Hurricane, I was that is something I can do. That is content that people watch. So I've always kind of said the story that, that's why I consider Mr. Hurricane the GOAT. Obviously, we are peers, contemporaries here. But he is absolutely 1,000% the reason I made the shift to start making Madden content. Not I'm going to play Madden. I've always played it, but I was holy shit, he actually makes videos and people watch this stuff. So yeah, I did that. And that was probably what, 20. I mean, everyone remembers for the most part, if you're an OG historian on the channel, the Lamar Jackson Miami Dolphins rebuild was kind of like the first thing that popped off a little bit. But that was like, 2013, 2014, somewhere in that range. Like, we are very much, 12 years in to making content. But for to answer your question, from like a full time, so like saying I started, then I did full time. I mean, I don't know what there's two answers. I did full time when it was ready. I did full time when I was making enough money that I'm like, hey, I definitely wasn't making enough money to be like, this is going to work. But I was making enough money that I could at least like not do a job I didn't hate and then try to go for it. And worst case, I am making enough to like survive. Like, I wouldn't even say survive. I was living with my parents, so I didn't have rent and many major expenses. But I mean, my lore is literally when I had my son and I found out I had my son, I definitely in no way, shape, or form was making enough money for YouTube to be my full-time thing. And it was literally the most selfish thing that I've ever done. I said, fuck it. I'm going to get this. I'm going to get it to work. This is going to fucking work. And versus like man up and be like, oh, I can't give up. I got to give up on this dream of being a YouTuber and I'm going to go get a real job because I got a fucking family now and we got to get a house. Yeah. Said, fuck it. Let's try YouTube. Worked out. We're here ever since. So what we need to do last year is preview the defensive players for the YouTube video. Draft time. Salads have been smoked. We are good to go. All right, so now we have the defensive players that we are considering for the draft. Now, it is obviously reflective of where our team is at, how we've spent in free agency. We only have 3 players on the defensive line, 2 like interesting pass rushers. Diaz is more so here because he didn't attend the combine as well, and those players are kind of interesting, if you will. But we have Cam Young here, nose tackle cheese. I already said I don't want to abuse this. It is, if you played any amount of Madden 26 franchise modes, these guys are insanely populated. So it's a thing I don't want to abuse because I could just see every year we're gonna have 3 nose tackles that are like should be starting, and then you have the idea like I got to trade these guys and cheese it and get so many. It's a slippery slope that I don't want to go down to. But if the pitch presents itself, Cam Younger here at D tackle when you were 6'6", 335 pounds, and you run a 4.86, 34 reps on the bench press, you gotta be a good player. But as far as like needs are concerned, we need linebacker and need corners. Those are probably our 2 biggest positions going into this draft. And there are some pretty good linebackers. Remember, we have 2 first-round picks. So when you see an Enrique Guerrero, this is, maybe worthy of a first-round pick. When you go on the fact that, the combine's not insane, but those letter grades are very good, and he probably would be a player that would age gracefully if we got him in the first round. But if not, we have Bush, who had some pretty good grades, sub 4.6, in the 40. We have Kentrell Bonner. I think there's a lot of great puns here that could be had. Ty Barker looks like he could be a value pick. We have a couple other linebackers, Blake Patterson, and these lower round guys. Honestly, I'm just kind of chasing you're either a really good athlete or you have a hit power, just for fun players. You never go wrong getting an a hit power player. But I would say the one off-ball linebacker that we are going to use one of our 3 focus scouts on will be Cam Riddle. Just because, you look at the stats, it doesn't look crazy. B zone, B block set is good. C pursuit, C tackles, not the end of the world. Florida Gator bias a little bit. But it's not going to take long to see why. I am very interested. 4.40. Sometimes you get 4.40 linebackers and they're the 5'11", 230 pounders. 6 feet 240 is a little bit more. You're trending a little bit more to traditional linebacker size than those weird safety hybrids. So I just want to see a little bit more. You are going to get a focus scout, Mr. Riddle. We have, I'm just going to kind of skip down here a little bit. At safety, a couple safeties here. Again, just things that kind of maybe stick out. They have B in a man or zone coverage or A hit power. But I think, I don't know if I already talked about it. I think Pierman is also going to get one of our 3 scouts just because he looks A hit power, A tackle. That is interesting. Combine looks pretty good. And I think he could potentially be in that athletic, middle of the field. Could be a linebacker. At worst, a sub linebacker. So I'm going to get my homework here on the linebackers because corner being the knee that it is, well, I was able to play that. I knew corner was going to suck for our team this year. Didn't know Levy was going to be an X factor, but at the time I was like, corner, that was the one position we couldn't address last offseason. We threw just a Hail Mary that maybe Kyrie Hill could be the guy, and while he played a little bit better, we moved him in the nickel. It didn't age well. So my focus scouting was at corner. So we have the information here. We have Holcomb, Buchanan, Booth, Nails, Beckham, and a top 5 talent in Derek Fleming. All these guys are awesome corners. We have Nails is the player that is mocked to us currently. He's kind of like, if I'm going off chat, they like Nails. I like Nails as well. Plus, awesome, pretty sick name to be, the marketing writes itself. But we do have some value picks. We have Jabari Oliver here out of Florida, first, second round grade. And I'm gonna give you guys a little tidbit here that you may be able to carry into your own franchise modes that I think not something that I've been preaching in my rebuilds that I scouted all these corners, and what I wanted to do is, with this scouting, when we're just kind of going through the stream, what is standing out about these steals? So that if this was a class that I didn't fully scout the corners, is there something that I could pick up from a letter grade standpoint, something that is common, something that is a pattern to maybe pick up in future rebuilds where if I have to blind pick a corner, maybe that there's a hint that this guy's going to be a good player. And it does seem like either a combination or one of the two in A catching and A tackling. A tackling in particular has kind of been the common denominator of all of the corners here that are value picks. Oliver has good tackling. We have Tiller here, who's a day 3 pick, second, third round talent. And surprise, surprise, we have A in tackling. We also, let's just get right to corners here so we can stop having that come all over the place. We have, pause, whoa! You know what I mean. Branch is another value pick. What does he have? A tackling, B catching as well. Pretty good grade there. And then the steal of all steals, the man that thank you, you were 100% going to be a pick of ours, is Christopher Kitchens from Oregon. B-man coverage, so he actually has the letter grades that kind of goes with it. Surprise, surprise. A tackle as well. Combine looks pretty damn good. He is a lock to be our team. And then the question comes in, if we're going to truly go with this decision, which I think we are locked in, of not trading up and keeping our 2 picks, do we, maybe go that guard, the top 5 guard, with one of those picks, but do we pass on getting a corner? Who knows? Maybe Buchanan, Booth, Nails could be available at our selection. We go out the mock draft, Nails will be for sure. But, is Oliver, first, second rounder, good enough? Or is, in particular, just getting Kitchens here? Is that good enough to not go corner in the first round? Sit and wait, maybe get a linebacker there. Or trade. Maybe trade back one of those picks in the second round. We have some people in chat saying we could maybe package a trade with some of our current roster to get into the second round. But corners are deep. It's a very deep position. But I will say right now, I could be persuaded once we get on the clock and we're worried about it. I think I do like Nails in the first round because I'm of the side of there's literally a chance that I hate our draft board and maybe we draft Nails, maybe we draft Oliver, and maybe we end up drafting Kitchens and we get 3 stud corners if we're going best player available. Because what if Kitchens is just really good, no depth trade? I've seen that happen. He could be a 74 to get that first, second round talent normal dev. And if I pass on any of these corners, Nails, Booth, Buchanan, for a guy that ends up being a normal dev, it might not age well. But if I get Nails, Booth, Buchanan, and then I get Kitchens, it doesn't really matter. You're playing with house money. He's at least going to be a good player. You're not so reliant on whether or not he's a dev trade or not to justify not getting your player at the top end of the draft. But we got a lot of options. It is now time to start the draft. Actually, I fucked that up because it's now time to get our private workouts in. So what we are going to do, I want Pierman. Oops. I want Pierman to get scouted. I want Riddle to get scouted. And, maybe Guerrero? That linebacker, Enrique Guerrero? Go look at the center, too, man. I'm really intrigued by that center that was so fast. But I do think... I'm going to go the center just because if he's really good, that could maybe change... Not Herrera, it was Diaz. That could change how we view that first round. So let's do that. All right, actually, before the draft, we do have our 3 Focus Scout players. I'm going to scout Jimmy Diaz, that super athletic center, just because depending on what he grades out as, that could change our view of going Falk at guard, because there may be more value there to improve our interior line and get Diaz at center and move Jackson Powers-Johnson potentially to guard. Outside of that, I mean, the toss-up was either between that and Guerrero, the linebacker. I just don't love the idea of drafting a linebacker in the first round, but I do want to get our homework on Cam Riddle, the 4.4 speed linebacker, and I also am going to do our homework on that A-tackle, A-hit power safety in Channing Pierman. So let's confirm that. Let's sim a week. We'll look at what those 3 players are. It is draft time. Bonner. I'm telling you, to lock the center is good. Diaz centers are always good, like the Diaz brothers. Stockton's finest. Okay. Fuck. Second, I mean, hey, I'm glad it confirms that, like, all right, if he's there, he's there. Not someone to reach for. Okay, I'll just record this. Get the live reactions here. All right, before the draft, let's quickly look at our 3 Focus Scout players. Did they pan out? Jimmy Diaz, I mean, he is what he is. I thought for sure with that athleticism, would have been a first rounder. But it's just good information to know. He is what he is. For our other scouting, we have the Mike linebacker, Cam Riddle. What? Huh. I'm not gonna lie, I was gonna overdraft him. And I mean, he still could, fun user. I do and try my best to get better at using the linebackers. But that is also kind of surprising. Okay. What about the safety? Okay, at least we got good information on one of these players. He's a legit first rounder. So I would shift him now as, like, if we're going linebacker. I mean, we have the option to blind pick Mr. Guerrero, who I am now in hindsight wishing I focus scouted over the center. But he does look good, but again, it's like, is a 4.6 speed linebacker that he does have elite speed, but he has elite speed for Sam's. It's still I don't know. He looks good. But I would say right now, if I'm ranking my linebacker options, I would go Pierman 1 and just have him kind of be the sub linebacker, and then Guerrero at 2, and then we can kind of wait and see maybe if these guys fall a little bit. But I mean, unfortunately, we didn't really find that slam dunk. Would have been nice to use one of our 3 focus scouting spots and get a top 5 true talent guy. Not the case. We're going to have to crush this draft. All right, draft time. We are not trading up. We are staying put. Bonner will be 75 rated. That's the prediction. Top 5 OG is the call. Okay, one last time. What are the names? I'm not going to just so as we're going through the draft, if like one of them goes, so I'm not just like skipping over it. So as we go through it, man, Holcomb. All those corners that look kind of good are getting overdrafted a lot. Buchanan at 15. So right now we like Falk at 21, potentially, and Nails at 28. I mean, there's something about like me just following this mock draft though that I don't like. Like this is it's like the most casual thing I can do is like, well, Madden said to draft these guys, I should draft them. Okay, wow, that centers goes in the first round. But I'm not gonna lie, I fucked that up. If I knew he was going in the first round, I wouldn't even bother scouting him because I wasn't gonna draft him in the first round. I should have done that. And I bet you, is Guerrero going in the first round? No, man, I fucked that up. Okay, whatever. The one mulligan we will take. That is the only L we are taking. It is draft time. It is now time to start the draft. We are not trading up. We are going to stay put with... Now, we could trade back. I'm not going to rule out trading back. If our board gets shot, if the mock draft that we have... Right now, the plan, and as casual as it sounds, is we kind of want to follow that mock draft. We're at pick 21... We snipe the Chiefs and get that top 5 guard. And then at pick 28, we go with best corner available, which is that Nails guy. But if Nails, what's his name, Nathan Nails or some shit, we'll learn his name if we get him. But if he goes early and all those clear first-round corners that are first-round corners are off the board at 28, That's where we need to have a little bit of discussion. But let's go right now. We're going to sim through every single pick, not trading up, even if our board gets crushed. First pick overall in the draft, they get the tag. They get that freak tackle. The Giants, I assume I will manually do it if they don't, because it's offline. I can. If they don't plan to move him to right tackle, and that's going to be the play there, because obviously they have Andrew Thomas. Jets go quarterback, Gilbert Lowry. We didn't really even look at the quarterbacks. I don't know if there's like a generational guy or not. Fuck. Oh, there's the big name. Derek Fleming, the top corner, the top 5 true talent player, the best player. You know, because we're not trading up, but he's the best player for our biggest position of need. He has gone at 3. We made the decision not to be repetitive and not just to trade up in both drafts. We're going to be happy with the cheese that is us having 2 first-round picks. And if you remember, didn't we get that second first-round pick? Because like the Texans wanted a fullback or something like that. Anyways, let's keep on keeping on. Now we're getting some defensive linemen going. The Vikings and the Patriots. Oh, man, it's all D-line. Okay, Shelby, the tackle, goes at 7. Pick 8, Kadeem Merritt, quarterback, off the board. Hey, I love that there's only been one corner off. One position that we need is getting picked on, or we don't want to get picked on, and it's not getting picked on through the first top 10 picks. There we go. Okay, the first corner has dropped that we potentially, if you're going out the big board, could have fallen to us at 28. Terrence Holcomb goes to Detroit. Obviously, they lost Terry and Arnold to the free agency. Devontae Beckham goes to the Steelers. Feels like the Steelers have needed corners for the last decade. We got Malcolm Bentley. Howell at tackle. 15 to the Denver Broncos. They go Buchanan at corner. So the corner market is drying up. I mean, I would not be shocked maybe if Nails goes and we are left home. I mean, having that information on Kitchens being a steal definitely makes it not the end of the world, I guess, if we don't get a corner. But we will see. Cannon goes 17 to the Titans. We get McGowan going 18 to the Commanders. Again, I love seeing these linemen go. Chicago at 19 goes Channing Price. And at pick 20, the Dallas Cowboys select Drayton, tackle, which we hear on the board. Do we even see like what? Is the clock going? I have the webcam blocking the clock. Okay, I'm going to pause this because we talk and we stall here a little bit. I mean, you might as well just see. All right, for a first-round pick 21. We can move back to 27. No, not doing it. Like, I'd have to get an insane offer, to be honest with you. But you have to at least look, because what if somebody's like 3 firsts? I want that guard or something. So there's really no deal here. Oh, man, this is going to be... I apologize for how lame drafting a guard in the first round is, for someone that I like to have excitement in my drafts. But we have Parham. If we make this pick, I think he's a good trade piece for us to acquire more picks. Package deals and stuff like that gives us some maneuverability. But there's just a chance anytime where we're out in a series needing a lineman, if you can get like a guy that's going to be special, you got to get a guy that's special. John Falk here, Florida Gator, can always use more Gators. A, awareness, B, impact block, A, pass block, B, run block. Wish the bench press was better, but I think we got to trust the talent here. I have yet to see a top 5 offensive lineman, especially interior lineman, be a bad pick or age well. So, now this question, if you're here, we got everybody in chat. Where do you think he ranks on top 5? He's going to be 1 through 5. Is he going to be number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4? I want to say, I'll go middle. I'll say he's the number 3 player. There we go. John Falk was ranked number 3 in true value. We got him at pick 21. The scouting report. I don't know. There's really much that's going to tip his hand if he's going to be great. Chad is saying 81 rated. Maybe. John Falk. Man, that strength. That looks so weird. Like, if I was blind picking and I didn't know he was a top, I absolutely wouldn't have even considered him. Because, a good guard, you think. He's slight. He's not like some of the guard types are 330 pounds. He's a little light in the ass at 6'2", 315. But it's the skills, man. The skills that pay the bills. A, awareness, A, pass block, A, pass block finesse, A, pass block power, B, run block, C, run block. I mean, again, I don't know. We got to just trust the game on this one. Because if I'm going off of what I know and what my tendencies are, that does not scream like a top 5 pick. That's like a kind of guy that gets maybe like a first, second round talent grade. But hey, there we go. First pick. Raiders offseason number 2. Top 5 talent player falling right into our lap. Okay. So we got a couple picks here. Board, I feel like that's followed the mock draft, right? High 70s, superstar dev. He's a falking hell of a pick. 80-ish. I would say, man, I'm going to go on the low end. I think he's like, I'm going to go 79. I think he's a superstar. I think that is, I'll be incredibly disappointed if he's not a superstar. I think the rating might not be the best, though. I think he could be like a 78, 79 and a weaker class. I'm going to go 79, but I think for sure I'm gambling that's going to be a good depth trait. All right, let's go back. We're going to get here on the live and recording. All right, so we got our guard. We kind of asked the chat here what they think the predictions are. I'm getting a lot of 82s, 81s. I'm going to go on the low side. My guess is 79 superstar. Whatever it happens, that would be my guess. 79 superstar. I think the depth trait is going to be good. I'm banking on the depth trait to be good. I think the rating might kind of suck. So we're going back in now. We are now pick 22, the Kansas City Chiefs. Fuck, man. Corners are just flying off the board. Boom. Cormier, tight end to the Bills. Replace Kincaid, who's now in our division. Philadelphia at 27. They're not going to go corner. Seattle at 25. They're not going to go corner. They're very happy with their secondary. Cincinnati could go corner. Because we want nails, I think. 27. Cleveland Browns goes Akeem Bush, a linebacker that was on our short list. But that is pretty good, I think. Between pick 21 and pick 28, as far as players that we favorited, only 2 players go, in Deontay Booth and Akeem Bush. So the Raiders are on the clock at pick 28. I do love a mock draft 5, because obviously that's a little insider knowledge. You don't play a lot of Madden franchise mode. Last year in Madden 25, 95% of the time, mock draft 5 was the exact order. So you could use that strategically to kind of like get an idea like where a player's going, where you need to trade up to get that player, or if you could have a good level of confidence that a player would fall to you. The mock draft doesn't always do that. The last couple rebuilds, I've been getting burned. But it does come true for Raiders franchise, which means at pick number 28, we have really 2 names, I think. 3 names, I suppose, that you could consider. 1 is Guerrero at linebacker. 2 would be Pierman because he graded as a first, second rounder. Or we have Nails at corner. Nathan Nails at corner. Man, it's just, I know we might have a chance to get Pierman in the second round. I want him. I really do want him. But it won't be the end of the world if I don't get him. I think for Nails, I mean, it could be the same thing with Nails. If I don't get Nails, and we get, like, is getting Kitchens and then getting this guy as our linebacker, would that be the better all-around play? It certainly needs to be considered. But I just keep coming back on Nathan Nails. First, that name is sick. But he has that A-zone coverage. And I love, a little bit older, at 23 years old, South Florida. Shout out, isn't that where Asante Samuel, South Florida, right? People are saying in chat, select Nails, and then see what we can get for Donald Parham. Shout out Darren Parham. So what we can get for Parham the guard and Tyree Wilson in a trade. I think we just get Nails and see where the board goes. Check trade offers. I don't think we're going to be getting a future first-round pick. But we don't have a first-round pick next year. We do not have a 2028 first-round pick. So if there was a way that I could get like a 2027 second and a 2028 first, that is a big overpay. Oh, I would consider it. But I don't think anyone's going to be paying that price. A 1-2 from Philly. No. Don't love it. Asante Samuels. Man, who went to... Isn't there a really good corner that went to South Florida? You're tripping. All right, let's go. Let's do Nails. And then I want to be aggressive in the second round if our guys fall. I think Nails is the right call, and I think we also get Kitchens. I think we get 2 corners in this year's draft. But Nathan Nails, that A-zone coverage. And I will say for the most part, I'd say chat's probably 80-20 that we go Nathan Nails. Madden thinks we should go Nathan Nails. It was in our mock draft. What? What do you mean? Nathan Nails. My draft clock's expired. No. Do I gotta restart this? What is this? Resume draft. Clock is ticking. Now will you let me make my pick? My staff has selected a player for me. What? Huh? Oh my God, what the what? Exit out and re-enter? Okay. We'll go, boom. I do not have the time running. Chris Jackson, it happened to you. How do I get it going? I've never had this happen, and this is my job, and I do so many drafts. Close and open. All right, we're going to be back. Will it let us make the pick this time? Nathan Nails. Hey! Okay, if you ever get to a spot where it won't let you pick, back out, and it's your classic, just unplug it and plug it back in again. So we are live. Nathan Nails. That man is not 23 years old. I mean, hopefully, I'll tell you right now, if I'm going to do a hot take, I think there's a chance he's a normal dev. We are due to have a player that I like and chat likes that just ends up not being the best. So Nathan Nails. Honestly, the reality is, we got the last corner. We weren't aggressive at all. We decided not to make the big trade out to get clearly the top 5 corner. We literally watched corner after corner after corner after corner go. We sat put and got the corner that fell to us. Number 17. Nathan Nails, I'm sure if he's good, he'll get a nickname. Yes! That was my worry, man. Because athletically speaking, wasn't crazy. But we got, 93 acceleration, 90 agility, 92 change of direction. That checked out from his combine. 91 speed is good. I think we were talking in chat, and we thought maybe he had 92. But, hey, dev trait player, 17th in true value. So, that means he could be a reasonable rating to start him as a rookie. I don't think we have to go with the whole Geno Smith, Kyle Clary, let's go with the veteran. And that could be a guy that sees the field right away as a rookie. And I'm just happy we stayed put with our 2 first-round picks. We got pretty much a consensus from chat. That's who we drafted, and they both were dev trait players that were value picks at the time. Great start. All right, so where's the board? Okay, I'm going to skip right to the second round. Oh, this is going to be stupid if I can't see the board. View my draft board. Will that bring it up? How do we respring this? I don't even know what pick it is. Do I got to move the webcam? Maybe that's the play. Oh, yeah. I'm going to have to move the webcam right here. They don't populate that board again. All right, just because, I don't know, Madden is just being broken right now. Quick update. We're not going to be doing pick by pick because for some reason the board is gone. I got to go off this little banner. So we're going to get right into the second round. And I think I'm going to pause and try to restart the game and see if that does something. Okay, here's what I'm going to make the background because I just don't know if I reclose the game if it's going to show some of my personal details. So guys, here's a little thing that I will leave you with. How do I do this? Everyone close your eyes. I'm going to try to do it super quick. Boom. Boom. I mean, I don't really care at the end of the day, but there we go. What I was going to say is OC4, quick pause, is looking into a vehicle purchase. Anyone know anything about a Toyota 4Runner TRD Pro? Any car people? I'm looking at the old ball and chain. Say we got a family of 2 and we need an SUV for some reason. I'm looking at a Toyota 2021 4Runner TRD Off-Road 4x4 Venture Edition. 40K miles on it, used. Thinking about it. Think it might be kind of cool to do that. Don't know. Keep subscribing. It's very expensive. Don't want to buy a car. Stupid expense. Okay. Oh, man, I'll tell you right now. Another thing. Hey, if you play Madden on PC, you can get a mod that gets rid of all those stupid fucking Ultimate Team pop-ups. Shadow King, that is certainly a white vehicle. Yep. Don't want to make you see the Tony Storm one, but I am a big Tony Storm fan. And look, the fucking board is gone, dude. This is... All right. Yeah, hold that. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking this is... I had to bite the bullet and get a fucking SUV. I looked at a Kia Sorento that has a turbo engine in it. I don't know much about cars. My dad's a mechanic. I haven't been able to talk to him yet. But I supposedly these things have a dual clutch transmission. Don't know what that is. Heard they're dog shit in SUVs. So for me, I really, if I'm going to make a stupid investment that I don't want to make in an SUV, car is a depreciating asset. Seems like Toyotas are probably as close to a investment, if you will, in the SUV market. But, okay, anyways. So we don't have the draft board, which means this happened to me. Nothing fixes it. So I think we are absolutely screwed right now in terms of, like, following along and seeing where to trade out. But what we do know is Guerrero is still available in the second round for our favorites. We have Garcia here at will, but we have Guerrero and Pierman. Those are probably the 2 names on the board that we really like. So, let's see here. Am I going to All Out tomorrow? I will be... Isn't that in Canada? Shout out Mark. Going to All Out. Sick, man. Jealous. If I buy some MUT tokens... fuck, man. Okay, so it's kind of chat wants Guerrero. I want Pierman. Here's what I'm thinking at this point. Do we just say Sim, and as soon as one of them goes, we got to go get them? Whichever one lasts to our pick, because we don't have. I mean, they're not going to last, so we don't have. Okay, traits. We'd have to trade up to the second round. Look at that quarterback room, beasts. So as far as, like, I mean, technically Jack Betch could be dangled as a trade piece if we really want it. But I do like having the depth there. Especially because I remember when we drafted Mitch Howard, he had low injury. So I think as he gets beat up, man, there's a chance that, like, we might have to be tested for our depth. But in terms of, like, pure value, I do think Parham, because of our first round pick, is now replaceable. I think, honestly, we could also view Ty Hamilton as maybe there's some asset there because we've got Javon Dexter. I think we could look at Kyrie Elam. Someone might want him. I think we could look at, chat is saying Tyree Wilson as a trade piece as well. I just don't know if these guys are going for a second. Let's see. Let's just see, like, do we get anything for Tyree Wilson? There's nothing there. So if I throw in Tyree Wilson and Parham, these are the two names you guys are suggesting. No one wants them. What do I throw in Hamilton? Does like anyone want Hamilton? Okay. We're getting some motion. What's the kids say? We got Kyrie Elam. Is this a package someone would be interested? Ooh, okay. Oh, what? Just get a random superstar running back off. So there's a deal right there. Ransaw is sick too. I'd say, okay, these guys are talking my language. Now we absolutely don't need a running back. But I think we're probably at a spot here where you guys are saying Tyree Wilson and Parham, and the game is saying, nah, we want these guys. And these guys are expendable. Hamilton is still a great player. He's one of those like weird, like I don't even know how we got him in free agency. Jason Felipe, I work as an auto damage adjuster for one of the big 5 insurance companies in America. Buy Toyota always, no question. Performance, longevity, resale price. And plus, my old man used to have a Toyota. He had a Toyota truck. Like literally, it was old enough. It was in the 90s. Or like that was what it was called, I think. It was a Toyota pickup truck. It was the name. It was so sick, man. Such a fun car. Okay, who would want these guys? I mean, who could afford these guys? Browns they don't need any. Is there any team that needs a D-tackle corner that has salary cap? Okay, so maybe LA. I don't like trading within the division, but that could work out. Come on, D-tackle corner, and might as well just go for who has salary cap. Philly needs a D-tackle. Ooh, Jacksonville needs a D-tackle. I feel like they could always use a corner. I will say this. I think I already brought it down, but I moved Travis Hunter because obviously the sim stats doesn't work, and I got an explanation on that. There's a little tidbit for you. So I complained during my early access that okay, and I remember it was I don't want to say there's another YouTuber that honestly I never thought I would get along with. Pretty cool dude, and has shared some pretty interesting tea to me about certain things. Anyways, he brought it to the attention first of our chat, and I went through. I was like, I think I might be able to fix this. Couldn't fix it. That during like early access, we told him like, hey, this stat tracking for Travis Hunter, like he's your fucking back of the box feature. It should work, like right, like I literally imagine any other game. Like, isn't there that baseball guy that plays both positions? Imagine that MLB game drops and it doesn't count as home runs, only his pitches and stuff like that. Like they wouldn't do that because that is like a selling feature. They added a whole new position for Travis Hunter, and his position doesn't track. And then the modder people, when they found out I was complaining about that, they said, yeah, that we could have told you that forever because when we've been modding the game, there's no way to have like the stat thing. It's like Excel sheets pretty much, I guess would be the way to explain it. And like there's just no way to have it work for two players. Anyways, long story short, for Jacksonville, I moved Travis Hunter to wide receiver full-time because I feel like that's probably where it's going to be at. So like even though they don't have a team need for corner, this trade could work. Okay, keep going quick. D-tackle corner, D-tackle corner, D-tackle for the Panthers, D-tackle, because I would love, and of course it's it's the Rams, baby. They have the money. They can get Hamilton back. That was a mistake. And we get Kyrie Elam. Like, let's see, and they have those two second round picks. So how about this? Those two players, and I'll throw in our latest third. Just because there's such a drop off, I think that's what I'm gonna. Like that's just like Hamilton is gonna be D tackle 3. So he's barely going to get on the field. Elam is going to be corner 4. You know? And I think the reason why Elam, too, is because we're going to get Kitchens. So there's a chance like long-term Elam's now corner 5. Get pick 35, get the early. Okay, yeah, how about this? We will do that. Actually, I'm going to keep that in. I'm going to elaborate that in the video so it looks like it's making sense. So we don't have a second-round pick, and we now have talent, desirable talent. And I was like, all right, let's find a team that A, has salary cap, and B, is looking for some players of value. Now, chat was saying maybe we could look at Parham at guard. They're saying maybe Tyree Wilson on the defensive line. Those players are now surplus requirement because their first-round pick is going to start at guard. So now Parham's just depth. And Tyree Wilson is kind of buried at edge rusher because we got Derek Hall in free agency. No one was bidding on those. Just throwing those guys on the trade block, seeing if anyone was interested. We got nothing. So then I was like, all right, where else do we have depth? We have Hamilton, who we got in free agency last year. Probably never should have hit free agency. As you can tell by the jersey and his player profile, was a Ram. Maybe they realized this was a mistake because they need a defensive tackle and still 25-78 star dev. That's a player there. Now he's no longer on a rookie contract, a little bit more expensive, but it is what it is. And then we have Kyrie Elam, 79, star dev trait, 26 years old, and actually looked halfway decent when we moved him to nickel. Corner is a top 3 need for the Ram. And we got Nails, so that means Kyrie Elam as right now at best corner 4. And then if we go get Kitchens, that UDFA player that graded out as a first, second rounder, Kyrie Elam's going to be corner 5 if we're looking at long term. So the fact that these two players carry value to one of the rare teams that it makes a lot of sense, I'm going to also throw in one of our 3 third-round picks to the Rams, because the Rams have 2 second-round picks. And then chat just said, if you're giving up all that, they're not in love with these players that I'm giving up. And they sure as hell weren't in love when I threw that third-round pick in, because I want to try to overpay. Anytime I make a trade, I'd rather overpay, because no one can really complain that I took advantage if I overpay. But they said, if you are adding that third with these players, get the earlier second-round pick from the Rams, if we can. I don't even know if this trade's going to go through. But if it does, I'm very happy that we trade it back up. Okay, no, we need a little more. That's good. We're going to keep it here live. We need a little more. That is a little more that I'm willing to maybe make it work. They need safety linebacker. I mean, there's not going to be a lot of value in those guys, to be honest with you. Mike Will. Like, would they be interested in, like, a Damone Clark? Like, it's kind of a throw in there. Okay, because, I mean, we are trading. Now that is us throwing in. That is the player that we're hopefully getting with this second pick. We're going to get a linebacker. We have Guerrero, who's a natural linebacker, and then we have a huge tackling safety that I think could play sub-linebacker, similar to how we used Jeremy Chin last year. I think what we're going to do now, though, is we're just going to sit and wait. Pick 52, we're going to have to wait a little bit, or what is this, 36? Might have to wait a whole long, but we'll wait and see what happens here. Hopefully the board falls to us and we can make the right decision. That's a big-time trade, but we got to see. So we pick third. That's a hell of a deal. First pick of the second round. All right, so we end up picking third. We don't have to wait very long. First pick, the Giants at pick 1. Boom. Go. They selected. Oh, we got to do it this way. No, there's going to be, man, there were some people in chat that wanted Kentrell Bonner. He gone. Second pick. What are the, I mean, there's no way. This is Guerrero or the safety. Drew McClain. D-tackle. Okay. So we are now here. We got to make the call. There are 2 players. There are 2 players that are going to play the same role that we like. We have Guerrero, and we have Mr. Pearman. I am going to put this in the chat for them to vote on. I will say very clearly before we go in this, I would go Pearman. I feel like chat might go Guerrero. I think Guerrero, this is, here would be my little pitch. I think Guerrero has the letter grades. I'm a little scared with that combine. There's not one thing about, that seems like a player that'll be like a 75 normal. That's what I'm getting from Guerrero. Not bad. I'll take a normal. We don't always have to cheese and try to chase dev traits. I think in Pearman's case, while not a natural linebacker, he could be the song safety sub linebacker, has the ace that are sticking at the A tackle, A hit power, and you switch these stats to a linebacker, he's probably going to have elite speed, 3-cone, 20-yard shuttle. I think Guerrero will be a better player, better rating, risk of no dev trait. I think Pearman might be like low 70s. I think there's definitely going to be a dev trait there. All right, we're going to do a poll here. I'm going with you guys. You guys didn't let me go wrong last offseason. I just think, I mean, I don't want to necessarily like ruin the pick for you. I don't know. My gut said, and I could still see Guerrero having a depth trait, but often it's the best athlete if it's a linebacker, and he's a letter grade versus an athlete. But and that's also not saying like Pearman might, there's a chance this is not a great pick because he's not by any means like an elite athlete as well. Pearman, I mean, this is a highly contested pick. It's been a minute. Need a full-on star. Pearman will be a 74-star dev. Yeah, I would say that. Guerrero is a better player, better trait. I don't know. I think a pretty well we get both, but I think we got to get one. Pearman, I don't think will be there in the third round. He is. Where's his rank? He is rank. Web came in the way here. Pearman is ranked, what does that mean? Rank 1. Oh, because he was one of his position? They're saying Pearman just because I did. Guerrero is the pick. Get Pearman. I can get Pearman later. If I hindsight could get Pearman in the third round, because I got those 2 third rounds, I would absolutely I'd absolutely trade up. All right, I'll tell you right now. Guerrero, 81 overall for Guerrero. All right, we didn't have any pick in our first draft that is as polarizing as this pick. I did a poll. We got almost 600 people. Insane. Watching this offseason. And we did a poll. So I'm assuming most of the 600 have voted. The vocal people in chat said Guerrero. He has A tackle. I love anybody that has an A trait. I'm in. He looks solid. He's not a dog shit athlete, but he's also not a special athlete. I'm worried with Guerrero that he might not have a depth trait. We have a lot of people that like him, and he's a first, second round projection. But I also really like Pearman. But there's a risk with Pearman. My plan is to make him linebacker. And yes, he has A tackle, A hit power. Little slight at 6'1", 220, but I mean, again, it's similar to what we used with Jeremy Chin. And I'll say right now, the chat is about 70-30 that we go Pearman. Now, full disclosure, I have people in chat also saying that I persuaded them because I said I would go with this player. But my justification is just like, this is kind of like, this guy, I feel like is a better player. And I think we got to go with the better player. I want both. This is like literally one of those things. I want both these guys. And if I go Guerrero, I might be able to find a way to trade back up and get Pearman. But my gut says, fuck, we're going Pearman. Okay, so he glitched the game. Black screen. He did. Dude, this is Keith Taylor all over again. He literally emerged from the shadows. Everyone. Every other pick, when you make it, it's like a guy putting his hat on, or he's like in the draft. This guy like a wrestler. Like the lights went out. He just appeared on stage. He glitched the game, dude. And look at his eyes. That guy is tweaked. That guy is, he's like a trucker, like on his 30th hour. Man, that's hilarious, dude. White guy with a do-rag. Shannon, I'm already loving with this. Literally, glitch pick. Is he good? Demonstrate, let's go! Let's go. So it's Sabu. Yes. Yes, dude. All right, let's see what we got for stats here. I mean, that's a little slower. I'm now viewing him as a linebacker. So 91 acceleration, 87 speed, 81 jumping, 84 agility, 87 change direction. That's, that's good. That's very good. I would like to say maybe in hindsight, if I'm drafting a safety to play linebacker, I'd love to have like 90 plus speed. But, okay. This is our guy. Dude. Man, that's a fucking, I'm not going to force it. If he acts up being good, whatever it is. But that's like how the Keith Taylor thing happened. It's just like, remember I cut Keith Taylor and then he like somehow was still on the roster? I think we might have just had a moment like that. All right, let's see. So we got Guerrero. Fuck, I got to move my webcam again. Man, this is brutal that this is happening. Fuck. Okay, what are our pick? I think when's Guerrero going to go? Be your draft board. What are our picks? Okay, we already made those picks. Fucking webcam! Trying to do something! So we now have 2 3s and a 4. And we got a 5, a 6, a 7. I don't think we're going to have any problem with 5, 6, 7. Those picks there are going to be, some of those nice late round guys. But 4, 3, and 3. Could we live without, like, trading 2/3 to get Guerrero? Well, I'm trying to think of, like, who else would I want to draft there? Because, like, one of these late picks will be Kitchens, that first-round corner, and then we'll just meme out whatever. But, like, with these 2/3, like, if we, Cam bottom right. Let's do that. Like, I guess the question would be, looking at our board, like, I think we could probably get a second-rounder for these 2/3, right? Who else would we pick? Like, knowing that Guerrero is still on the board, right? And that's, like, everyone wants him. I'm now fine. I got the guy I wanted. Who else would we draft? Like, if we kept those picks, like, what is the mock draft scenario here, fellas? We trade up right now. Let's say if I can flip those 2/3 and get Guerrero, right? If we keep our 2/3, who are we getting with those 2/3? We might have a chance to get Riddle, but we kind of found out, like, the value's not necessarily there. I'd much rather Guerrero. And we absolutely could get 2 linebackers. We have Oliver at corner, which we would probably have to draft with one of those thirds, but we know that we have the ultimate value pick at corner in Kitchens, so we can wait and see. And then everything else is like UDFA guys. So those are, if we stay put 5th, 6th, 7th round, like, we should be able to have our pick of the litter for these players. So then it's like, Younger, the nose tackle cheese, don't really need it. Have a couple pass rushers, don't really need it. Interior linemen, don't really need it. Like, I think you could make an argument right now that, like, we might miss out on Kitchen. You think he would go? And we got to get, obviously, Jerome Pumpkin. You think a 3rd and a 4th could get that? Again, I'm in the business of overpaying. Let's call Minnesota. Let's do it. All right, breaking news. We decided not to go with the repeat of trading up to the 2nd pick, not making that big trade. But now we're here in the 2nd round, and that was such a highly contested pick between going Pearman and Guerrero at linebacker that we're looking at our remaining picks. We have 2 3s and a 4 left. No pick in the 2nd round. Should we make a trade up right now to get the linebacker? Do we just say, screw it? We want him. And my argument was, we probably could get him for a 3 chat saying maybe we trade a 3rd and a 4th. But if we didn't make this trade, let's just say, and we stayed at those 2 3rd-round picks, who are we drafting with those 3rd-round picks? And when we look at it, it's like, okay, We got Riddle at linebacker would be a pick, but that's clearly going to be a downgrade over Guerrero. Guerrero is a better linebacker, so like, okay, why would we stay put and get a worse linebacker? Where we could be aggressive and go get a guy that everyone wants to see. I'm not really going to overdraft a safety. Like, that'd be a depth move. We have Oliver as a first, second round corner. We would absolutely have to probably draft him in a third round. But when it relates to corners, we have Kitchens as the corner that we need. Now, there's a chance that we're playing with fire, that Kitchens wouldn't be available in, say, the fourth round. But I like to gamble that he would be. We have these chunks of UDFA players. They should be available with our 5th, 6th, and 7th round pick. So I'm not really seeing a reason to stay and invest those 2 third-round picks or even a 3rd and a 4th if we're not going to go after Guerrero. But I will say ultimately I'm only doing this for the most part as fan service because chat really wants me to get this Guerrero guy. All right, what I'm going to do here is I want to go look at a trade value calculator, NFL, just to see. I don't want to be overpaying or anything like that. So let's go trade value calculator, NFL draft. Like, would a 3 and a 4 get this pick done, or would it have to be 2/3? So pick number 4 of the second round from a points perspective, if you're throwing a grade on it, is worth 73. So I'm going to write that down. 73 is the target number that we need. And really, I'd like to overpay a little bit. So the picks that we have are 67, 3rd, 74, and 499. So 367 is worth 75. No, it's not. What? Am I tripping? There's no way. Okay, sorry. This is why we're not recording. This is why salads have been consumed. Pick 4 of the second round is worth 166. So that's the number we need to come to. 166. We have pick 67, which is worth 75. Pick 74 is worth 64. And pick 99 is worth 36. So for us to get to 166, I'm going to have to bust out the old calculator here. 75, 64, because 139 plus 36. Honestly, I'd have to give up almost all those picks. And I do not want to do that. But you know what I will do? I'll go a future 4th, because I need that 4th to get Kitchens, I think. Shout out to CBG with the 2, brother. Appreciate it. So we're going to trade up. I'm doing the most accurate, because now anytime we trade, I like to look at the trade value calculator sites that just show you like what a pick is worth. So the value of the Vikings pick 4 in the second round from a number standpoint is 166. I need to meet that 166. My picks, 67 in the third round is worth 75. 74 in the third round is worth 64. And a 4th round pick this year is worth 36. I'd have to give up all those picks. I'm going to split the hairs in the middle. I'm thinking about this trade. Let's go Vikings. Let's go this pick, and we will go boom, boom, and a 20. I don't even have a 2029 4th. Oh, come on. I do not want to give up any extra picks next year. Okay, we have the 6th. Can we get a player thrown in there? Can I just get a garbage player? They need D tackles. Can I interest you in a Mason Smith? Oh, shit, they have no salary cap. No! I can't give them a trade because they have no salary cap. I have to. This has to be a pick. Does that get it done? Fuck. Did we just rip the Band-Aid off? I had to overpay. I mean, I said to chat, I'd rather in any trade from now on, in any of my franchises, I want to overpay because no one's really going to complain too much about an overpay. They will complain forever about a ripoff. So I wanted to make a trade happen, but as you can faintly see above the old webcam here, they are in the red on salary cap. So I want to offer a third, and a future fourth to get that second. That is me paying appropriate value. And then I was like, I needed to move that little bar a little bit to get it full green. I had so many players. Like, look at the needs. I had a D tackle I could throw them. I had anything. Any of those positions, I had depth that I could trade them. But their salary cap was in the red, so I had to involve another pick. So I threw in a fifth rounder, which I don't love because we don't have a lot of picks in 2028. So I now think proactively in 2028, that might be a year that we need to look at trading players for picks that year. Trading some of our depth picks to see if we can acquire more because it's going to be a pretty lean draft next season. But with this trade, we are getting a player that I will say looks like a very good player, but ultimately is a player that the chat has fallen in love with and we're going to go get. So at pick number 4 in the second round, you guys got your trade. If you're bloodthirsty for getting a trade and you're upset that we didn't trade out to be aggressive, go get that big corner. Here's your trade. That was still an annoying trade to make, and it puts Kitchens, that really good corner, at risk of potentially not going. But we're seeing a lot of love for Enrique Guerrero, and now see more people in chat saying he's gonna suck. B Block said B pursuit, A tackle, B zone coverage, has elite speed, great jumping, goods and goods. So he's a good athlete. I mean, at face value, a 4.6, if we're going to round up. I mean, no, for him, he's like, I got a 4.9. I ran a 4.5, sorry. That pro day looks a lot better. This is the guy. And it would be, I want him to be an awesome player. I'd love for him to be a dev trait. There would be a fact that if we got 400 or 500 plus people here looking, and if he's a bust, some of these people are, and literally everyone's just saying normal dev. Go for the freak linebacker. Oh, we have a late. Go for the freak linebacker in Garcia. Who is pretty good, man. Does have all those elites. I don't think we can do it though, man. I think we had enough. We had enough going with Guerrero. There would be the hindsight. You need to have the yin and the yang. Because we got Pierman, I think if we go Guerrero, the first thing we have to come back and check is compare him to Garcia at linebacker. But let's go here. We have Guerrero. It's the man that people want. Let's stop delaying it. This is our pick. Here's the people's pick. And he is, fellas! What are we doing? Guys? I'm trying to say, trade back up, get Garcia. Kane in chat has my good summary here. Garcia is probably better. I think this was any other rebuild. I would go Garcia, not even think twice. But Guerrero has the hearts of this chat. And you guys just made me pick maybe the first dog shit. I mean, that's not dog shit, but let's be honest. 90 in true value at 36. I'm going to say that the only thing that can save him right at this point if he does have a dev trade. If he is normal dev, I might have to say that the chat that we all decide we got an X Factor kicker, superstar fullback, X Factor tight end, X Factor corner. We all was a collaborative effort in offseason 1. You lose all that goodwill with this pick. B pursuit. Okay. Hey, we got a dev trait. It's not the end of the world. But we definitely have to go compare him to the other linebacker with the better traits. You guys are lucky. If there was a normal dev there, I'll be honest. If there was a normal dev there, I might just cut him. I might have cut him after training camp. All right, we got a depth trait. It's not the end. What's the name of it? Garcia? I'm going to write that down. We got to go look at it. Or someone remember, when we're going through the recap, that's who we want to go get. Man. Yeah, hey, he has a depth trait. That's all that matters. So no more trades up. I think we can kind of just speed up here. I'm disgusted with how I don't really want to make one pick, wait and look at the little corner. We're not going to trade up. Let's go right to our next pick and hope Kitchens is still there. I'm waiting for this Jets pick to make sure it wasn't him. All right, no more trades. We're now just staying put with our picks, so we had to sit out the entirety of the third round, and we are now here at pick 3 of the fourth round. The play is Kitchens. That is why we did not want to give up a fourth round pick this year to make that trade. Maybe we overpay with future picks because we want to secure our value pick. Ooh, Jesus. Is he still there? I hope so. If he's not, it is what it is. I don't think he's... Oh, no, he's at the bottom of the board. Okay. In terms of other options, we have Cam Younger, the no-sackle cheese, but, we got to go get our guy. And he is still there. Let's go, boys. Garcia's... The linebacker's not there. We will go look at him in draft recap. We got to compare him to Guerrero now. But we do have Kitchens. We're not going to overthink it. Don't get greedy. And look, see, let's look. They had the presentation again. Pearman is a ghost. A serial killer. There's something wrong with that guy. Well, we got Kitchens here. 44 in true value at 99. Now, there's not a lot of excitement because we knew when we had him fully scouted that he was spoiled, that he was a good player. The question will be, does this young man have a dev trait? And remember, if there's one thing you could take away from this stream, people, is that if you are blind picking corners and a corner has a tackle, consider it. Kiss to Kitchens. No! That's house money. He didn't need to have a dev trait. We got the dev trait in nails. This was just a value pick. This is not necessarily someone that we fell in love with the stats. We fell in love with his recruiting information or scouting information. Sucks that there's no dev trait there. I would have loved to have a full draft class of all dev trait players. But, hey, let's appreciate the value. Let's appreciate the depth he adds to our slot position, which is the we don't need outside corners. We need slot corners. Nails and Kitchens are going to fill that role. Now, we didn't trade for him. It wasn't like we fell in love with that second round, and we traded up for him. I'm happy with the trade up of getting rid of those third, because we would have kept those third rounders. We would have probably just said screw it and drafted Kitchens anyway to ensure that we got him. So the fact that we didn't hold we have to draft Kitchens in the third round as a reason why we weren't able to package those thirds to go get, hey, Guerrero has a dev trait. We're not going to talk about his rating. I think it worked out pretty well. C4, have you thought about doing a relocation franchise? Yeah, maybe. I've thought about maybe doing my plan is, if we ever make the Super Bowl, when we make the Super Bowl with this Raiders team, whenever that happens, that will be a live stream. With, I think I might get dolled up for that one. Just keep it on. I'm no more trades. We'll stay with our picks and get our studs. Pick 5. All right, let's go. We're an hour 4 of the stream. We're no more trades. We're just gonna stay at our picks and see what kind of value we can get. So let's go to our favorites. So we have Wayne Boykin on the offensive line. Where, at this point, I guess, do we need value? We did trade a D tackle, so I would not have a lot of concern or issue grabbing another D tackle. And I think probably Cam Younger would be the best pound-for-pound player available. And just kind of retools that depth there. Boykin, you don't have enough offensive line, but I think because we couldn't get rid of Parham kind of takes that spot. But he does have a pass block and a pretty good combine as well. These guys here, pass rushers, I'm not overly concerned. We have Branch. I think we know he's a good player. And I don't think in the 5th round we have to really consider any of these UDFAs. I do really like Swain. He's probably the best height, weight, speed player there available. I do love Pendleton, elite strength tight end. We obviously have OJ Pumpkin that we will get, but I think maybe, should we just get that to be the long snapper? I feel like that'd be enough lore, where like it wouldn't be like, oh, we have a clearly meme player that we had fun with. I think long snapper would be the least harmful position to have fun with a player, because who gives a shit? Like, they literally don't exist. So I'm thinking, yeah, we are going to go with Cam Younger, because we gave Hamilton in that trade. Just gives us some D-tackle depth. I am feeling a little guilty, because it is nose tackle cheese. Well, let's go. Mr. Cam Younger. 53 in true value at 138. All right. No depth trade again. Should be a good player, but damn. Getting on a little cold streak here to end the rebuild. End the draft. Next pick. 5. Okay, we got no more in the 5. We are now in the 6. We have 2 picks remaining. Pick 27 of the 6th round. Pick 27th of the 7th round. Thinking about it, man. We don't need another team breakdown. I think I have an idea how we want this to play. It's more so who's still available. Oh shit. Okay, we really want the wide receiver. There was a wide receiver, Swain, no longer available. So, Barker at linebacker was pretty good. Good athlete. But, we got 2 linebackers. Patterson at linebacker. He's only here because he has A hit power. And we just don't need linebackers. I mean, that sucks we didn't get Swain. That would have been a good get. We got Maine at safety. But, I'm feeling like, what's Herrera look like? A pass block, A awareness. Combine's pretty good. Could replace Will Clapp. And then we go long snapper. We have Greenberry, B-man coverage, safety. Really good combine. Dude, look at that, man. 4th in the 40-yard dash, 3rd in the 3-cone, 1st in the 20-yard shuttle. We brought back Paul Amal, though. Kyle Adams is A pass block. Bench press is dog shit. Pendleton, just a reminder, A catching traffic, B catching, elite strength. And then we got Maine here, A hit power. We'll go Maine, man. We'll go Maine. Because our safeties are old. And let's do it. No more pondering. I love the fact that we're not getting the dark screen because it makes Pearman that much more special. 193 at 187. Hit stick connoisseur. Concerns about his speed, though he's fast. The normal devs continue. And now we'll go to the 7th round. I'll get the long snapper. We'll have fun with this. All right, final pick. Now, someone in chat sent $20 in. Basically, salads were consumed, and chat kept telling me to draft OJ Pumpkin. They're like, hey, man, get that OJ Pumpkin guy. And literally, I kept going to all these different positions, and they said he was because I didn't see it. I'm like, there's no way there's someone named OJ Pumpkin. Kind of became a little bit of a meme. And I felt like the least harmful position to kind of just make a meme would be long snapper. And when it comes to drafting long snappers, I always just go with the heaviest player. So I feel like just for fun, just for like a little nostalgia, a little memory, a little nugget to enjoy, and for remember everyone that tuned into the stream of OJ Pumpkin, I'm going to make it the long snapper. Eric Ruiz, final pick of the draft for us out of Notre Dame. Wow, let's go! OJ Pumpkin, formerly known as Eric Ruiz, 16th in true value. Oh, man, I wanted a depth trade. So many people were like, can we get a generational long snapper? 16th? What? Ladies and gentlemen, OJ Pumpkin. So going the heaviest long snapper never fails. Man, I wish he had a depth trait, but let's be honest, 16th in true value. Like, what is that? That's going to be like a 75 long snapper? Okay. So now that we're at the end of the draft, someone said real early in the stream that when you go to draft recap and you click players, it bricks it up. So I'm just gonna bring that up when I start recording, and then once we get to the next stage and we start and have the rollover into the preseason, that's when we'll kind of really do a little quick deep dive at the rookies, and that's where we'll edit the name and stuff like that. The pumpkin, a little drinky poo here. Just drinking. Didn't want any flatulence to make it. Yeah, we definitely had to go look at Garcia. Someone says make him number 0 to make him look like a pumpkin. I'm not going to give him an X factor. You staying as is. We're not gonna go that far. We're not gonna jump. That would be jumping the shark, I think. They don't. I don't know. No, I won't do it. You know why? You know why I won't make an X factor? I agree. It's harmless because they don't do anything. That takes away from the fact of the chance that we still have that chase to get a X factor long snapper. I don't think we gotta find the X factor long snapper. I don't want to be given one. Okay, before we hit record, let's just okay. No, we gotta do a live reaction here. So, who do we need to check? I'm gonna write it down. I mean, I'll probably look at chat again. We want to look at linebacker Garcia. Was there any other players that were drafted that we should go look? Excuse me, at their rating. I think we should obviously go look at that top corner. I'll just put down top 5 CB. But if there's any other players from that process that I should go double check for sure, I'm just kind of making a little short list here. Let me know. Yeah, wide receiver Swain for sure. Yep, got it. Bonner at linebacker. Yep, there was enough people that wanted me to get him. The tight end. Oh man, I don't remember his fucking name. You might be there in free agency still. All right, well, we'll look at. I got those ones. I got the top 5 overall DB. We just gotta go see under the hood. The linebacker Riddle. All right, we'll put that one in there. So we have 5. He was a Mike. I think Bonner was a outside. He was a Sam. Garcia was a. I can't remember. All right. Remember, don't click through the players on draft recap. Got it. All right, we are here. Live reaction to our draft recap. I have been informed by chat after the last title update that when you go look at draft recap, if you click into the player off of, so which is kind of what you want to do, it crashes your game or messes up. So we will just look at like the menus of all the recaps, and we're gonna go look at some of the players that we missed. We're gonna do all of that once we get to the next stage. Like I wrote down the names of all the players we got to go find. So I will do that once we get to the first stage of preseason so that it's... fuck. I'm going to stop recording now. We're doing it live. I don't like that. That's I can get a cleaner pitch on why this thing doesn't fucking work. All right, we've yet to do draft recap. Take 2. We've yet to do it. We're going to take a look. But I've been informed by chat that there's like a bug going around with the last title update that when you like click into a player off of your draft recap, it like crashes the franchise mode. But that kind of sucks. We want to click into our players and see the stats and stuff like that. We mostly want to look at the players that got away. I got 5 names to chat right up that we want to go see. The misses that we did not get. So I don't want this to crash anymore. So of those 5 names, I'm going to go to the first week of the preseason, and then we'll check a look at those players right there so it doesn't crash the game. But let's get a live recap here. Drum roll, please. What did we get from year 2 offseason draft? For the Raiders. Everybody but Maine, who was a consensus pick. We did a good job. John Falk. Oh, no. We were saying 80. I said 79. But I'm not going to lie. Chat kind of gassed me up saying that they thought Falk, top 5 talent guard, was going to be in the 80s. I was like, oh, that's going to be, you know what? Yes, he's going to be in the 80s. I kind of convinced myself. 78. We get Nails, 76. I think that was probably about as expected. I mean, we can kind of look at their stats through here. No, screw that. We'll look at all that stats and stuff. I want to be able to look at the player card. We'll do that once we get to the preseason, so it won't crash it. But Nails, 76. We know we had the A-zone coverage. We got Pierman, 75. That was a contested pick. It was between Pierman and Guerrero. We traded, all the way up to get Guerrero. I'm glad we got Pierman. If we would have decided not to go Pierman, 75 dev trait, and just got Guerrero, 71 dev trait, be a little upset right now. We got Kitchens, who was our first second rounder, 74 normal. Not the end of the world. We got Younger, nose tackle cheese, 73 normal. We got Maine. I mean, it is what it is. We're not going to absolutely crush it every single time. There has to be outlier picks. I mean, he might end up being a prime candidate for the practice squad, and that's not the end of the world if a 6th, 7th round pick ends up there. And then we got Ruiz, who's soon to be a new name. 16th overall player in the class, 76 overall. So there are 5 players we got to go find, just out of curiosity. All right, I want to look through here just because I don't know where they went. So Fleming went to the Rams. I'm just going to look at the big picture. So we can see right now he's an 83. God fucking damn. I mean, of course he is. So he went to the Rams. Where did Garcia go? We're looking for Mr. Garcia. We are looking for a Swain, Bonner, and Riddle. Great. Well, there's Beckham. Someone said, hey, take a look at Beckham. He's 76. That's not our Riddle. We were saying Falk has a brother. He's a 70. That would have been a good pick. Where'd these guys go? Am I just tripping? Am I passing them? There's a chance. Sal's a big concern that I'm missing these guys. I don't think. Beavis and Butthead. Of course. Okay, so Philly got Swain. Ah, damn. Okay. Man, that would have been sick. Damn. The center I want went to the Chargers? What? Fake news. So Philly got Swain. There's Garcia. 73. Okay, he went to the Falcons. We'll go get a look at him. Bonner and Riddle. That's who we're looking for. Bonner, Riddle. Bonner, Riddle. Bonner. Whoa, 76. He went to the Giants. And Mr. Riddle. Where the fuck is this guy? There we go. Patriots, 72. 91 speed, 91 acceleration. Oh, I wonder if he has a depth trait. All right, New England. Okay, I guess this will be just for the chat. Now that I just did that, I don't want to say let's do for because people want to get right to the next stage. Any names that we remember, we'll go pick by pick. I want to record, just look at the top end players here. Let me do that. Let me get that out of the way. So I don't want to mess too much because it seems like this is a very hostile section to be in franchise mode with crashes, but we do want to just quickly look at like the top tier players, and then we're going to go and look at some of the ones that got away and our own players. But Fleming, the top 5 corner that we wanted, went to the Rams. 83. We don't know the depth trait because might break the game, but he was far and away the best player in this class. He was the top 5 of all top 5. But look at that. Jets get a nice quarterback. Harden at center, who was on our short list, number 3. Wow. I mean, nothing really stood out about him to go get him, but that's he was there. We thought about it. We had Booth at corner, another player that we had tabbed up. He was one of the best players in the class. Same with Holcomb. Good year to need a corner. I will tell you that. Bonner is a player we had on our short list. We got to go check out as well. I guess we could say like steals, like out of the 3rd round, the kind of guys that we got to be finding. Like, did we have anybody that we were like for sure looking at? Like Riddle at linebacker, one of the better players in the 3rd round. We were considering it. He was on our short list. In the 4th round, we got Kitchens. We didn't really we were considering centers, and Martinez did not come across our board. In the 5th round, we had Wayne Boykin on our short list. He's a 74. We got Younger. We had Tiller on our short list because we had all those corner scouted. He was a 72. 6th round, we had Jalen Branch. We had Swain. He was another guy we got to go look at. Going to the Eagles. The speedster. Looking like the best deep threat cheese pick of the draft. 71. Really wish we could have got him in the 6th round. And then the 7th round, you better believe. I mean, look, hey. We did not have Ray, but we did have Kyle Adams on our short list. 75 in the 7th round. Rams had a hell of a draft. But we got Ruiz here, 76. You damn believe OJ Pumpkin, best player in the 7th round. Look for Pendleton, the tight end. So he would have went 7th round. He might be UDFA. Or maybe 6th round. Was he still there potentially? Let's see. If he didn't go 6, 7, he might be UDFA, and I absolutely would go get him. Yeah, he might be straight up UDFA. What about our division? Let's just check our division too to make sure there's nothing that's like, oh shit. Okay, they went corner, and they get a. Okay, I should break that. That would be good for the video. I think breaking down like the guys that are coming right into our division. Also, I guess worth looking at our division. Who are the rookies that are coming in that we have to be worried about? And well, the Broncos got one of the corners we were very interested in Darrell Buchanan. To pair that with Pat Surtain and company. Pat Surtain and Jahdae Barron. They guess just really want to, hey, you know what? I like to think this is reactive of them trying to stop our passing attack. Then they got Burrell, and they went out and got a White Lightning. So I pretty much drafted the first 2 picks here for the Broncos. 96 speed wide receiver, pretty good. For the Chargers, little light class, not too shabby. No players that we were really looking for. But they went out and they got a super slow wide receiver in the 2nd round, and they got a kind of, why would they go tackle? You have Joe Alt and you have Rashawn Slater. So classic drafting there. For the Chiefs, well, there you go, of course. They went out and got one of the other corners we were considering as well, in Dante Booth. He looks pretty good. They got 2 wide receivers to kind of retool that. They both have some good speed to their game. Lowry, 93 speed. Morales, not too bad. But I'm pretty happy so far. There hasn't been like a clear, like we got sniped of a player that we really wanted that was within our own division. So like that makes me feel somewhat decent. And then we need to take a look at who the hell else is in this division. Salads have been consumed, ladies and gentlemen, and we are now sitting here saying that we've gone at all the teams. And at least we could say, best draft easily going to the Raiders. All right, let's go to here. We're going to go get quick looks at everybody else, and then we'll finish reflecting on our own class. So we're going to start with, I think we saved the best for last, and I think the best at this point would probably be Garcia, because we were never in play for the top 5 corner. But Rams absolutely killed it. So take a look at Fleming, just the corner that could have been, if we really want to be aggressive. 83. I really hope this is not an X. It probably is. Derek Fleming is a star dev. That's a weird one. I mean, we're recording this for the video, but chat, you can answer this. Would you be content with that? If we would have just said, screw it, traded those 2 first-round picks, would you be like, we got an 83 overall? That's, dev trade is just a bonus. Or would it be whelming if we just kind of went like, oh, yeah, great rating, but only a star dev trade, limits the ceiling potentially. Let's go look at Bonner on the Giants next. Ooh. We also had Kentrell Bonner, who was a player that was pretty high up on our draft board. I think the name pun's kind of right itself. Normal dev. So in the scenario of us, like in having to potentially trade up for a player, I love the stats. 86 speed, 87 acceleration, 92 hit power, 84 tackle, 84 pursuit, 77 block shed. Good agility, but that is a normal dev. Womp womp. And even though we weren't in love with the rating after trading up to get Guerrero, I'm a sucker for dev traits over stats. That is a very flaccid linebacker. We got Riddle on the Patriots. Oh, they got the Barker guy too. Is he a dev trait? Oh, fuck off. That was man. Shout out. I'm not disagreeing. He was certainly on our short list. We just had too many linebackers at the time, but we had a UDFA dev trait player. How did they already get him? We didn't even go through the first stage of UDFA. That means someone might have sniped Pendleton at tight end. We'll have to double check that. Fuck, that's annoying. All right, another linebacker that we liked was Cam Riddle because he had the insane speed, 91 speed. He had the 4.40, only a normal dev trait. Now, the bad news here is apparently some UDFAs were signed already because we're going to always go through and look through some of the UDFAs to see if we can find some star dev cheese. Baker was UDFA. That's why there's zero. He was literally just signed. So I didn't know that the CPU team still got like the first pick at the UDFAs because Barker, we'll call him Baker. That's, screw it. He's not on our team. We're going to mispronounce it. We're going to show him disrespect. He was on our short list, and we had some people in chat saying, go get him. Dev trade. That would have been, we're pretty happy with our linebacker room right now. But we were right. We found a UDFA with a dev trade. All right, we now need to go look at Swain on the Eagles. Oh, of course it does. Now, the next one is more so, this is the guy that got away. We're going to go look at the Garcia linebacker on the Jets, because that was kind of like a decision there. But the one that was like, oh, shit, we just waited too long to pick him, was James Swain, the wide receiver. Would have led to add him. Fast, 6'1", 189 on the Eagles. Dev trait player. 93 speed, 97 acceleration, 90 jumping, 80 catching, 80 spec catch. Nothing crazy about it. I'm not going to lose any sweep, but that would have been we got a couple of those normal devs with our later picks. Would have been cool to get another hidden dev. James, you want me to check out the Denver corner? Optimus. You're an hour behind. Shout out for sticking through it. And by the way, fellas, can we get 2 more likes? 2 more likes gives us 400 likes on the stream. That'd be pretty cool. But yeah, the Toyota. So it's, I don't know if you guys have Clutch in like, it's like kind of like an online site. We do with the, I don't know if I'm getting that Toyota in particular, but considering it. We want to go look at that corner from Denver just real quick before we go look at Garcia Buchanan because he is in the division. Ooh, dev trait. Mr. Darrell. We might as well look at the Chiefs corner too because it is corner. That was our market, and they now are both in the division. So Buchanan is a star dev. In an hour, he's going to flip his shit. Yeah. Fuck. Chiefs. I want to go look at that Chiefs corner booth. Oh, that sucks. Couldn't have happened to a better team. Definitely, I agree. Whoosh, 23. Felt like a weaker class. Definitely a weaker class than what we had last year. Oh, Garcia went to... Man, Ruiz, he was the guy that got away last year. Remember? The A-man, A-zone cover linebacker. Fuck, man, we should have been more... Imagine we would have got another X factor on that class. Okay, this guy's on the Falcons. Because of a dev trait. And the final player that Shaq got a little momentum when we ended up going Guerrero was like Garcia's the better athlete. Dev trait. Great speed, 88 speed, 80 acceleration. But what is the dev trait? Because you are probably the only comparison player that we're going to have. If he is like a superstar, we better hope Guerrero's a superstar. If he's just a star dev, a lot less pressure. And it's only a star dev, so we can live with that. Let's go quickly kind of look at our team, and then we'll do some UDFAs, and we'll wrap it up. Now we'll look at our picks kind of quickly here, just because we couldn't do it during the draft scene. Falk, our first pick, 78, maybe not as high of a rating as we would have liked, but when you look at the actual ratings, 84 strength, you get the 82 pass block, 82 pass block power, 82 pass block finesse, has already 82 awareness, which is, you know, maybe in a way inflating his base rating a little bit, but he's a good athlete, and we got to trust. We got to trust the process that, you know, top 5, that is going to be better than a silver. If that is a silver behind that blue question mark, I'm going to be a little borderline depressed, honestly. Fuck, man. Boys, we need some lineman depth here pretty bad. So, I mean, hopefully we get someone's UDA. We got to remember that, though. We got to fill that out. Defensively. I mean, let me just, because we're here, let's just min-max the depth chart here. Make sure we're happy with it. Wide receivers, tight ends. Okay, we got that. We got boom, boom, boom. Done. I think here's what I'm going to do for simplicity's sake. I'm going to move Parham to right guard just so that there's never any like auto substitute because he's clearly going to be the backup in that spot. So we'll go boom, boom. We're going to move Hall to right end. Yeah, we'll look at that Herrera center. That's a good call. Assuming he's there, fuck, man. These other teams getting just to pick up our guys. I don't get first pick. I don't get equal dibs to make a move for a guy. It's ridiculous. You guys want to? Okay, yeah. I'll pull that right now for chat only. Last offseason, we let the chat picks get to see their dev trait. Guerrero is clearly that guy. Do you want to see it or not? Do you want it spoiled or not? You guys decide. I'm perfectly fine keeping and withholding that information for myself and you guys. But if you want to just get that for your little draft special, we can take a look at it. I mean, we feel good. We got good edge depth. You might as well. We'll move Ojulari to the other side here. We are going to look for UDFAs. Yep, we'll get that in. That's how we're going to wrap it up. The tackle, dude, we're going to have to make some moves here. It's just too many. I mean, we'll just wait till roster cut down, but we are going to trim the fat. Like Carter, I mean, we kind of have to keep Fodu, but like Hemingway, Carter, Smith, and Laul are probably going to be gone. Sam, we have White and Guerrero. Adams, Eichenberg. Fuck, dude. Well, we'll make the switch of Pyramid's a linebacker. I guess that's the way we're going to view it. That is our exciting upside linebacker pick because it kind of looks whelming room right now. All right, now we went very heavy defense in this draft. We have Cam Younger. Not a crazy pick by any means, but I think anytime you get a 6'6", 330-pound player that's pretty consistent and that well-rounded of a defensive tackle, you are not going to hate that selection. Yeah, absolute beast. Now, maybe the most polarizing pick of the draft, we have Enrique Guerrero. Now, if you are tuning in live on the stream, last year, the stream picks were Shermanator at fullback, Winters at tight end, and Wilkinson at kicker. Those are the three that I was like, I let you guys make in the stream, and we looked at their dev traits. That's a kind of little spoiler that I let the people tuning in the stream. We're going to do that with Guerrero for the stream only. If you're just watching this as a draft recap, we will all find out organically throughout the season what Enrique Guerrero's dev trait, but at least he had a dev trait. Rating was a little bit of wet fart. Kind of is what it is. Stats don't look too bad. And I think he did like kind of redeem himself with the dev trait. Let's get a look. I mean, I don't know, whatever. Like, even if it's a star, that's still a good pick. Now, I mean, yeah. I mean, it'd be nice to be like, oh, we got a superstar an X Factor. But there ain't nothing bad with that. Now, it's always going to be in comparison to the value that we gave up to go get that player. But that's still, I ain't mad at it. I went from when we picked him and he was 90th in true value, fucking hating this pick, to like, you know what? It's not that bad. It's not, I mean, it sucks for Devin White because we're going to have to get him on the field. Now at corner, we got two dogs. Christopher Kitchens, fully scouted. UDFA, first, second round talent. No dev trait. Didn't need to get greedy. But happy for the depth. We needed slot corners. We got two. Joe Pierman. I'll let you guys vote on that one because that is the debate. And then we got Nathan Nails as the man that hopefully can help us solve the corner room and just make it so that opposing teams' quarterbacks don't go 90%, 80% completion percentage. Yes, there's sliders. And I'm always trying to find the best sliders. I'm always trying to fine-tune the sliders to give you guys the best gameplay experience. What I want, though, as a rebuilder, is I want my patch, I want my sliders for stopping the opposing team's quarterback, is drafting unreal corners. And can Nails be that guy? 6'1", 200 pounds, a little bit older at 23 years old, 91 speed, 93 acceleration, 90 agility, 81 zone coverage. Now, we drafted him knowing that, like, I want that balance between Levy and Darian Porter right now are two outside corners. They are literally both top 5 in terms of man cover. I agree with chat. We had the argument come in that's like, Let's get some zone in there. That's what we're going with Nails. We got the dev trait. Not a crazy athlete, but a good pick. And someone else highlighted in there, it was a weaker class. I think we made the most of it. And we are going to change the number. You are not Charles Woodson. What's a good number for him? $2.7? Single digits? $32? $32 available? $32 not available. We got 36, 30, 27, 24. $41. $41. Is that a number? That's not a number. 6, single digit. What do we got for the single digits? I'll put it this way, I'm not gonna be messing around with crazy. We got 7. Wasn't that Geno's? Did we give him Geno? Three, 7, 27. I don't know, do the Raiders have retired numbers? Whoa! No! You did not see that! I swear to God, it fucking bumped. Okay, no one saw that. Fuck, no! Dude, I swear to God, I literally, I hate the ticking sound, so, when I feel like it's getting self-conscious and you might be getting it picked up on the mic, like me flicking, I put my controller under my table so you can't hear it, and I swear to God, it left bumper hit as I pushed it down. No one saw that. All right, we'll go 27 for the time. This is what happens, change number. No one saw that. Fuck yes. No one saw it. No one saw it. So yeah, there's the number change. You know what though? Do we not look at Pearman now? If we look at the Pearman depth trait, even though 91% said to do it, is that getting too greedy? Fuck yes, though. I do feel like it might be. I think because of that botch, I don't think we look at any more depth traits because we didn't have a whole lot this year, and I personally want a little bit more surprise. So that's what we're gonna do. No one saw anything. We're not gonna look at Pearman's depth trait. We got to see our first rounder instead. I'm overruling the poll. Fuck yes, man. Oh, dude, let's go. No one saw that. No one saw it. We got Maine at safety. This was another kind of chat pick. Again, fun player. Decent speed, 86 kick power, classic special teamer. Kind of fits the mold of what we look for a hard-hitting safety. Not every pick can be an absolute stud. Our only pick of the class that was below a 70. And now we have Channing Pearman. This was kind of my pick. Now, in chat, because it was Pearman versus Guerrero, we kind of voted, and they suckered me into being like, all right, we'll go take a peek just for chat only at Pearman's depth chart, because that's kind of the two big positions. Unfortunately, because Nails had Charles Tillman number, we were in the edit player to move his number. Swear to God, when I have my controller like this and I make the ticks, I'm self-conscious the mic picks that up, and I don't want people just hearing the... So I take the controller and I put it under my desk, so it kind of muffles the sound. Swear to God, waiting for chat to pick on the number with Nails. Put it down, right bumper, hit the edge of the desk because I put it down. We saw Nails' dev trait. So we're not actually going to know Pearman's dev trait. No one's going to know it. I'm not going to know it. But chat knows what Mr. Nails' dev trait is. Let's, was it intended? But we got Pearman here, 75, hidden dev. Will the plan is to be kind of that hybrid linebacker, and he looks like he could do it, man. 87 speed, 91 acceleration, good coverage ability. Probably want to work on that man a little bit, but 85 hit power, 77 pursuit, 76 tackle. There is a chance that it could be growing pains, especially in run defense. But I think as far as a user is concerned, perfect. I don't know why I'm just putting this together now. He's the understudy Jamal Adams. Like instead of just following the same path as Jamal Adams, safety moved to linebacker. We're not benching Jamal Adams. We needed a linebacker to be a successor to Jamal Adams and to get on the field with Jamal Adams. Perfect mentorship situation right there. Oh, that's Gotta get rid of that number. And that's Bo Jackson's number. So because you are a linebacker, we can get a little more creative. And we'll just go 49. I don't want to see your depth trade. There's no way. Man, you want to see something cool? You guys want to see something cool? Speaking of Bo Jackson, I am a big Bo Jackson fan. The coolest thing EA ever sent me was like a package for, they were doing something in Ultimate Team, I think, with Bo Jackson. But they sent me these Bo Jackson shoes, these Air Maxes. And I'm not a big, I'll be honest, my shoes of choice are all white Air Force Ones. I have 3 pairs. And Timberlands, Tims, the Butters. But we got these like Bo Jackson Air Maxes, probably like some like I am an influencer and I am sponsored by EA. They don't really send me cool stuff. Coolest thing I've ever got. These shoes are fucking unreal. Shout out Bo Jackson. Now, last thing we need to do. Let's just get rid of this guy right now. Get off my team. I do not have the Air Dads right now. I am lacking in that department. Comically, I kind of was like, let's get them. And then they're still like a fucking $100, like in Canada. They're not cheap for even the memes. All right, so do we go full name or do we just make him OJ Pumpkin? He is number 0. Let's go. We can't go all capitals. And then lastly, we have the number 16 overall player in the class. OJ Pumpkin out of Notre Dame, our new long snapper. 88 long snapper rating. What you know about that? All right, let's go look at some UDFAs. You have a pretty full roster. Fuck, man. 2 o'clock in the morning. Gotta do shit tomorrow. Thanks. Oh. First things first. Let's go through here and see if we can find any... Anchor was a quarterback we were thinking about. Yeah, that would have been a shit pick. Any rookie that has a future starter, because that tends to be dev traits. I will not be greedy. I will take just about anything. Or a freak athlete if you do not have a dev trait. I'm not seeing much of that. That guy doesn't look too bad. For a speedster. Just assuming that like he might not even make the roster. So we're looking just for UDFAs. I'm going to try to find some dev traits. We have Brandon Bernard. I did want to add speed with Swain. And he's just kind of like the best athlete UDFA. And it's, it's not Swain. But that's a name that rolls off the tongue. Brandon Bernard. Welcome to the team. At least welcome to training camp. Tight end. Let's see if that tight end's available. Pendleton is there. Oh, no, dude. Doesn't even have. I think we'll sign him just because. We'll bring him in. No future starters, though. All right, this one's for chat, everyone. There was Pendleton was an elite strength tight end that went UDFA, and people was like, let's go get him. Some people were hoping that it might be X Factor. He doesn't, but you know what? We'll still bring him into camp. What do we got? A left tackle? Come on, man. This is where I'd love to get a future starter. Love to get a dirt cheap. What do we need on the offensive line again? I know we want to go see if that center's there, Herrera. But like in terms of like making up numbers, I want to try to at least have 2 in each position. We have 2 left tackle. We need a guard, a center, and a tackle. Guard, center, tackle, guard, center, tackle. I mean, a 66 ain't bad there on Doug Johnson. What's the strength? 82 strength. So a little light in the ass. That 66 ain't bad. Oh, he's gone. What was his name? Herrera at center. I'll go look. We'll go look because you guys have been asking for it. I'll go see who picked him up. Someone picked him up before we did. No future starters. No future starters. No future starters. So who the hell got our center, though? Maybe he does have a depth trait. Maybe that's what happened, dude. We saw the Patriots already get a clear UDFA depth trait. Maybe all those guys got picked clean by now. Oh, Falcons. 65. Fuck, man! They got all picked up. You were right. Fuck. Why are we not getting the... I've never seen that. Like, I would say, like, if someone was asking, like, oh, what do you like about Madden 26 from, like, a free agency standpoint? I'd say I actually kind of felt like I get the pick of the litter for the UDFA cheese. Fucking sniped. So we need a guard. We'll go, Wake. Oh, you don't need to make this to make the video. We'll just get some depth here. Boom. You'll come. We'll get Gibson. I mean, that's... Go with strength, I guess. Who's stronger? 85. Ooh, 81 pass blocking. Jacob Parker. Welcome to the team. Yeah, that looks solid. No depth trait, but... And then we need a right tackle, and that will be... we got the best athlete. Look at this guy, 71, 70. What's the... Sean Ware was on our team last year. So we'll just sign him as well. Come on, man. I got to get at least... I mean, now my optimism's shot. It does feel like we were just... Ooh. Jamarcus Macklin. What are you doing here? Oh, man, of course, it's nose tackle cheese. I don't want to... There's a couple. Cade Bowden. Oh! Oh! What do we do? Oh, fuck, man. I'm going to have to do a little... I'm going to have to cheese up a little bit. And I'm not going to act like... I can't in front of almost 500 people act like I'm going to recreate that. But I'm going to have that at some point. I got to jazz it up a little bit for the video. What? What do we do? Get him? Too cheesy? We got a couple of these. Star Dev on Matt Snowden. So we're looking here. We didn't really want to, like, try to find, like, UDFA studs. The nose tackle cheese is a thing that, you know, it's a thing. So we got Macklin. He's not a rookie, but a future starter. Future starter means dev trait. We got Matt Snowden here. has a depth trait. But, of course, it's just nose tackle cheeses aren't necessarily the players that you want to hoard. However, ladies and gentlemen, Cade Bowden, X Factor, UDFA. I had to ask, like, what do we do, man? Like, yes, we signed Javon Dexter in free agency. And we were literally talking in chat that, I mean, just, if you're watching the video, it might not track. But there was a linebacker UDFA and a center UDFA that, like, people in chat were like, go get them as a UDFA. And they were already signed. The linebacker went to the Patriots, the center went to the Falcons. And we're bummed out because those were rookies that had future starter, and it was like a bum out because if not, we would have easily got them and scooped them up first wave of free agency. So I thought all the good ones were going to be gone. What? Honestly, not too cheesy. Welcome to the team, bro. Holy shit. I've never done that. And if I have, it's been like a kicker or a fullback. I've never got an actual important position X Factor UDFA. Now, of course, there's this slight asterisk because it's, nose tackle cheese, which is a known issue. Holy shit, boys. X Factor? What the fuck? Is there any more of this? I will take more. Give me more. Dude, that is fucking... Shout out to everyone that stuck through the end of the stream. That was fucking nuts. God damn, boys. All right, that's it. Let's kind of tweak the lineup here. I'll just auto generate for right now. Let's kind of get it where we want it to. J-Mo, man, look at J-Mo just not giving a fuck. I forgot we have James Williams. Oh, it's gonna be sick. So we got Falk that's gonna slide right in there to left guard. Like, this might be the first genuine Madden franchise where if we do win the Super Bowl, I don't think I'll end it. I think this will be generally a rebuild franchise series that, I'm going to end it when I get bored. Before, I've always, regardless of where we're at, if we win a Super Bowl, that's the finale, that's the confetti, we'll do something else. And I say that because this is looking like a team that could... I'm not saying this is a Super Bowl or bust type team, but this is certainly... we need to be in the discussion. We need to perform and play like a Super Bowl contender. I don't know why they added new player portraits. I'm going to lie, don't necessarily hate it. There's an element to this that makes me feel like, it's kind of new. New vibes. Defensively, he doesn't even make the short list. And, of course, the fucking linebackers are all shoot the shit. Let's line up this depth chart how I think I'm gonna line it up, and then we'll kind of show that in the video. I'm also gonna move that D tackle up the depth chart. So Aaron Rodgers is officially our backup. Danny Dimes is there, but I think I'm here for the Aaron Rodgers memes. Our running back room that checks out. Shervinator, yep, that works. Thornton, J-Mo, Howard, Betch, yep, that works. Yep. No. Go. Colt Miller. I'll be honest. Little Darnell right there. Almost start him at tackle if we want to. That's kind of nuts. Left guard, we got Falk and Wake. Center, yep, JPJ, Rogers Parham, Grant Ware. Left edge, Max Crosby, Joe Ellis, BJ Ojolari. I will say in this situation, we'll put Ojolari ahead of Ellis because there's the dev trait there. We got Hall, Tyree Wilson, and Jalix Hunt. I had a little fun with Jalix Hunt on the sticks, but at the end of the day, there is just I'm a big fan of him on the Eagles. Tyree Wilson has played a little bit better to keep his spot ahead of him in the depth chart. But defensive tackle, we have got to get you up here. You got to be making. I'm going to say goodbye to Mason Smith. You'll take Laulu's spot. But man, that makes Also, though, like, is this guy a clear nose tackle, but he only has 85 strength? Like, he's like, what? We gotta go look at this guy, like, in depth. What the fuck about this? Because this is like a learning opportunity for me. I've never seen this. I've never been like, oh, tongue-in-cheek, I see something, I can't wait to go to the UDFA because I know there's an X Factor, because I clearly saw this guy was an X Factor. I don't know what made this guy an X Factor, so I always want to try to learn, can I pick up what made this guy so good? So I want to go take a look, like, is there some attribute that's staying on? We're going to make Guerrero the starting Sam. We're going to have Jamal Adams there at the mic. You know what, though? This presents an interesting opportunity. Maybe get Devin White a couple more depth reps, which I don't hate. We have Harris there, but I mean, I don't really care too much about the linebackers here because it's going to be more so the sub-linebackers. We have Levy, Porter, Nails at corner, Kitchens there as well. Free safety, the exciting White. Strong safety, Chin, Simmons, Pierman. I guess we can make Pierman number 2, but he's going to get on the field as a sub-linebacker. Kicker, Hawkinson. Cole. O.J. Pumpkin, long snapper, yep. Kitchens is our kick returner. Don't hate that. I think the less wear and tear. I think we're at a point, I'm going to say this too, as a Philadelphia Eagle fan. Philadelphia, we've had like Cooper DeJean on punts. Despise it. Absolutely despise having an important player on fucking special teams. So I think what we're going to do here is we are going to put someone else there. Honestly, I think Keaton Mitchell. I know his rating's not particularly high. I am very much stats over ratings, and give me that speed. Keep punt returner. We'll go Kitchens. And we'll go maybe Norman, 95-95. We can change that up a little bit. Kickoff starter. Well, we'll go with the guy with the 99 kick power. Third down running back is Genty. Yep. Gadget player is Genty. We got Tommy Malone for the time being. He is there. I don't know about necessarily J-Mo being there, but yeah, Genty's clearly our gadget. Genty power back. We'll put the old Shermanator up there just to get him his touches when he needs to. Slot wide receiver is very much Big Mitch with the Betch. I think I'd probably put Brock Bowers in there at the 3. Actually, you know what we will do? Because Bowers is the starter, we will put Mr. Winters. Crosby, yep. D tackle, Kirkland, Dexter, Younger. I think just because of how the information is unfolded, we want that X factor there at bare minimum. Nose tackle, Kirkland, Dexter, and unfortunately that Younger pick is just, honestly, he's been super phased out here. But I'm fine with it. We're going to have Jamal Adams. Pierman's a 72. So, I mean, honestly, not a huge drop-off. Like, he is capable at this position. It's not like, assuming like Devin White. Yeah, he can play 68. 72 is not bad. So we'll have Adams and Pierman as our sub-linebackers. Slot corner, Nails. Simmons there. Kitchens. Yep. Alrighty. All right, so now it is time to wrap up the episode. We now have completed off-season number 2. We're wrapping it up. We have another just insane stream, guys. I very much appreciate the community that we have here. And it was always going to be incredibly difficult to top Raiders off-season stream 1. A lot of reasons. The first time we did it, first time I've streamed in a minute, a little bit more of like the beginning phases of Madden. Insane stream. I'm not going to say necessarily we topped it because that draft class was all-timer, but you can't compare the two. And a unreal stream here for Vegas Raiders number 2. Shout out to everyone that was able to tune in. Shout out if you weren't able to tune in that I thought, hey, let's record this so it can also go up as an upload. Looking at our team following free agency and the draft. On the offensive line, we have one new starter. We added Falk, one of our 2 first-round picks. He should be an easy day 1 starter. You don't even notice it. The tight end room. Is there a better tight end room in the NFL? Brock Bowers. Winters is coming. 6'7" receiver. Darnell Washington. 6'7" blocker. Honestly, I have Washington even lining up on a couple of the lineman spots. A monster. You're not going to find a better tight end room. We have Thornton. We have Big Mitch. We capped Jack Betch. And we went out and got Jameis and freaking Williams. 98 speed to pair with Thornton. Good luck, man. Just good luck stopping the running back room. You know what it is. The Shermanator, you know what it is. We went out and got 2 mentor quarterbacks. Memes. We're not even going to say what could happen for them to get on the field. I don't want to jinx it, but if they do, I think we're going to at least have some entertaining fun if something does happen to the franchise, Kyle Clary. Defense is where we went in the draft, and what we were able to get, this was a chat pick, getting Derek Hall, but hey, end of the day, looking big picture at our roster, he's a starter at edge. It was a good call because we had that FU money to burn. We get Guerrero in the draft. That was chat pick. Now, maybe the true value was not where we wanted to be, but now we got a player we get to root for. We got the player we get to cheer for. We got Max Crosby with tattoos now. Let's get to up his aura. He's going to be an absolute monster. We got Pierman, 75, hitting it dev, and he's going to play sub linebacker. He's going to play a little bit all over the place. We got Nails, who chat found out his dev trait unexpectedly, but he's going to come in and play nickel. And I think that's going to give us a secondary that hopefully will prevent opposing teams' quarterbacks for completing 85% completion percentage. We got Javon Dexter. I had to get at least a Florida Gator on this. And then that move got completely wiped out because we found a freaking superstar X Factor UDFA. And I said, everything's a learning opportunity. I think we found out from this class, if you're paying attention, taking notes, tackle blind picks at corner tend to be pretty good. That's just something I'm going to tuck away for all my future rebuilds. I don't know how this exists. What stands out about this player as like one thing for me to like remember down the line? Outside of the fact that he's just nose tackle cheese, and I should assume he's a good player, but even then, nose tackle cheese, they tend to just be all like mid 70 rated players. He's on the low end for nose tackle cheese at 67. So what the hell makes this guy a superstar X Factor? The only thing I can think of is maybe he had a draft story that I did not pick up on or something crazy like that. But the reality is, like, this is kind of a nothing. Like, there's not one thing. Like, that 85 strength's not good enough to pop like an A grade. That tackling's not good enough. Maybe the acceleration would help a little bit. I think this just might be an anomaly. But I'm happy that anomaly is on our team. And we have obviously our special teams. Kicker, punter on point. Great long snapper, OJ Pumpkins. Specialists, this is how I'm thinking. We're going to have Kirkland, Dexter, Bowden, maybe out there. A lot of sub-linebackers, Pierman Adams, Nails in the nickel, Hall, Crosby. We got Genty doing pretty much everything with Big Mitch in the slot. This team here, not going to say it's Super Bowl or bust, but we're going to be one of the better teams. And I am absolutely excited to see it. Get out there and rip the football around. What kind of damage can we do offensively with even with that crazy draft, even with just finding that X Factor, I still think that silver boy right above the webcam, that could be the tipping point. Adding Falk up front, giving us more time. It's a full year with Kyle Clary as the starter. And now we just went out and was like, hey, you remember how Dante Thornton was like unstoppable? Height, weight, speed. We went out and literally got the second fastest wide receiver in the game. Let's see what can happen there. So I cannot wait. It's Friday. Tomorrow, Sunday, is going to be North Carolina Rebuild, Episode 2. Sunday is going to be the cut-up of this stream, the video you're watching right now. And I think Monday after supper, we will have Raiders. Season 3. Let this team hit the field. We'll get 4 games in. Come check it out. Thank you, everybody that stopped by in the stream. I will say maybe the one spoiler I got from the stream about future streams is obviously we're always going to be streaming the off seasons. Because this team is so good, I will, whenever it happens, because it is going to happen, but whenever it happens, be it year 3, year 4, year 5, year 6, year 7, when and if we make a Super Bowl, that will be a live stream. We'll get all dolled up. You know what that means? And it will be a live stream if we can make a Super Bowl. Because, either we're going to win, and it's going to be the epic finale, or I'm going to be literally dressed up like I'm in ICP, and we're going to fucking lose the Super Bowl, and I'm going to lose my mind. It's going to be a good time. That will also be a stream that I'm going to tie to this franchise. So, but thanks to everybody that tuned in for the stream. Shout out Dravens for the 10 here in the X. Hey, he gets a video shout out. Dravens with the 10. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for tuning in, brother. Appreciate everybody coming to hang out for almost 5 hours here today. Let's go, man. Thank you guys that's all I can say. Thank you very much. Until next time, it's your boy C4. Say peace. I love you. Have a good one. Like, subscribe, all that cheesy YouTuber stuff. Smash that like button. Bye. There we go, boys. Thank you very much. Thanks for all the views. Again, like I don't know. It's like literally last time we did a stream, we got 700 people. That was fucking nuts. 800. I think it actually peaked at like 8 something. This stream here, I think it peaked at. I think we had like 6 something. And even after she said the first one, I was just like, man, if we can even just get like, I'm like, all right, Madden's hype's kind of dying down a little bit. If we can even get, again, 150 people. 200 people, I'd be over the moon. And the fact, like, I don't know where we're ranking. I'm not a streamer, but we gotta be near the fucking top. 2 streams in a row doing the off season, like in the Madden section of YouTube streams. And for that, fucking, I mean, hey, thank you. That's all I can say. Thanks, boys. Thanks for coming to hang out. Thanks for all the donos. And let's go, man. Be good to one another. Do something positive this weekend. Smoke a J. Help an old lady across the street. Tell a Cowboys fan he sucks.